Good afternoon, I'm Daniel Miller and this is Destiny Academy. A warm welcome to all of our friends, fans, community members, participants, gamers, viewers worldwide on various platforms. Thank you for joining us and thank you for being valued members of our Destiny community here on my channel. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for all the messages of support which I received during the last few days, and most importantly thank you for donating, because we've had some donations now through Tiltify. I had received notifications yesterday and people are watching the stream. I'm pleased to see many people are watching it on playback to Twitch and YouTube, so that's fantastic, and thank you for supporting our charitable causes, and most importantly thank you for supporting Mind charity based in the UK, and for your funds which have already gone to Tiltify and Mind, so really truly appreciate it. How's everybody doing today? How are you? Are you up and about? Are you perhaps doing your shopping? Maybe you're at school, college, maybe you're at work, and I wonder what you people are doing today, because I've seen that morning times through the Destiny category on Twitch is actually very quiet compared to the way it was in the past, and I wonder what it is. And I used to have my streams earlier in the day. They would start at 10 o'clock AM and then they would end around 3. And generally we had lots of people coming in between 10 and midday. But I've got to tell you, I've done some research, and the number of viewers and the users of the channel, the category I should say, on Twitch has significantly dropped. So I've seen that the busiest time in fact is from about 3 to 8 PM when it comes to the overall traffic. I think there are other people playing the game and connecting with their friends, but not going to Twitch or that Destiny category. So we are trying to pitch the stream at the time of the day where there is the greatest number of participants, because this is a community-based channel and we want to have as much of that community interaction as possible. As you've seen 2 days ago, we had a very fertile discussion with 2 of our community members where we discussed everything that was gaming and health related, and we connected that with the pandemic and all that's been going on during the last few years, compared the way things were in the US and the UK, talked about the global implications, and generally we connected video gaming with the maintenance of one's own health, and we advised everyone through our lengthy discussion what methods could be used and deployed in order to maintain your health when you are a serious gamer and sometimes a streamer. So it's very important that anyone who is wondering about it visit the stream from 2 days ago. So that would have been on Monday. And I will actually highlight the whole stream. I tried to do that earlier today, but I couldn't do it on my smartphone due to the fact that Twitch has introduced clipping on some of the highlights, and you need to be editing what content is going to be going in. So I've got to do this on my laptop. I have no time really so far, but I'll do that later today, and I'll make sure that the whole session is highlighted, because the sessions that are really pertinent, that provide really fertile information to everyone in our community, are always to be highlighted, and I'll be keeping them as such. And you'll see that I had some podcasts and sessions in the past on certain health conditions, certain neurological conditions that affect gamers, and we've had a lot of responses to them. And also I'll talk to our friend Lupus Arias, who was here the other day with us, who works within the medical field, like myself in the past, and I'll forward the information on Destiny and epilepsy, because that's what I researched a little while back. And there is someone in the US who I do not personally know, a writer for various online hubs, who was, like himself, a former US servicewoman, I beg your pardon, and she had sustained serious injury and developed epilepsy, and then demobbed and went into gaming. And she talked at length in many articles and some podcasts on how Destiny had been affecting her condition, and how Destiny, as a community-based game, had been enhancing her social encounters and the overall activity. Have a serious problem with lots of flashing lights that were sometimes potentially triggering off her seizures. And it's a very, very interesting very many interesting discussions that she had raised on the internet. It's quite a niche, it's about video gaming and neurology, and obviously somebody who is well versed in that field, and somebody who had personal experience of the both. So definitely we will be sharing this information and talking a bit more about it in here. As you know, my intention is to be supporting the charity called Epilepsy Scotland. I don't really understand as to why National Society for Epilepsy, which is the main big charity dealing with epilepsy in Britain, is not included on the Tiltify list. I guess probably they've not been as yet connecting with this sort of form of fundraising, but I will be in contact with them. I used to be on the patrons board a little while back, and was a contributor to their fundraising and various other activities. It goes back a few years, but I will be in contact, because I think the opportunity here to raise the funds is phenomenally great. And also there are lots of people who have some neurological conditions, most notably epilepsy, autism, Asperger's, autistic spectrum disorders, etc., who are very involved with streaming communities and who find it incredibly beneficial on all levels. They find it really to be both therapeutic and very comforting in all sorts of ways. And in some cases, it's also very educational if they're running, for instance, the classes of dedicated to cooking, gardening, household chores, or various other activities, or sometimes there could be lectures or learning sessions on. So it's been absolutely phenomenal in terms of that educational content and experience. So we will be integrating a lot more of that here within our broadcast, and that will also depend on our participants, because if we have several doctors, nurses and psychologists participating here live online, then obviously we can talk from a very kind of in the know point of view about these conditions and the way they are connecting with video game activities, and as to why the whole activity here live online is incredibly beneficial, contrary to some of those views that keep popping up in medias, which I think are really ill-conceived, poorly researched, or not researched at all, and just labeling certain activities with a stigma that is really completely irrelevant to what we do. And obviously these kinds of views will fail, because the statistical data, the empirical analysis, will provide us and the world with information indicating what the benefits really are. And we really have seen that in the US, that video gaming had been slowly but surely within educational system and in some hospitals. And certainly the latest that I've seen is a significant approach within the field of psychological medicine, where it has been discovered that certain types of games and certain activities are incredibly rewarding in terms of cognitive functioning enhancement and stimulating certain types of interests and abilities. We're not talking about Call of Duty, obviously, but there are very many games that can be used for that sort of purpose, and I'm truly delighted to see that these approaches are considered, and they are certainly persevering and providing us with extra data, because at the end of the day, like in anything that's linked to science or medicine, you have got to be analysing, you've got to be researching, you've got to be testing in order to find exactly what's going on. You can't be just providing people with hypothesis and then having huge amount of side effects, collateral, or something that is incredibly damaging. And we know that in terms of the medicaments and the new kind of types of substances that are being discovered, we have to be going through a very rigorous, very long-term system of tests. Although I'd say that in recent years, some that's been somewhat relaxed to a degree, but still you're not going to be introducing a major medicament to the global markets unless you had completed these kinds of tests. So coming back to it, the same thing applies to these approaches in psychological medicine, because when you're treating human mind, there are many possible liabilities, and there are very many sensitive areas within the field for which we the data, and we got to be doing carefully in order to get really a clear picture on what is effective and what isn't. Most importantly, we need to get some clarity on what is positive and rewarding, and indeed what can be damaging. We know already, lengthy gaming without breaks, dehydration, no water, doing all night sessions. This is all very unhealthy biologically, but the purpose of video gaming is not for people to be doing it like that, and therefore we here support ethical gaming, and we talk about these approaches which make everyone at the top of their abilities. Like our friend Lupus Serious said the other day, people need to keep in mind that the best streamers still stream for about 5 to 6 hours a day, and they have their life. So it is, their work. They start, they deliver, they end, and then they cook dinner, they go for a walk, they enjoy television series, they talk to their friends, they do other things, and it has got to be conceptualized and understood like that. Particularly if you're a competitive PvP gamer, you have got to be able to engage with the activity when you feel that you're at the top of your ability, right? So you don't want to be hammering it to be too tired, haggard, impatient, angry, and everything else, which will be affecting your overall health as well as your ability to engage. I think the best example you'll find amongst the best esports PvP players, they really adhere to a lifestyle which is similar to Ronaldo's, so healthy living, healthy eating, healthy sleeping, and discipline. And they'll have fixed hours when they know that they're actually at the top of their ability, because like in any sports, like in any other kind of major activity that you have, inclusive of any work or anything really, you will have that window of a couple of hours a day where you're literally at the very top. So that is usually stretching between, I'd say, 3 to 4 hours, and that's where you're at your very best. For some people, they may have it within a period of maybe 5 to 6 hours, but we are talking about some sort of average where you're reaching the pinnacle of your abilities. And if you are a gamer or streamer, you need to be adhering to this, and don't play PvP before going to bed, really, honestly. You can play some very mild, placid, easygoing RPGs without any flashing lights, without high octane activity, and it'll help you to feel tired, and you'll just go to bed and sleep and then wake up in the morning feeling really great and refreshed. Generally, I don't like playing games before going to bed, but I did discover, as I have a very high quality setup, that the games will have a very different effect on my neurology or my mind, depending on how they are indeed created and whether they have a lot of flashing lights with sort of activity, jumping, and the games could be very significantly different, when you compare them from one to another, and you have to be choosing the games which are oozing, which are soothing, giving you that degree of tranquility and peace before getting your rest. Otherwise, what can happen is you get, first of all, highly animated, you become biologically accelerated, which means your blood pressure's high, you're hot, and it'll take a little while to get to that sleep, and particularly if it is at some sort of unruly hour, 3 or 4, 5, 6 in the morning. I'm surprised really. I've seen Tiltify also asking, as I was subscribing to the campaign, about the actual duration or how the streams are going to be delivered, and they had several options. It was obviously down to the streamer to choose how they want to deliver the broadcasts, and there were 2 of them that indicated that people could do 24-hour stream and 12-hour stream, I think it was. So it was like a very lengthy streams within one day, as obviously 20 stage very, very and attracted but and usually these sessions would be with some giveaways, with some prizes, with some quizzes, and I just think it's if you have like half dozen people doing it, everyone doing it for a few hours, that's fine, but one person doing it for 24 hours, I think is just incredibly unhealthy, how you look at it, and I'm absolutely categorically against it. It's promoting the other side of gaming, where that degree of relentlessness and perseverance and I say a kind of broadcasting without boundaries is being encouraged. I guess under the assumption that if you're doing it like that, the algorithms will pick you up, you have more viewers. I don't find that to be of any relevance. I don't really see overall the need for it, because first of all it's unhealthy, and then secondly it will bring few benefits. I guess many of them are just simply assumed. And if you are running your stream on the regular basis and you're an active online gamer, you do PvP, PvE and everything else, right? Your regular schedule, you do it every single day, 5 or 7 days a week. Doesn't have to be 10 hours, could be 5 hours, could be 3 hours, but you're regular. The category on Twitch will pick you up because they know you are a regular streamer. They will put you to the very top of the algorithm, you know, they'll select. They'll put you at the top of the list. So whenever you come on, you will be featuring as one of the top streamers, and having a few hundred members who are your followers and people who are your regulars, meaning they'll come at all times to see what you're doing at least once per day within that stretch, will tremendously enhance both your community interactivity, the overall potential for fundraising, and overall any form of connectivity that emerges from our online community. So it's incredibly important for everyone to conceptualize this. It's not down to the numbers. I've seen, for instance, some streamers having 250 followers, and you look at the stream, they have lots of bots, you know, they keep chucking in various snippets of information, and they keep coming up consistently, but that, you know, the bots are not responded to. It's not like a proper human contact. Obviously they purchased the services that are providing them with this and just giving a false impression, but actually if you want to have a proper high quality content within the night discussions, they've got to be always with a smaller group of people. And even for those who are top streamers and people who are having very many people watching, so anything from 2 to 4, 5, 6, 7,000 people watching a stream, you will always have a smaller number who are actively communicating, and these are the regulars, these are the dedicated veterans, either of the channel, the streamer, or the game. And that is the way to do it, you know, modestly within sort of moderate or highly moderated type of parameters, to which you are never overly tired. You can always talk to everyone, you know what you're doing, and you know, generally, obviously, if you have huge interactivity, you can stretch a stream somewhat, but you got to keep your eyes on the boundaries, you know, otherwise it comes to a point where it's completely overwhelming and you don't go out, you don't wash, you don't eat, and these are all kinds of things that are definitely seen as the completely wrong way about it. Anyway, telling a bit about this because we had a fertile discussion on Monday, and I think we've given lots of interesting tips to everyone on how basically to be running the streams and how to do online gaming. So definitely check it out, have a look. As I said, it's on Twitch and YouTube already. I archive everything we do here online on YouTube, and I have more than 1,000. That's probably more like 1,500 or maybe even nearly 2,000 various streams on YouTube. So it goes back, you know, quite a few years. I'm moving towards the 6th year of streaming, and I've been very, very happy with the way the channel had been developing, evolving, and you know, everything else. Talked about that quite a bit, but we've sort of changed direction somewhat recently since I resumed with my broadcast, because I want the channel to have everything that's been accomplished in the past a bit more upfront, a bit more pronounced. And that includes charitable fundraising, supporting the good causes, being actively involved with the forum at which people can be helped, people who are emotionally vulnerable, people who are experiencing some form of mental health issue, people experiencing difficulties due to the disability or illness. For instance, we have almost 2 million people in Britain who are suffering from long COVID, so everyone's welcome to come here and talk to us about the side effects and the collateral that they had experienced due to that dreadful illness and this awful virus that took away so many different lives globally. And we are always going to be open, very attentive, very supportive, and yeah, we'll provide that space and time for people to feel free to talk without any form of greater restrictions. Obviously, everyone can keep certain personal data to themselves, but we want to provide a forum where somebody who is living in a remote area, is suffering from some sort of major health issue or difficulty, can pop in and feel completely integrated, completely together with everyone, and therefore not alienated or alone. Because if you are suffering from any form of illness, aloneness or feelings of isolation or alienation are the most deadly, because they'll then trigger off fear. And fear is the killer emotion, It's one of the most destructive emotions that we have as humans. It causes all the troubles of the world. So many different terrible things, crimes and war atrocities, they all have been committed because of that fear. It's the fear that precedes everything else. The actual reality of the situation, it can be terrifying, but being frightened of what might be happening is always much worse. And it certainly affects certain people very, very seriously. So, we want to provide space and time here for everyone to come in order to dispel, first of all, alienation and feelings of loneliness, and then that will prevent them from experiencing that degree of fear. Right, so what's everyone doing today? Are you playing Destiny? Are you doing the sequel? We've seen recently that there's been a lot of discussion on the next chapter, on the next DLC, and the future of Destiny. And small news down my list, which I'll tell you shortly. But we have seen the new cutscene. We've seen some explanation on what happened to the Traveler, why the Witness is doing what we've seen, certainly in the trailers, and what we are anticipating was indeed going to be happening as we carry on with our Destiny universe. So there's been quite a bit of giveaway from Bungie, but I think it still needs to be a bit more integrated. These are just like teasers and pointers to what is to follow, and I'm very hopeful and very much look forward to the future Destiny. I don't think that Bungie will drop the game, even if it had a greater disappearance of some of the veterans. I've seen so many times, certainly since I resumed my streaming during beta and also during the last couple of weeks with my regulars, that many veterans felt the lengthy grinds are just enough. They didn't want to do them anymore, and they don't feel that the seasonal content is diverse enough. But then on the other hand, from my point of view, I've played many seasons in lots of different games, and I would say that Destiny seasons are perhaps richer and more complex, providing us with a lot more content compared to some of the other games. I don't really see the reason for that degree of aggravation. On the other hand, I can understand it, particularly in view of the problems that we've had with these servers of late. And yesterday was the first day. I had a stream, it was about 5 hours long, and yesterday was the first day that there were no glitches or no error messages in Destiny 1. Right? So yesterday was the first day after several weeks, I'd say probably the full month, that I had no baboons or anteaters or all the other ones that were causing crashes and causing me to die and booting me out and everything else. So yes, it was the first day, and I've seen, although I've not encountered that many, I've not played Destiny 2 extensively. I was just doing it from week to week in order to complete the seasonal content, but I've not had that many crashes or many problems. But obviously people who are extensively doing it every single day for 5-6 hours had many of those experiences. They're very, very angry that Destiny 2 servers are not performing well, all considering. And I will give you a rundown of a few things I received on Reddit in respect to that, and I'm just really concerned. And also they questioned the community management, and how, for instance, in recent times there's been very little involvement from their community management. That there's been a swap of the person who was doing it previously for quite a few years with Bungie, and so that's really another a bit of worry that everyone has, that perhaps Bungie is changing direction, they're doing something else. But don't forget, they're now integrated with Sony. They've gone to Sony compared to what they had previously with Microsoft and then with Activision, and they are taking a particular direction, which means that they're more aligned to Sony and PlayStation and everything that the corporation has to offer. So they will be looking at monetization, they will look at some exclusives, they'll look at some special editions, and there's a whole string of things which they will be pursuing, because at the end of the day, Destiny is probably one of the most expensive games to maintain. It's just massive, and it does require 24/7 maintenance in addition to the weekly reset and everything else. And it's costing. The costs have generally spiraled out of control, and I'm sure the developer is definitely under huge pressure as far as the energy bill is concerned. That is affecting the finance, and that's the reason as to why they increased everything on every level, every step of the game, and very unpopular. And I think I don't really see that as fully justified. I think the increases were fairly steep, and I particularly dislike the idea of withholding the optional side, where, for instance, you could grind in order to get everything to the game, or you can purchase it if you wish to. I think it's fine for people to purchase their ranks on a season and pay lots of money if they want to do that instead of grinding. Fair enough, and it can be useful sometimes if you come to level 90 and you go like 5 minutes or I don't know, half an hour to complete the whole season. You can purchase the rest, and you can get the rewards for your hard work that you've invested in the season already for several weeks or several months, and that's fine, but it has got to be optional. If you're enforcing it like with the dungeon keys and other game-based content, where you feel that you cannot get it unless you have been purchasing certain elements of it, then that is a different ballgame altogether, and that's backtracking on what they said in the past. I think there may be reasons for that. I don't really know. I've not purchased any of this because I believe that the investment in the game that I've had been sufficient enough, and I do not want to be paying more to what is absolutely necessary. And it's different for the games like Apex, right, or Warzone, because they're offered for free. You don't have to be purchasing anything. It's all optional, and obviously it's interesting, isn't it? Because the concept initially, the economic concept or ecosystem as they call it, was regarded with huge suspicion, and they tried it. And you had PUBG previously, the game that had to be purchased first, and it was costing quite a bit at the time when the game was released. It wasn't offered on the price, which was just shillings and pence. And Apex and Warzone came out for free. Apex came out of nowhere. Nobody knew anything about the game. It followed the unsuccessful release of Anthem, and in fact it did remedy that unsuccessful release because both games were released through Electronic Arts, and huge amount of interest, and then that huge capacity for monetization through treasure packs, through seasonal content, through extra items, cosmetics in general. Activation more than £1 billion within the first year on the sales of the cosmetics alone, right? And games offered for free. They would have not been able to monetize in such fashion had the game been sold for $50 per piece, because obviously anyone who is a gamer anywhere can access that game and play it without any form of cost, and then optionally they can be purchasing the cosmetics or whatever the game is offering, and that's optional. You can get it. It's true that some of these you cannot be acquiring through the game, so certain outfits and certain skins are just basically purchasable, but that's fine. They're not going to be affecting the actual gameplay, and that is a model that works extremely well. You've seen that they tried to do that with Destiny as well. They offered the original content at one stage free of charge, and still is. We have a section of the game that can be played by anyone from anywhere, but that's not really across the board. The idea is that you're just going to coerce people to come in, try it, and play it a bit, and then buy everything else, right? The emphasis is on bring them in order to buy. Obviously, there is a problem. You are more prepared to invest in Apex and Warzone because the game's offered for free, and you will invest. You sometimes will probably spend, I don't know, $200, $300 on the purchase of some of these things because you feel it's justified. It is helping you. Don't forget, these games have massive communities, Apex and Warzone, and these communities are very interactive. They play every single day. They play on a long stretch. They don't play like a couple of matches. They play usually 5-6 hours a piece, and they're really all very well connected, but they feel that that's really quite justified. That's quite good. They're quite happy to be investing because they know that the game's offered for free, right? So I mean, I give you a sort of personal example. It goes back maybe 15 years or so. I was involved in live music events in central London, and at that time, the promoters and the venues came up with this offers where musicians, the bands, would be offered free space if they were to be meeting certain turnover. So, for instance, if threshold was, for instance, let's say £2,000 per night, then you could actually use the place for music and for special events, whatever you organize there, free of charge. If, for instance, you made £1,999 and you know it's £1 short, you are to pay for the rental, and the rental is horrendously expensive. So for the musicians and the bands that are not signed to major record labels, that's just completely impossible. So they've got to be able to make that money at the bar, and you know, sometimes some bands and promoters were then offering the entrance through ticketing and prices of these tickets, and I've got to say that the tickets were not cheap. And what happened most frequently when they were doing this was as follows: they would try to bring in as many mates, friends, you name it, of the musicians, the bands who would play on that night, and many of those people did not want to come in and then pay. That's to start with. So the promoter, who was doing the whole event, in fact was having the biggest problem, because if he was indeed hoping to make the money, £2,000 per night, and he was failing to do so, A, he would have to give something to the musicians per contract, per the agreement, whatever that was, be it even riders or drinks or some other niceties. Obviously, the promoters for the unsigned bands are not paying any cash, so they had double trouble. They had to do something for the musicians and they had to pay the venue. So, it's a serious liability. So we considered doing it the other way, doing it charitably. We will run an event free of charge, and there will be voluntary donations if people enjoy the night. And you have several people manning the entrance and trying to get some donations, which are voluntary, obviously, either as the people entered the auditorium or as they were departing. And I'll tell you one thing, it was very successful, because if the night was being delivered in a way which was providing everything according to the expectations, it was thoroughly enjoyable and it was good atmosphere, it was entertaining, good music, good drinks, and you name it, there were lots of donations. So the actual donations turned out to be a much greater turnover, albeit completely charitable, than had we been actually charging money for the entrance, because at that point we get less than 5% of those people who showed up. And I've been to so many different venues when I watched fantastic bands, and the people watching was myself, the sound engineer, usher, and a couple of mates, let's say 2 or 3 mates who came like wives or husbands of those people playing on stage, and that's it. No one else in there, and we did not pay anything to get in because we were part and parcel of that event. We were being allowed to come in on the guest list, or a press pass or whatever, VIP list, through the arrangements that we would have had with the promoter on the night. So you could see that it's all down to the mindset. It's down to the mindset of those people who are running such activities. And the same thing applies to video gaming, because if somebody is coming up with a very good, ingenious concept, considering you've got 4 billion people involved in video gaming online, the limit's sky high. You've got huge opportunities, but you've got huge liabilities. You've got to be very, very careful how you plan for your activity and how you pitch your product. And I think this is where lots of these companies are truly failing, because they're not doing proper research, and they're pushed because everything costs, everything is very expensive, and they can't be running Bungie and Bethesda's of this world with interns at all times. It's just not possible. They need people who are specialized in the field, people who can work hard and deliver under huge pressure. Don't forget, when you have like a release date, you will have to be working very hard to deliver by that date, and rescheduling is extremely unpopular amongst the investors and shareholders. So you've seen that some of the AAA blockbusters, like for instance Halo Infinite, were delayed by 1 year, and you had the dates pushed, but that's not really music to anyone's ears. On the other hand, neither the investors nor the gamers want to be hearing about all the problems that the company's having, because they already had invested. The investors invested the capital, and the gamers had invested the money in order to get the game early. Basically, they pre-ordered, and they're just waiting for that to come their way. So, I mean, it's a difficult situation, but I guess there needs to be a voice of reason in it all. And I feel that Bungie are not really doing it too well at the moment as far as the gaming community is concerned. I'm personally not particularly begrudged. I was happy to pay £13 for the season, because I knew the season was going to be quite good. It'll offer activities for 4 months, and it's fine. It's not going to break the bank. And also, I really appreciate the change which had been introduced about 3 years ago, where you didn't have to be buying the full annual pass, because the full annual pass could have been costing you at the time within range of about £30. And buying it through Xbox, I got it previously before this season for I think £8.99 per season, and if you spread it in the course of the year, if you have 3 seasons, each one of them lasting 4 months, that's fine. That's it is not going to be causing problems for anyone's finance, inclusive of people who perhaps do not have a lot of revenue. It is definitely amicable and digestible, and I really quite like the idea. So that was good. But now recently increasing it by more than 30% was a bit strange, because quite frankly we've not heard anything about it in advance. They've not told us that the new season will be offered on such high price, and I guess it could also be in view of their new contractual obligations with Sony, because I've seen up to this point I was always buying the seasonal content to the use of silver, which is basically in-game currency, right? You purchase silver and then you use the silver in order to get the seasonal content. In this instance, I couldn't do that, because I did have silver and I did have currency in there, which I believed was to be used, and then I couldn't use it because there was, that option was not there. I had to be paying cash up front in order to get the content, which is what I did do. It's disappointing that I can't really stream Destiny 2 on Xbox Series S due to that Twitch glitch that I described here already 1 million times. But I'm still playing the game and still part of that community, and really, I'm enjoying the content, and think the game provides us with a multitude of different activities and opportunities to connect with our friends and to get everything going. The only thing is it's a bit difficult to get kind of passing traffic to the stream, because it is delivered in a different format on the Destiny 2 category, and therefore I'm not that inclined to be running just Destiny 2 streams here on the channel. It is always possible that we just switch from Destiny 1 to Destiny 2 if our community members pop in and they want to join, as we will retain the same degree of viewership, and the same participants will come in. But I think generally my experience of Destiny 2 streams was significantly different in terms of the overall interactivity compared to what we had here. Well, purely in terms of the fact that there are some very big streamers doing Destiny on Twitch, and some of them are extremely popular in terms of their kind of competitive elements and doing PvP and providing sort of tips on how to become successful with competitions, and various other things. The raids in particular are very, very popular, and therefore small streamers are being to a degree affected. But also the other thing I experienced was within my community, the vast majority of people who joined the channel have been the veterans and fans of the original game, and I've got to say without hesitation that quite a great number of those people are not that keen on the sequel, right? They play it, but they're not that keen on the sequel. And I did see and did have several people recently who would just immediately say, as soon as they come in, "Thanks God you're here, because we hate that other game, we hate the sequel." Not be as brutal. They'll say, "Well, we don't like it, we find it to be over the top, too much emphasis on monetizing, etc., etc." But I guess the difference in the sequel is that there are lots of lengthy grinds which turn out to be perhaps not as useful. So if you are doing certain exotic quests and you're picking up certain weapons, well, are those weapons going to be useful? Because you do not have a multitude of activities that require a different, per piece. And I think online games that have been around for a long while will have. I asked yesterday our community members whether anyone else played Elder Scrolls Online, because I've heard very, very good things about it, and I wonder whether they're integrating the story with the activities a bit better. So I've not played it a lot. I mean, I played a bit, but not enough to be able to provide in-the-know comments and views. And just it's a similar sort of game. The aura simulates a massive, big, expansive, ever-evolving world. The difference there is that they were bringing in the elements of single-player games, which we had played in the last 20 years, and that's a huge risk, because lots of people could have found the difference of the content and the way it's integrated to be troubling. So I'm really quite interested to hear from anyone who's gone down that route what the experience was. So if you are one of those guys, just please ping us a message, or join us here with live online discussion, and I would be definitely truly delighted to receive further information on this, because we are comparing the communities. We want to really suggest to Bungie the approaches and the methods that will enhance the game, that make it really even more attractive to the gamers, because lots of people are quite unhappy. They're not hating the game, they just feel that they've come to a stalemate, so to speak. It's like a draw, 1-1, and you can't progress forward, you can't score the goal, and that is they don't want to go to sudden death penalties, if you know what I mean. They feel it's better if they just do something else and come back at another time where there is going to be new content or new activities. A lot of disappointment with Lightfall, I have got to say. Even yesterday I got some messages indicating people not liking it. The characters are not really similar to the rest of the NPCs in Destiny, and it was just a general sense of dislike, where I felt Nyamuna and they were taking somewhat different direction between different games, to which they imported characters or they tried to align themselves. Like Fortnite, maybe not the best example, because the capacity there is massive for the integration of all sorts of characters. There could be anything from animated series on TV through the Schwarzeneggers and Stallones of this world, and it does give you this opportunity, but that seems to be also another economic model or ecosystem that is being considered. And I couldn't stop thinking, I've read lots of Marvel and DC comics years back, and some of the guys there looked like Silver Surfer to me. I don't know whether you agree with me, but it was this aura of Marvel or DC superheroes, and I don't really know whether that gels with the Destiny community, and whether that sort of integration could really provide us with any sort of joy. I don't know. It can do, if it's being integrated properly. It can provide a lot of entertainment if you have a wise approach on high quality content. But then we've seen sometimes these kinds of things just completely backfired. I remember being very excited years back when we've seen that you had games like Gears of War getting integrated. I think it was with Dragon Age, and then Dragon Age having some elements in Mass Effect where you could wear, like for instance, I did wear the armor, the Dragon Age armor, on Shepard when I was doing, I think it was Mass Effect 1 or Mass Effect 2, I can't remember exactly the details. Fantastic, you're importing the armor or game into another world. Today it's become standard practice, it's just like completely normal. But at the time it was proprietary to the developer, don't forget, and the deal which they had, the developer of Gears of War and then BioWare, was indeed, it was Coalition, wasn't it? Yeah. So it was quite novel, and definitely greatly loved and appreciated by everyone at the time. But things change, we move on, and as I said, what is extremely important is for Bungie to be taking the direction which is aligned with the community veterans, and from what I could gather on Reddit, that's really not happening at the moment. So that's really, there's huge dissatisfaction with community management, and that many people who were previously very involved feel that Bungie actually have got some other priorities and they're not paying attention to what people are saying. I don't know, it may be that they're not responding to every single tweet or email, but we need to see what happens with the presentation and what direction they'll be taking. Some changes did actually get introduced due to the community content and requests, but not everyone from our community will appreciate changes. So for instance, the lengthy leveling up with the rank of your Guardian has been extremely unpopular. We've hated it, but it was introduced in good faith. But the troubling element of that is you can't really be progressing unless you're purchasing. That is another thing which I remember initially. Well, I've got Lightfall, but I've not played it in full, and I keep getting the messages every single time when I enter the ranks that is going to improve it. So for instance, for a person who's a freebie player, somebody who has not been purchasing the DLCs, so just in the base game, they will not be able to do it, because obviously that purchase will enhance the progression. And I think that is something that many people will be in two minds about, and it needs to be seriously considered by the Bungie team if they're looking at the longevity of the game. Alright, so I had some questions about what I'm playing at the moment. I think frequently I ask everyone, what are you playing at the moment? What's the score? What's on your deck, so to speak? And I've seen that quite a few of our friends are playing Diablo, and Diablo has been probably the most commonly played, the most popular game of recent weeks, for obvious reason. Hugely, hotly, highly anticipated, massive expectations, and the game actually delivered. The game is amazing. I played Server Slam and the original, was it alpha, beta, and it was beta or demo? No, it was beta actually. Or no, it was demo. I beg your pardon. And I loved it. I thought it was just so well integrating the old with the new, and it was thoroughly enjoyable. Again, similar to Destiny, a game that's best played with others, where you have a team of people having special abilities, special powers, attacking all these monsters, increasing the difficulty level, so the monsters get really harder to eliminate, and you do it with these special powers. It's very similar to the original, because I remember playing Diablo 2 years back, and sometimes people come with me and they had those characters with accomplices, and they would literally just walk and destroy everything, whilst I actually struggled with some of the bosses and some of the ads. So it's the same sort of thing delivered in the same environment, yet with virtualized graphics and much better quality sound and many missions. And I've got to say that discontent that was present initially about reaching, I think it's the level 100, isn't it, on hardcore, was questioning whether people who got in through the early access would get this priority and they would be able to complete it faster. But the actual stats indicate that getting to that level is unbelievably hard, and not many people manage to go this far as yet. So obviously the developer what the score was, and they didn't bother too much about they knew the activities are going to be so difficult, irrespective of whether you're doing it by yourself with other people. And so definitely that is seen as a huge challenge, and definitely a very, very popular part of that wonderful Diablo 4 gameplay. So Diablo 4 is what lots of people are playing at the moment. I've seen and heard from our community members that Destiny 2 is still played on kind of weekly basis, and they'll go in on maybe Tuesday late or Wednesday just to complete everything, and then depart, maybe do a bit of raiding on Friday or Saturday. But it doesn't have that regularity, everyday regularity, amongst many people who were with the game previously every single day. And the big game that came out recently is the Final Fantasy 16, and we've seen lots of people loving it and enjoying it, and I've seen reviews that I guess for myself were slightly perturbing. You always find somebody who will dislike the elements of the game, but the overall response has been very, very positive, and people just love it. And it's a huge series, it goes back 20 plus years, and there's huge anticipation and expectation about every new installment, every new chapter, and definitely I think it's well deserved. I always enjoyed. I'm not really a huge dedicated veteran of Final Fantasy. I played some of the games from time to time. I can't tell you as to why that is, really. It's just that I think a lot of people play Final Fantasy on PCs initially, and we've had a different sort of community, and I was really well aligned with consoles. I can't even say why. It just, at the time, as you had to purchase every single game, I had to really set my priorities right, and I had some games which I really wanted to play, and my brother, for instance, is a huge fan of Final Fantasy. He believes it's the best RPG with the best graphics, the most immersive, the most interesting. And I know lots of other people in our community who feel exactly the same. So, and it's a specific concept, the way you play it. It's got some seriously difficult bosses and sections which you need to get through, and it provides you with that truly enjoyable fantasy delight. It's called Final Fantasy, so that's very much part and parcel of it. Also, the other offshoot of Final Fantasy is cosplay, and there are so many cosplayers around the world for those characters, and it's quite astonishing when you see how real they look. And particularly if you go to conventions, you'll see them walking around and being dressed up in the costumes, and you would think, that's just incredible, because this is the character from the game, that this literally as if they walked out of the game. They're so convincing and so believable and so real, and certainly huge admiration for those people who made those costumes themselves. They look incredible, and I have several community members on Twitter who are producing their own costumes. Amber is one of those, and if you have time, just pop in and have a look. And truly amazing costumes that she creates, and she's been to some conventions of late and had a fantastic exposure and wonderful time, and for a young girl to be doing everything by herself and then promoting initially on Twitter and Instagram, and then later going to conventions and becoming a huge star due to the originality of the costumes is a wonderful experience, and yet again another avenue of that creative effort that every one of us can have if we involve with the video gaming industry. There are so many different opportunities for people to be creative, and I really wish that everyone would just tap into this. The opportunities are just massive, and you don't have to be doing video games. There's so many different things you can do through video gaming related online communication that we've seen people doing cosplay and then running just chatting forums and monetizing and being very successful, providing very interesting content through conversations. A bit like radio shows. People will not listen to BBC4 anymore. They'll go to Twitch or YouTube and listen to some of those discussions on just chatting. The reason is clear. It's not just about the interactivity, it's all about authenticity. Because a lot of people feel that the media today are very controlled, and they're pursuing a kind of discussion that somebody needs to be approving before it goes live on air. What we get here with Just Chatting forums is talking about life as it is, as it stands literally right now, today. And that is appreciated. That is what is getting a huge exposure, huge acclaim, and definitely triggering off a lot of interest from people around the world. Wherever you are, you will be able to step in, just if you have obviously your mobile phone, and that is giving you this instant access to that country, to that city, to find out what's actually going on in there. It's phenomenal. I can give lots of examples, but I'm always interested to hear from some of those cosplayers and Twitch streamers if they live in a country where there's some sort of turmoil, because then you will find exactly from them what's actually going on, as the news will be very much biased and, I guess, telling you the tale that somebody wants you to know, rather than what is actually going on. And that I find particularly useful in my own personal analysis of certain situations and events. And the same thing applies to gaming. If you have very good active online forums where people discuss ins and outs of Diablo 4, Final Fantasy, Redfall, or any other games that would have come out recently, you'll get a proper flavor of what the actual community is feeling and experiencing. And I've got to say that the writing, particularly, is very biased, and I find it to be very incorrect and very unfair towards both certain games and certain developers. As you've seen in recent months, we've had this sort of bad review attack on a specific game. I mean, just think about it. The Last of Us 2 is the game that sold the best on PlayStation, right? So they sold more copies than any other game, and at the time, that was, I've not actually compared notes with the recent releases, but I'm quite certain it is the game that actually broke all the records. And as the game came out within the first week, it had like 23% on Metacritic, right? So like literally thousands and thousands of really negative reviews of the game. So somebody had their finger in the pie. This is of no coincidence, because when I talk to people who are dedicated fans of The Last of Us, I've not come across one person who said anything wrong. They love the game. They've played it from the day one. They admire the characters. They love the graphics. They're amazed by the narrative and the story. What's the idea? The idea is that somebody wants to manipulate the overall view in order to prevent people from buying it. It's that, and that is incredibly unfair, crooked, and to a degree criminal. Yet this is fully legal and, you know, not properly checked. And even the boss, the main person, Neil Druckmann, right? He is the boss at Naughty Dog. He said, "Well, we just didn't bother because we knew the sales were phenomenal and our community was gonna pick up, and we're not gonna have any problems, irrespective of what's been said." So it actually does give you an example how, for instance, the idea that you are going to be ruining somebody's effort will fail if that is not being embraced by the vast majority of people who are dedicated to that particular product. And that applies to any product, you know. Trying to persuade people to buy this because you believe this is the best in the world and people do not buy into that will result in a failure. And we can't say that Redfall is an amazing game if it, you know, backfired on so many different levels. We'll know straight away that this is not particularly good. But it's interesting that Redfall did not have that drop on Metacritic, as far as I could see. Correct me if I'm mistaken, but I didn't see that sort of negativity. People complained, but it wasn't the same thing. To be fair, The Last of Us is a sequel, obviously trailing the original game and huge expectations and everything else. But what really, how to put it, really surprised me was that people in the Last of Us community bought into this idea that there was going to be a certain type of ending, and it was all linked with Joel, right? Naughty Dog never ever said anything about it. They had never confirmed that that was going to be the narrative of the game, and people bought into these speculations, believing that that was the natural progression of the story, and it wasn't. So, you know, we are getting the same thing with Starfield at the moment. There's a huge amount of speculation on literally everything. I'll tell you a bit about it in a moment, but I find that to be ridiculous. I find that to be ill-conceived. We can speculate, we can assume, we can suggest, but to take this as a given and then to assume that that's exactly the way things are going to be, if not confirmed by the developer, is crazy. You know, it's, what's that? Why on earth would I be able to assume what the story is going to be like in, let's say, Mass Effect 5? And why would I want to start such rumors and such hypotheses which will have a negative, detrimental effect on the game and the community? You know, as I said, it is no coincidence, and it doesn't happen from, you know, doesn't happen because certain individuals who are just ordinary gamers were trying to push that sort of viewpoint on the game. There are other monetary reasons involved, and therefore you have an industry built around such activities, which, as I said, are hugely disreputable and should be criminalized. If, for instance, you have insider trading seen as a very serious federal crime in the US, then so should this be, because that is exactly the same. You're being coerced into that sort of activity that's pushing the false information in order to attack somebody's product, somebody's hard work, and somebody's future just because you believe that to be supporting somebody else, or there's going to be another product that will deliver better. It just seems wrong. We need to have some honesty and some decency in everyday life, in our activities, and we can't just put head through the wall. I mean, ultimately, if people don't want to buy something, they simply don't want to buy that because of some reason. Could be any reason, We all buy bread in supermarkets. The bread that they sell is of appalling quality. It's really poor. There may be exception with some of those most expensive pieces, but generally even those are not delivered to the standards which you would expect. So what would happen if every single person decided to boycott that bread and buy a flour and bake bread at home and make the bread exactly as you want it to be? Obviously it would be a huge effect on that industry. I'm not saying people should do that, but there needs to be that degree of consideration on what is acceptable to the very many, and not to be putting your head to the wall if there are certain obstacles or certain apprehensions emerging amongst the overall populace, because people will have their preferences. If miniskirts are in fashion, that doesn't mean that everyone will be wearing them, and you can't be imposing them on everyone. But the trend can be, well, everyone has to be wearing. I'm just an example. Could be shorts, could be stripy t-shirts, could be certain kinds of shoes, etc., etc. Anyway, I digress a bit. I think the time now is for us to be discussing the news. I've had a few things coming in today, overnight in fact, and I will be able to tell you. But before we do that, I just want to say to everyone, if you are following us on Twitter, perhaps if you're not following us on Twitter, well, I suggest that you do that, because everything we do here live online is also getting documented with screenshots on my Gaming Dialogue Twitter. So it's my profile, it's called Dear B. Miller Gaming Dialogue, and you've got the links here on About page. Just click on the link and follow. I do give you quite a lot of news every single day, and then that, similar to what I have in Film Dialogue, which is my other entity dedicated to the film industry and film history, you will have always one part which is based on the incoming news. So that's reported through internal hubs, in this instance to do with video gaming. We'll have Games Radar, Game Rant, we'll have Eurogamer, we'll have GameSpot, we'll have Digital Foundry, we'll have other ones, right? So it's a whole selection of the hubs that are presenting with the news. And then we'll have some community-based content, and the community-based content comes from either our community members or people who are affiliated with me through streaming or other online activities. Many of those people are cosplayers. That's a very, very popular, very attractive type of creative activity that we get through streaming platforms, as well as social networking, beautiful costumes, funky outfits, lots of comms coming in. People like looking at these outfits. It's all about vanity. It's about the characters from various games. And then we have also some activity which is specifically based on what we did here during my live streams. And I had been documenting this during last week, and we have several of these tweets. So I want to really draw your attention to one tweet. Well, first of all, I like really when you get community members dancing, for instance. I think in Destiny this is one of the ways in which you can celebrate or connect with other potential squad mates, people who want to join your community, or people who will, due to the dances and the outfits, join your effort when you are wanting to do raids or Nightfall. And I did really have quite a few people come in after seeing me and doing certain things at the tower, then to Twitch stream and finally get, because they see the user ID and they Google it, and they'll, obviously if you're a regular streamer, you get the information straight away, so it's very easy to find. I'm sometimes really surprised with how easy I'm to find. I had somebody pop in, it was last year, and he said, "Oh, how are you doing? We played that session of Destiny 4 years ago. Do you remember?" I said, "Of course I remember. Great to see you." And he was not playing Destiny with me through our community. He was just one of the randomly selected players through the matchmaking. It was so great that he actually came back eventually, discovered the channel, saw himself if he was looking through the archived streams, and then became our community member. So it does take a bit of time in some instances, but it's very, very good to see that someone who was doing the game with us through the random matchmaking then became a community member in due course. So I have several there with us celebrating and dancing. The one I quite like here is called Boogie Woogie at the Tower, and we have several people in there. Just want to see. This was a little while back, so this wasn't recent. We were doing a Nightfall Strike, and we had Alex Berta and I think Sekopupu in there, and then myself. So that's really cool. The one I want to draw attention to in particular is a clip. It's about 30-second long. That is presenting you with what we were debating on Monday, and that was about certain glitches and certain things which you can do on PlayStation in order to do funny things. One of those was, hang on a minute, this is very annoying when it happens. Bungie keep doing this, and they shouldn't, because I stream through Lightstream, and Lightstream have activity. So this kind of situation where I'm being booted should never ever happen. Anyway, coming back to the tweets in here, the tweet says Sekopupu is raiding the postmaster's office. Join him. And that's not just Sekopupu, it's Zach and Sekopupu, and we have two of them getting inside the postmaster's office. On the clip you can see the attempt, but they did get inside eventually, and the clip didn't capture the moment where Sekopupu is next to Katie, so that's really very funny. But that documents our activity, and Zach, who was joining us at the time, was teaching people basically on how to do certain things, how to walk through the walls, get to the destination quick enough, and he was giving the tips on speedrun, something that we don't really do here, but certainly it was like a really kind of a Destiny Academy educational content given to us by him, and at the end of the day by some other gamers who were participating. So that clip is obviously immortalizing it. I just discovered it today by chance, and posted it yet again because we had it in the past as well. It's a good reminder, so our friend Lupus Arius may want to have a look at this. And what's the funniest thing of all was that eventually they were trying to get in, and then Sekopupu got in, and once he got in he couldn't get out. He got stuck there with Katie as if he was in prison, and that was absolutely hilarious. So Sekopupu, if you remember that, don't know whether you recorded it, but certainly a very, very entertaining session that we did have. It's somewhere in our archives, and if we were to be looking at specific dates, in fact I've got the date of that clip so I can find it, and it'll be a very, very educational. Anybody wants to learn more, just ping me a message. I'll send you the date, or I'll send you the archive stream, and you're gonna have a lot of fun. So we have another one where I'm dancing after we eliminated some enemies in Cosmodrome. Then we have another one with a big party of people, so 6 of us dancing. We weren't doing a raid, it was just a whole lot of us that got into some really funky grooves. And what's good is everyone is also having some really very attractive outfits, so it's really a good boogie woogie in there. Let's party, the tweet says. And then I have my Assassin's Scowl on display, proudly displayed. It's a wonderful exotic helmet that makes you invisible, and the tweet says now I can be invisible at any time. Awesome! And you should all get that helmet, because it really helps tremendously with everything. And then we have I can fly now, my outfit, Gold Spiral, which is what I am wearing at the moment. I just look like a fly. I'm like a fly man, right? And that is really absolutely hilarious. I like the outfit. Then we have UTF Girl and me considering what we'll do next and collecting the bounties. We have well, there's a screenshot in there of one of the ads flying, caused by a glitch, and I say I like it when they fly, so it's really really cool to see that. Then we have Zenith and myself seated in the reef, looking at a distance and pondering what the future is going to be like. And I guess this is a perfect screenshot in view of all I said about Destiny and the future of the game. So we're really seated in there and considering what will happen to the game in the future. So that's really as we would say, bang on in terms of all that's been said here and on Reddit. Then we have a big celebration of Zenith and myself yesterday as we were concluding the stream, because we've gone to Siva with that dreadful Hydra boss, and it was very difficult. The Siva this week was actually a proper Nightfall strike. The boss was taking 30 rockets, I think, if not more, in order to get destroyed. So it was really tricky. We had several participants who popped in, and some left because they were getting frustrated. And then Zenith joined us, and we managed to complete. So that was really cool. And then we celebrated. Zenith told us he actually hated that boss, and I agree. That boss is hated. And I do remember in the past, when delivered within the format of Nightfall Strike, the strike was extremely difficult, as there were many Vex enemies popping up on both sides of the wall, and very difficult to do that if you were not in a three-piece. Even then was quite challenging, and sometimes you had to repeat the whole strike if everyone got killed. So Sivas last week have been a bit like Nightfall. Not all of them, but a few. And I did spot that the bosses were so hard to kill, and we had a lot of fun doing it. It was very entertaining, and it's not entertaining for some people who want to kind of speed run and finish it as quickly as possible. They get really angry and frustrated, but anyway. And then we have the screenshot of the moment where we defeated the boss, and then I jumped on the chest, and we have there our friend Zenith and also someone else. So there we are. The posting says, and finally the boss is gone. Sivas have had a proper shot of Nightfall. And then I received a JPEG, a screenshot from Zenith, who in fact did take a screenshot of me with Cryptarch, Master Rahul. So that was great, because I can see myself in a way that's otherwise impossible when I'm playing the game. And I had posted the screenshot to my Twitter, and we have a few words as well. We had some terrific fun yesterday in Siva Strikes. Many thanks to Zenith5580 for helping us out. Join our community, and that's really what I want to say to everyone. Join our community and join forces with us live online when we do Destiny. So these are the tweets coming in from our community and everything we did here live online. And I need to draw attention to the usual, which is connected to our charitable fundraising. I'm raising funds for Mind charity in Britain, and this is a charity that supports people with mental health issues and people with various disabilities, and anyone who's experiencing emotional pressure or indeed any other form of emotional or mental health difficulty. And I'm supporting the charity in every way imaginable, from doing the PR through promotion online and talking to our community of gamers, and hoping that other people pick up on this, because there is a huge need for such services in our country and globally. As we've seen that the health services, statutory health services, have been decreasing, and they had many problems financially and in human resources and all sorts, and therefore the charities like Mind are fundamental to the well-being of our nation. And certainly they are private companies who provide services for the good causes, and they save lives, because anyone who is under huge pressure emotionally will feel helped, and they will feel that their life is then taking a different direction. And in many cases people feel their lives are saved, So by being actively involved in such campaigns, by doing fundraising, promoting the causes, we become participants in the process of saving lives. And anyone who's donating, promoting, contributing, getting involved, somebody who is raising the profile of both that charity and the charitable fundraising overall, is then involved. Everyone is then saving lives, and we are active participants in that process. So this is wonderful, and there cannot be anything more satisfying and more noble. But when you know that you're participating in an activity that will be saving lives. So anyway, do pay attention, and do have a look at the tweets and messages that have the link that gives you all the information. That includes also the button where you can just donate and support the charity. Make sure that the charity is presented to others as well as possible, and that other people get to know more about it, both domestically in Britain, but also internationally. Because if in your country you don't have such charities, well, learn about Mind, and then try to establish something in your environment locally, with additional support coming from either your statutory services or the local government, and make sure that these services operate and work. In Britain, this charity is serviced by people who are professionals, so they're professionally trained counsellors, psychologists, psychotherapists, and also they have quite a few volunteers working for the charity. The volunteers undergo rigorous training and they're supervised by the professionals, but altogether they work as a perfectly suitable, fully functional entity that's delivering individual group services for anyone who is in the need. So anyway, I'll put the link in there shortly, and you will be able to support the charity if you wish to do so, and you'll get all the information on the link. The link is permanently displayed on my Twitter. It's pinned right at the top, on Instagram, and also on my About page here on Twitter. What it means is, excuse me. The easiest way of finding out is simply by clicking on the link, and you can do it on the About page, on Twitter, Instagram, or when I post the link during my broadcast, and I do that obviously a few times as we are live on air. So just make sure that you have a look and then support the charity. Okay, we'll crack on with the news. Let me just put the information there so I'll be able to get on with the news. There we are, my friends. I've just given you some links, and the links tell you that we are supporting Mind, and if you want to get to know more, if you want to get involved or provide us with donations, just click on the link. And then in addition to that, if you like our chats, our community-based content, and everything we do here live online for our broadcast, you can help us by tipping. You can help us in all sorts of ways. You don't have to tip. Tip is obviously something that will be greatly appreciated because it will help me to pay all the bills that are associated with the stream, and I've got to tell you there are quite a few. And you can just raise the profile of the channel. If you like what you see, you can bring it to your Twitter or Instagram, ask other friends to join us, to come in, to have a look, to talk, to communicate. You can raise the profile by doing clips and making sure that other people view them. your activity here with me live online, or sometimes you can clip certain conversations if you heard something that was meaningful. We had lots of that in the past, and you can support us by doing cheers bits, these kinds of things. You can subscribe. That will support us tremendously. In fact, yesterday we had a couple of subscribers, which is absolutely greatly appreciated, and I kind of really look forward to many more supporting us in such fashion. The difference there is that if you are subscribing, you're supporting everyone on Twitch, so don't forget that. Twitch take 50% of subscriptions, so they will take, if let's say the subscription is £5, £2.50 automatically. So £2.50 investing in the channel here and our community, and the other £2.50 investing in the platform. So the platform is healthy, alive and well, could provide these sort of opportunities for other creators, content creators in the future. If you're tipping through the link, you are directly supporting the channel. You are not supporting Twitch, because the tipping will be going to the coffers of the DRB Miller Gaming dialogue, and then that also will be much, it'll be greatly appreciated. If you are doing bits and cheers and various other things that go to Twitch, again, it is 50-50 commissioning between the streamer, in this instance myself, and Twitch. So just keep it in mind, and you may decide to contribute one way or the other, or you may decide not to contribute in any other way, but by talking and doing things with us here through the chat and everything else. Either way is good. It's all optional, it's all open, and as I said, with the new season of our streams, I'm trying to streamline everything in here, so we have certain tasks more clearly pronounced, and that's in view of the changes. Things change over time, and this is just one of those, as I want the channel to be as supportive as possible to those who are vulnerable. We've had quite a great number of people with disabilities and mental health problems, or issues I should say, here live online in the past, and some people openly talked about that. They were supported greatly, particularly during the years of the pandemic, and I'm absolutely delighted and truly honoured and proud to have been taking part in it, because I felt we had helped many people who otherwise would have suffered tremendously, and God knows, God forbid, what could have happened to them had they not been here with us, had they not been participating on an everyday basis with our gaming sessions. Because don't forget, the pandemic was sowing the seeds of fear in the hearts of so many, and people finding it very, very difficult because of the fear to do anything, and that's deadly, in any way imaginable, from your social interactions, through going out, through doing things. But we couldn't really go out because we didn't know how the virus was spreading initially, certainly within the first half year. I can say for myself, I spent all of my time here with my community members. We had lengthy streams, the streams were lasting for 6-7 hours per day, and we were communicating, we were interacting. The fears were being dispelled, and we managed to establish a very friendly, very supportive online community for everyone who wanted to fight against that fear during those COVID years. And the experience was tremendous. It was I simply say it was the best video gaming online experience I've ever had. And in addition to that, it was probably one of the most satisfying therapeutic experiences I would have had in my entire career as a senior mental health professional. I can always raise it and present it to people in the know. If I'm to do a seminar or do certain kinds of lectures on how to work with people who are experiencing that sort of global threat, because there is the evidence. And anybody wants to find out, they can just resort to these streams and listen to and watch all of that for themselves. Alright, so I told you all about what's been going on. Let me just see how many people are watching Destiny today. We have very few people watching Destiny today. It's only 5 years of Destiny on the category, so people are very busy on the 28th of June. And we have Stripey Lectern asking us to join. Okay, Stripey Lectern, thank you for watching the stream and thank you for inviting us. I'll bring you in a bit later. I can't actually invite you immediately because we still have to get through the news. So bear with me. We have here some other messages coming in. Let me see. What else do we have? Okay, let's have a look at the news first of all. So that is on Twitter. I'll go to my bookmarks. I'll be able to tell you what news have come on the wire. Basically, the vast majority of these online debates are connected to two major issues. One is the Microsoft's acquisition of Activision and the trouble they're having presently with the regulator in the US, because although originally been given the green light, Microsoft have been now facing some obstacles, and they have presently court hearings. I'm not sure whether court hearings or the hearings with the regulator, through which they are being asked certain questions. So it's a very, very big thing, still the big aura in the air, whether this is going to be made possible or not. We'll have to see what the resolution will be. I think Phil Spencer and his team are quite confident that this is going to be all done and dusted in no time. But we need to see, because they were not expecting these obstacles at such a late hour. But obviously there are certain questions that they need to answer. So that's one lot of information, and I can see that there has been let me just see, just bear with me. I didn't really want to be debating too much the whole thing, because we spent a bit of time early in the week discussing it, and we have actually some information coming from PlayStation and from Jim Ryan, and he was saying that basically it's the FTC versus Microsoft case, and Jim Ryan's obviously still in the box and was voicing some of his ideas and concerns, and he I can see that I'm getting some updates as well. I was going to tell you what Jim Ryan said, but there was something else that arrived in the meantime. So Microsoft spokesperson has issued the following statement on today's proceedings, and that is today. And Microsoft wants to take gaming into the future by meeting gamers where they're across platforms, while Sony wants to protect its dominant position. That is why our leaders have shown up in person to testify about how this merger benefits gamers. Well, that's the statement coming from Microsoft, and quite frankly, I think they have definitely stated this for some time. Phil Spencer said this many times, that he feels that the future of gaming is in cross-platform access, so you can access the games on any platform anywhere. And I listened to a podcast done by Digital Foundry yesterday, and I was really astonished by some of the things I've heard. I really highly recommend Digital Foundry to everyone. The guys discussing the video game industry there are really top-notch industry professionals, and they talk a lot about ins and outs of the tech and how, for instance, the technology is affecting the game development and everything else. And I couldn't believe for the life of me, two amongst the three of the participants, the top industry leaders, they have been experiencing the same problem with the internet connection like myself. That's astonishing. One lives in the US, the other one is an American who lives in Germany. Germany has very, very good internet connection infrastructure, but it's all city-based. He said that in local rural areas of Germany, they're not accessing fast fiber, and there's many problems. So he talked about trying his attempts to use on his PC Xbox Cloud, right, xCloud services, and he said they were terrible, they were choppy, not working, constantly ghosting, frame rate was dropping and all that. All of that I've been experiencing myself in exactly the same way, up to a point where I managed to get that 5G, 4G router that gave me much greater internet speeds. Now I'm not experiencing any of it. He said xCloud was just complete garbage, didn't work at all. It's quite astonishing, because he's a top-notch professional. He knows everything about the tech. I can tell him that the problem is with the speed, because what they had created is geared for the next gen, and the infrastructure is not supporting it. So that's the trouble. Also, the chap in the US, he said the cities are well kitted up with everything, but in some remote areas, because it's a massive big country, the US, it's very hard to get very, very fast internet. I mean, it's very interesting that they put this into perspective. So what I want to say is, in view of that Microsoft statement, you have a situation where they're jumping the gun. They want to make games accessible to everyone on any platform through the cloud services, but the people who are not in possession of the fastest internet connection, and that's very many people in Britain, believe you me, that is 92% of the population. 92% of the population do not have access to fiber at all. So, you know, the new speeds, like 5G and 4G speeds, they are very fast. They're much faster than ordinary broadband, but still people have not been purchasing the routers. It means that the services are offered, but they will not work or perform properly on the older equipment, or if you're not having access to such speeds. So that's highly significant, and I think that's extremely important, because many people, and I talked to some people in Germany, in fact yesterday I talked to our community member from Germany, she was asking me, is it any better with your new internet when you are doing the client, because I'm getting that ghosting and choppiness. And I said, yes, it is. I've got now Series S, which is obviously the latest console, and very fast speeds, both upload and download. The download is about 250 to 300, and the upload is about 30. It's not massive, but certainly it is a lot better compared to what I had in the past, which was just one upload, which is a standard capped upload on any kind of broadband we have in Britain, hence the fiber. And it's curious, you know, it's curious, because the business model and everything introduced will be suffering financially, because people will either not want to use it due to the experience, like the presenter of Digital Foundry said yesterday, nothing works and it's like appalling due to the speeds, or it is going to be having problems generally being fully integrated, because we are not accessing either the speeds or the new consoles or the new tech overall fast enough. So, you know, just a thought, and I think that is definitely what crossed my mind. And when he says that Microsoft wants to take gaming into the future by meeting gamers across all platforms, it's sort of an ideal for living, you know, that's what it is. If you live in certain countries, they have been beefing up on Game Pass PC access recently. I've got to say, since February, this has been applied to about 40-something countries worldwide. But up to that point, the live services, which are fundamental for the use of the Xbox, were not accessible in the majority of the countries. How are you expecting for that console to take off globally if you're not providing the services to be accessible by everyone? If you're offering the Game Pass, everybody will want to use it, and he says that the Game Pass is the future, but actually the Game Pass is not accessible in all countries. People can't use it. You purchase a console, what are you going to do with that console, Series S? You can't play the physical drive games, right? You can download some games off the internet, which are single player, non-online multiplayers, and that's it. But you're not going to use the console. You're going to pay 250 euros or 300 euros for the console if that's all that the console is offering. So I think it's there's a lot of food for thought in all of that. And I didn't see Microsoft or have not heard Phil describing the problems which are caused by non-accessibility of the online services anywhere, because I was personally very surprised. I have a UK account and I have everything connected to it, and once I've gone to the continent, the cloud services didn't work. It didn't work. They said you have to be downloading the game or so, and where on your console. I don't have console with me. I thought I'd be able to use the cloud services wherever I was, like it's been stated by Microsoft. But that's not the case, because there are caps and restrictions. They do not have the live services accessible, or the cloud services, in the majority of European countries, and therefore they say, oh, this is the beta. Well, you're not selling it like this as beta. So these are the concerns, and they're legitimate. So during the third day of the US Federal Trade Commission versus Microsoft, and I was correct actually, this is court proceedings. I wasn't sure, so I didn't want to really say something which was factually incorrect. So Sony's Jim Ryan spoke while I recorded the position, and amongst other things, he criticized Xbox Game Pass and he claimed publishers did not like it. He said that the court case is tied to Xbox acquisition of Activision Blizzard. Everything from Microsoft Game Pass model to the Nintendo Switch's relevancy on the market had all come up as various trading points. And he said, well, his comments specifically came as part of a video deposition where Microsoft's lawyer asked about a meeting that took place after Microsoft announced its intent to buy Activision Blizzard. So this meeting afterward, where Ryan was speaking to PlayStation investors. So remember, he is the CEO of PlayStation and he's talking to the investors. The investors are the most important people for the company because they're putting the capital up front for things to be made possible. And they're the people who will be putting huge pressure upon Sony or any other company to deliver if there are certain expectations. And the expectations sometimes fall behind. The expectations are constantly present, yet the schedules fall behind because, for instance, certain things appear not to be working properly. The tech's not well developed, the game's not functioning, it has lag, it has problems with the service. And there is then a short circuit between those two entities, and that's causing many problems within this industry, because don't forget, the industry requires a huge capital outlay, huge, both in terms of the shares and investment. And then we have the launches like Cyberpunk or Redfall, where everything backfires. It's a major blow to the investors, and guess what? Many of them will obviously withdraw the investment straight away. The shares will be dropping, and serious problems. Anyway, you need to know how the financial side of things works in order to really understand it. And I think most people, not just in gaming industries but elsewhere, are not fully familiar with the whole idea of shareholding and the investment and the whole thing. Anyway, I don't want to bore you with this. As reported by VGC, Microsoft lawyer relayed that Ryan told the investors at that meeting, that's for Sony PlayStation, that he spoke with all publishers and that they unanimously do not like the concept that Microsoft's pushing of the Game Pass because it's value destructive. So Microsoft's lawyer asked if this was true, to which Ryan responded by saying he believes it to have been true, and then the lawyer followed up by asking if Ryan did indeed speak to all the publishers. Ryan's response was simple, stating that he talks to publishers all the time, and this is a very commonly held view over many years by publishers. At the end of the day, why are you running then PlayStation Plus Services Premium when you're offering all these things to be streamed in the same way as Xbox? I don't get it. I guess they're doing it just because they feel driven to it due to the fact that Xbox has got this platform, but it just seems a bit strange. The difference is they're not giving day one releases on PlayStation Plus, and they're not giving the day one releases of the exclusives. Some exclusives are present, but these are the games that have been in circulation already for 5+ years. The recent ones are not on it. They're giving you the recent games through game trials, so you'll try a bit like a demo for anything between 1 to 5 hours, and that's about it. So obviously there is a very different perspective, but I still think that what he's saying is very much old school. It's not in sync with the latest developments of the tech and the way things are generally amongst the consumers. So he reminds me of the old record company executives and people who are simply not wanting to catch up with the times. I mean, you remember when you had the new things emerging on the internet, like MySpace. For the first time, you could actually stream your music live. Every musician or band could really set up their own page, stream music live for free for everyone to try. Just think about the audiences that were able to access it. Previously, you would have to have a record for somebody to buy it or release on CD, and then that person, after buying it, would be listening to it, right? And not every single band could have that record because of the costs, because of the restrictions that were within that industry. With MySpace, everyone could do it. Music at home on their computers and everything would sound great, can access it. So it was a massive blow. The monetizing sections of that music industry, through which people made money over several decades. Yet the executives thought this was not going to be a major threat. So what did they do? They kept the prices of CDs and albums at exactly the same level. And what happened? They just went to bits. Nobody was buying physical product anymore for quite a few years because everybody wanted everything for digital downloading and for streams. So I think the industry needs to wake up and realize that this is something new that is having a major impact on the mindset of a consumer. And if you're not embracing it, you are going to lose out. I'm convinced that Sony and PlayStation will massively lose out on that if they do not really smarten up as quickly as possible. You have seen that if you were a member of the now defunct service PlayStation Now, that the streaming services are pulling and they were offering the games that were not downloadable. So not many people wanted to really pay regular monthly subscription for this if these games were not properly adapted to the consoles. For instance, you would access a PlayStation 3 game that absolutely wouldn't work properly. The controllers wouldn't work properly. You know, you have all kinds of glitches and problems within those streams, plus ghosting, plus slow speeds, plus this and the other. It's just really poor. I'm not saying it wasn't like that for every game. Wasn't like that for Uncharted or some of the exclusives that Sony have had, but it was for the vast majority of the other games that perhaps not receiving the huge amount of publicity, or they were not really at the forefront of the interest of the consumers. And you know, people just gravitated to the Game Pass for the obvious reason. And the difference there was that the Game Pass was not offering a cloud access. You couldn't just stream it live. You had to download every single game. And this was until quite recently, when they introduced, it was a couple of years ago, when they introduced the xCloud, and then you were able to just double check what the game's like to get a flavor, which is very useful. I mean, I don't want to play every single game that's there. I don't want to download every one of them. And they rotate very many games. Like, for instance, yesterday they introduced several games that I really want to play. Like, they're really wonderful games. That's the Xbox Game Pass. And I just very quickly had a look at both games that I was very interested in, and they looked amazing. Those are my kind of games. Like, oh, that's amazing. So I'll download them, I'll play them. You know, it's the ideal way through which you actually have a look at the game, get a flavor, and decide whether you want to be downloading it and spending your time on it. I've got to say that Xbox are excelling in that compartment. They're absolutely terrific. They have very many games. They support indie developers. They have a huge investment in promotion. Game Pass is the biggest thing that they have on offer at the moment. They're integrating it in full with PCs. They're pushing the whole thing on PCs more than in the past. And eventually it may be that the Xbox consoles will become something of, you know, something confined to the past. We've seen that the console had not succeeded when competing with Nintendo and PlayStation globally. And we've had stats indicating that their global share is only 16. That's 16% of the market. And that is connected with what I described earlier. Their online services are not connectable and not accessible in the vast majority of the countries. And that's the reason for it, right? It doesn't matter how good your console is. But somebody in a company had been thinking always about the US first. And obviously the share within the US is much greater than 16%. But still, you know, I mean, I play every day with the gamers in the US who are on PlayStation. It's incredible, you know, because you would imagine that the vast majority of gamers would just resort to your own console, which is cheaper, better quality, easier access, and all the other. But that's not quite the case, and there are many reasons for that, without actually getting into this now. Anyway, on the other hand, it has been publicly noted before that Xbox Game Pass can cannibalize sales to some degree, and perhaps that is what Ryan is referring to for AAA publishers launching the games on Xbox Game Pass. At least from a consumer perspective, there is reason that Xbox Game Pass has the many subscribers that it does. Well, it's obvious. You know, it's a no-brainer. You absolutely want to be there because they're also integrating like EA Play and Ubisoft Plus. There's loads of heavyweights, and the vast majority of games stay there for quite some time, and some are there permanently. So, you know, I don't really agree with Jim Ryan. I think he is doing everything wrong, and I think this will literally come back really hard on PlayStation if they don't really smarten up. The first problem with PlayStation, and he didn't say anything about this, is they've not been integrating the comms in the way they should. We don't have the feeling or the flavor of that sort of fully integrated gamer community on PlayStation. It's split into different sections. Some you get in a console, some you get on the app. It's not the same thing. With Xbox, it's a lot better. It's so easy to find, if you're not a streamer, it's so easy to find other people to join your teams through various groups and post things you mutually can share through the app, screenshots and clips. It's very interactive and well integrated, so they're really miles and miles away compared to Sony on that front. And the future video gaming is exclusively based on that degree of interactivity, whether people want to accept this or not. It's not about single player games. It's not about, obviously, do single player games. They have fantastic replayability value, but it's all about the comms. And that will be part and parcel of the game in the future. You see, for instance, with Skyrim and Mass Effect, huge numbers watch Twitch streams. So people play these games alone, but people will go to the streams to talk about the game, to communicate, to interact, to do everything together. And the connectivity between different platforms and being able to play the game on whatever platform you want is critical. So if you want to be sticking just to PlayStation console, you will fail. You will not succeed. And I think that's the problem that Jim Ryan's going to be facing. And they said ultimately it's still up in the air as to how this trial ends and how Xbox Game Pass, amongst other things, continues to play a role. Well, I mean, first and foremost, they're offering a fantastic platform that's promoting indie developers. Those games would have hardly any marketing budget. They would have hardly any publicity as the things stand today. We no longer have the paper magazines, singling out, well, this is a great indie game, have a look at it, etc. That's all gone. And in a sea of information that you get on Eurogamer and Games Radar of this world, you're not going to spot it. Because you go to the search, you look for what you're interested in. You're not reading all the articles. Do you see what I mean? The old newspapers are all the articles you read cover to cover. You don't do that anymore. You just check out the information that you're interested in. It's about choice. It's about priorities. That's the key. And you have the situation in here where you can simply click and then access that game straight away. And I know for certain some of the indie developers that are not part of the Xbox umbrella group, they had huge publicity to the fact that the game was on the Game Pass, and people would discover other products which they produced in the past, other games and other things they had offered to the gamers. So at the end of the day, one can't be just as narrow-minded as by looking at one single title and its release. You need to look at the whole picture and how you be able to connect and monetize. And I certainly think that for the AAA blockbusters, like for instance Destiny, there will be a question mark whether being on such a platform is beneficial, for the obvious reason, because you're providing full content. But you've seen, for instance, with some of the other games which are offered, they will offer the base game on Game Pass, but the extras, the DLCs, you'll have to purchase. So there's always a capacity for some form of agreement, but you can't ignore it. I mean, what Jim Ryan is saying, it reminds me of those people who, when we had the occurrence or the development of television, were just rejecting the medium, saying that this is ridiculous, this is mediocre, this is going to be killing off anybody's motivation to do different things. People become lazy, couch potatoes, they slouch about, they will never do anything. It's crazy to be thinking like this. I mean, the comms with the television at the time was sensational. I mean, it is the equivalent of what we have today on Twitch. It's like the next-gen type of communication. You can see people live online. You see and hear straight away what's happening in the other part of the world. You can't be just ignoring that. It's not going to be a couch potato. Obviously, you'll decide how you're going to be operating with your regular television schedule. And to be fair, for many years, so that's for several decades, television stations were not offering a lot. You didn't have 24/7 television, so we've got a different idea today when you think of the 50s and the 60s and the 70s. It was a completely different era. The production costs and everything else, the tech, lots of things were being filmed on 35 and 16 mil, and transportation, you name it, that's all changed. But rejecting the new medium and rejecting the benefits that the new medium or the new platform has got to offer is it's a kind of a business suicide, the way I see it. And I really have to say that. I mean, I've been with PlayStation, Xbox, literally from day one. Loved consoles. They remedied the problems I had with my computers and PC games. And, but I think they're not taking really a particularly wise decision, and I certainly do not agree with what he said. And there have been a number previously kept secrets gone public because of these court proceedings. These include, but are not limited to, Microsoft's considerations of purchasing gaming giants like Sega and Bungie. Well, this was under consideration, but they didn't, they did not have the agreement. I remember watching Phil and what's his name, the chap from Bungie, and they said this is a partnership. We are not thinking about them acquiring the company, and that's in view of the business relationship in the past. And I guess they also had some questions about the future. So I'm not sure what Sony offered that appeared to be so significantly different. No idea. But as far as we can see, as Destiny gamers and kind of Bungie fans, is that there's been no benefit for us as gamers through that acquisition. We've seen nothing positive. Hence, the content of the season, the recent seasons, which I thought was quite good. But all the other things that I've seen was all about monetizing, all about cutting down on certain things which we previously have had. So I don't know. I'm not really clear what benefits the Sony's acquisition of Bungie actually have brought to us as Destiny veterans and gamers. And it says here that Microsoft's considerations of purchasing gaming giants like Sega and Bungie, Sony's wariness about putting PlayStation development kits in Activision's hands for future Call of Duty games, Bethesda's concern when it learned Call of Duty would be multi-platform, the confirmation that IO Interactive's Project Dragon would be Xbox exclusive, and much more. It's likely to continue for the next couple of days as well, so there will be many more discussions attached to this. So this is a very big thing, the discussion about Microsoft's acquisition, because this will affect the overall gaming community and how, for instance, the markets are run, what games get better funds, what gets greater market share. So lots of different issues attached to it, and obviously Sony is doing everything possible to unseat Microsoft from doing so. Evidently, Call of Duty is the most popular game on the planet, and if they lose the share for distribution, exclusives, and all the other things which they had over the years, that would be a huge bombshell, and it would be obviously like a major kind of nuclear attack on their finance as well. But they'll come up with something. But the problem with Sony, the way I see it, is they're trying to go against the grain. You can't do that. I mean, do you think it's a good idea to go to a village and buy a horse today instead of buying a car? It's not a good idea. The horse is not going to get you from one place to another as quick. You can't do that. And I think what he's trying to do is, or what they're trying to do, is to retain the old gen model, and that is not going to work. That's just non-starter. To be fair, both Microsoft and Sony have resorted to the use of third-party providers for their customer services since the pandemic, and those services are appalling. They're absolutely awful. You can't get anything resolved. And I have got to say that I am absolutely gutted that the services which they did have in the past that I thought were very high quality are just gone. And it's all about the cost. They run now call centers in Middle East that in fact are employing people who are not suited to be providing you with technical assistance or advice, and it's just complete nonsense. So both companies are experiencing these financial abilities, but I've got to say that some of the things that Jim Ryan is saying in order to unseat the deal is simply a bit old-fashioned, a bit connected to the old-style ecosystems, and I don't really think it will produce results or work in the longer run. Let's quickly have a look at the rest of the news really quickly. The other big news is, like we've seen yesterday, all about Starfield. Starfield is the biggest game provider maybe within this decade. Huge expectations, huge assumptions, huge anticipations, and a lot of speculation. So we've heard today on Games Radar that Sony expected Starfield and the Elder Scrolls 6 on PlayStation first, before Xbox bought Bethesda, and Jim Ryan doesn't seem to be bothered by exclusivity deals. I'm not sure that he is that unconcerned, because he had voiced grave concerns about the exclusives on PlayStation being given through a PlayStation Plus premium, and he does not want to do that, for particularly as far as the new games are concerned. So I think this is just a bit of a fluke. And he said, well, Jim Ryan's been like literally everywhere in view of that court case, and he said that Sony fully expect to see Starfield and the Elder Scrolls on its platforms before Microsoft's buyout of Bethesda. And he was asked if he believes Starfield and the Elder Scrolls 6 would come to PlayStation prior to the Microsoft acquisition, and he said, yes, we did. I think that pretty much every Bethesda game was multi-platform prior to the acquisition. He also said that it was only after the acquisition that Sony learned these games would not be available on PlayStation. That's not true. That's not true. That's maybe for somebody who's been playing games for 2 or 3 years, but Bethesda did have PC games in the past, and they didn't have cross-platform or all-platform inclusive right from the beginning for all the titles. He may be thinking of the very recent titles, but not overall. Then we have Ryan acknowledged that Sony had contracts for the Bethesda published Ghostwire Tokyo and Deathloop prior to the acquisition, which actually were released on PlayStation first, which is how those games appeared on PS5 even after the deal was closed, as one-year timed exclusives that have only recently hit Xbox at all. I played both of them on Xbox. They work perfectly, and they're very, I think Deathloop probably, for myself, a bit better than Ghostwire. Ghostwire is a bit of a strange game, really. It's a bit like doing something similar to Redfall in a Yakuza environment. I need to play it a bit more. I played the first section and didn't grab me, I've got to say. It had some repetitive content in there with different types of enemies emerging, and you needing to sort of extract part of them, similar to Redfall, like extracting the heart or the soul or whatever you do. And it just seemed, well, it just didn't gel. Maybe I've not played it long enough, but it didn't grab me. Some games you step in and think, this is just amazing. It wasn't really it. I was excited, wanted to see the spiritual type of supernatural ongoings in a Yakuza-style environment, but didn't really deliver for me. From what I experienced so far, I've not completed the game, so I'm just literally somebody who has tried it and found it to be all right. Yeah, it was an interesting game. Despite all that, Ryan also said that he wasn't too bothered by Microsoft's decision to make recent Bethesda titles Xbox exclusive. And of Redfall's exclusivity, he said, I don't like it, but I fundamentally have no quarrel with it. On Starfield, he said, I don't like it, but I don't view it as anti-competitive. And Phil Spencer said that Elder Scrolls 6 is really, really very far out, that they really are talking about 5 to 6 years minimum. And so, more of Jim Ryan, really. And let me see, there's several articles about this, really, on Starfield. There was something else. Yeah, that's right. There have been speculations about the copies of Starfield, and Bethesda postings of the weekend were trying to give us certain information which was kind of wrongly understood or not even embraced by gaming community. So we've had some clarifications coming out of the company during the last few days. They said yesterday that AMD will be its exclusive PC partner for the highly anticipated release later this year. As Bethesda's first new IP in almost 3 decades, gamers are understandably excited about what the studio has in store for them with Starfield. So the hype for Starfield among the gaming community is at literally an all-time high after the Starfield Direct presentation, and it gave players a huge look at what they can expect from Bethesda upcoming titles, not plural, and the response was overwhelmingly positive. When the game first showed gameplay last year, there were concerns about its scale and combat mechanics. Well, combat mechanics always of concern in Elder Scrolls and in Fallout. They're not like FPS. There never will be, because these are massive, highly immersive RPGs that will give you open world with things to discover, with plenty of dialogue, with plenty of decision making, with plenty of activity, where fighting is just part and parcel of it. There may be difference with some bosses or some more significant enemies, but fighting is not the main thing in such games. I don't know why they keep amplifying it. When the game first showed gameplay last year, there were concerns. Yeah, we said that. Seeing it in action recently, it does seem as though these concerns have been washed away. Well, obviously, the tech developed in 18 months, and the game looks more polished, and it's almost ready to be released now, almost certainly ready. Although Starfield had to be delayed to get into such good shape, if it results in a great RPG, then the delays will be soon sent to oblivion. So they also announced at AMD official YouTube channel, confirming that hardware manufacturer will be Starfield's exclusive PC partner. And that's AMD claims that it's worked alongside Bethesda to optimize Starfield for Ryzen 7000 series processors as well as Radeon 7000 graphics. This means that some of the best AMD GPUs on the market will experience much improved performance in-game. And the video confirms that this will not be just affecting PC gamers either. The Xbox Series X uses AMD components, so it should result in a better performing game for everyone. Hopefully the game retains such strong performances on both Intel processors and Nvidia graphics, as it would be a shame for some users to be left behind. Ultimately, this development is great news. The gaming industry has seen too many bad PC ports lately, and players deserve better. The likes of Last of Us Part 1, Star Wars Jedi Survivor have left a really sour taste in the mouths of PC gamers, and a poor port for Starfield could be quite tough to swallow. So with a game of Starfield's scale, it's assumed that optimization will be quite a large part of the development process. The game is promising over 1000 planets, and that's going to hit performance hard without any form of optimization. So, again, Games Radar and Games Rant are kind of boosting the deal. But I've seen on Reddit that people are absolutely livid about it. Why? Because not everyone will have that high quality processor, and they're worried that the performance of the game on low quality computers will be hampered, and the partnership is going to be flogging the sales of these new processors and new computers. But you can't really make everyone happy. I think Todd Howard and his team are spending so much time in order to make the game as playable, as polished, and as extraordinary. And you just have to wait and see. The excitement is too great. I think people are so overly excited about the game and all it has to offer, and I guess impatient to a degree. This 6th of September just can't be coming soon enough. Alright, so let me see. We had some more news about Diablo. And Diablo was releasing this massive big patch, but apparently the major patch buffs every class, but it's kind of totally focused on the early game. But I think I've heard also that the patch did change the ending. Let me just see whether I've got this as well. I read that today. Well, before I go to Starfield, I've got some opinions from the internet on AMD. And you could see how, for instance, the Game Rant and Games Radar, they're very supportive of the acquisition or the partnership. And PC Gamer, which is obviously aligned with the PC community, is investigating and monitoring how the community is responding. And they said, well, some folk are basically mooning a hypothetical lack of DLSS support, and some experiencing more classic Bethesda launch jank, some fear Jedi Survivor level issues, and some are just straight call for boycott of AMD. And let me see what they said. Well, the announcement has the internet wondering if it means there is no hope of DLSS being applied to Starfield outside of enterprise models once the game releases. And AMD hasn't actually denied this, but it has been skirting such questions when asked whether blocking the likes of DLSS and XeSS are basically functions of AMD sponsorship. For its part, Nvidia explicitly stated that it does not and will not block, restrict, discourage, or hinder developers from implementing competitor technologies in any other way. So, they're basically stating that lots of people are really unhappy about the whole thing, and I'm not really knowledgeable about these kinds of processor-based issues, so I will not bore you with this, but I can see that the community is already divided. Mortal Kombat 1 Rage Quitters will once, oh yeah, I told you that yesterday. They're getting the animation where the match stops and they're being labeled as being Rage Quitters. So that's quite good. I wish that Apex Legends would do exactly the same thing, because we get so many people who are coming on random matchmaking, and then as soon as they're killed, they depart, and they usually kill straight away because they're choosing the drop zone, which is not ideal for the game overall. Lots of bad reviews and lots of bad responses from the community on the Callisto Protocol DLC, and they're calling the Final Transmission DLC ending almost like an IP abandonment. So they really didn't like it, and now that the 48-hour exclusivity window for PS4 and PS5 users has ended, more players are getting their hands on the new slab of content for the Callisto Protocol. The gameplay is reviewing from whatever to find that it's the ending that's everyone coming together in a collective what on earth was that. So when you finish fighting a rather gruesome form of Dr. Caitlin Marler, you can go through an extended cutscene sequence if you get to the secret ending, which not everybody will be able to get. Fans are still trying to piece together what it all means, although the more finite points are that the whole DLC was a hallucination and that the protagonist people had hoped to see live is actually dead. So one fan said, "I didn't like the fact that they left the cliffhanger, getting me excited to be able to play Jacob again in the future and then just simply killing him off, and not just killing him off, but killing him off in the most stupid way possible." Another fan said, "The Callisto Protocol story DLC was honestly embarrassing. Same boring combat loop, no music for most of it, extremely predictable story twist, 2 actual cutscenes, and a horrible ending that left like that felt like a total IP abandonment. Sad to see a game I had such hype for end up in this way." Well, you know, the thing is that sometimes, as we've seen with Cyberpunk, these kinds of things can change if, for instance, the gaming community and the fans are so outraged by what is being offered. So we can obviously have some high hopes for that as well. Callisto Protocol game that I guess is contesting Dead Space, and I've not played it at all, but I've watched trailers and some gameplay. It looked really amazing, and it looked very frightening as well. It looked like a really combination of Dead Space and Aliens up there, and very ferocious if you were to be playing it on a very high quality setup. So beware, like with Resident Evil, do not play it late at night is certainly my advice. Let's see what else we've got. Microsoft turned down Alan Wake 2 pitch with the TV, so it's for Quantum Break instead, while Control also started off as an Alan Wake 2 concept. So Alan Wake 2 has been introduced through the recent Game Festival, and the game looks absolutely astonishing, and we're all very excited. We want to see it as soon as possible, and there's been some debate on what really happened with Remedy and why it's taken so long, and also what the benefits are going to be if the game is released through when the game is released through Xbox on day one, etc., etc. So it'll be coming our way in October, and that is more than 13 years since they released the first game, and they had several false starts, but it doesn't really matter. I think at the end of the day, if you waited for 13 years and you were given an amazing product, a game that really works on every level, then obviously the lengthy wait was definitely in order, and you will be quite happy. And I think that what I've seen so far is definitely giving us a game that will be combining the elements of Twin Peaks with Silence of the Lambs, with Silent Hill, with Alan Wake original. So it's a true delight, really. And the original pitch for the sequel worked its way into Alan Wake's American Nightmare, the action-heavy 2012 standalone spin-off, while not unanimously loved by the critics, went on to be one of the cult hits of the old Xbox Live Arcade days. Have you played it? I've not played it. I've got it actually. It was given to us free of charge on Xbox Live Gold, and I still need to look at it, but I'll actually revisit both Alan Wake and the American Nightmare prior to the release of Alan Wake, so I'll pitch it probably for September, have a look at it, remind myself of what the game was like, and then crack on with the new one when it comes out on day one. And the director of the game, Sam Lake, explained to Eurogamer that both of those games started out as ideas for Alan Wake 2. At one point, Lake actually pitched a version of Alan Wake 2 that would have Quantum Break style live action mini episodes, and only for Microsoft to turn this down, and then it felt like a linear single player games were, in Lake's words, thing of the past. Well, it's, it's the trends, they swing. I talked yesterday about Battle Royale and PvPs, and sometimes they're extremely popular, as they were certainly during the period between 2015 and 2021, 22. But we've seen now some people swinging towards single player games and wanting to have the stories which are now content with lots of characters and dialogue. So, things change. I don't really think that Battle Royale generally will retain that degree of hype in a very long term. It is something that people enjoy doing at the time, in the same way as we enjoy doing platformers in the mid-90s, with the games that were very popular within that era. But then later, we sort of swung towards other interests, and that's just the way things are. Inevitably, some games will have the PvP and Battle Royale content always integrated, always exciting and always interesting. But we're talking about the trends, what the majority actually like. You've seen that, for instance, very many people who played Battlefield migrated to Apex immediately on the release, because they were waiting for something in Battlefield to take place for several years, and there was nothing coming their way. And within the first few months of Apex, I played with probably a couple of thousand people who were Battlefield veterans. And initially, everyone who joined me in a random matchmaking squad was coming from Battlefield. So it was quite astonishing. So Sam Lake says, we were creating concept of Alan Wake 2. We were showing it to Microsoft, but other publishers as well as at the time. It was maybe slightly awkward timing. The industry shifts, as you know, and changes along the way. It was the time where clearly there was a feeling that linear single-player games are a thing of the past. Well, single-player story obviously is a huge thing these days, but at the time it felt like nobody was really interested. Oh, look at this, I'm still being booted again. Really annoying. The shouldn't happen. Streaming through Lightstream, and shouldn't get this. And he said, then evolved into quantum. Hang on a minute, what's this? And as a detail in that pitch, I had the idea, Sam Lake, right? There would be live action mini episodes in between the episodes of the game. And during that pitch at Microsoft, they were like, we're interested right now about this, but not really interested about going on with what's going on with Alan Wake. That then evolved into Quantum Break. But between every game, we've come back with a new version of what Alan Wake 2 could be, and we had some discussions, and that's exactly where we are at present. Well, that's very interesting. I really look forward to the game. We've heard that some games for PlayStation Plus Essential have been leaked. Let me see what the games are. Oh, that's good. I just talked about Alan Wake. Hang on. They said here that the leak indicates that PlayStation Plus gamers will be able to get Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War for both consoles, PS4, PS5, Alan Wake Remastered, PS5 and PS4, and Endling Extinction is Forever. So these are going to be your freebies, right? Remember to... what's happening there? Why am I not having any picture? I didn't see this. These are the freebies you get on PlayStation Plus every single month, so make sure you indeed retain them, because Cold War a little while back on release, and I've got to say I didn't really like it too much. It was too much of kind of a zombification of the overall military simulation environment for my liking. And then Alan Wake Remastered is definitely something I want to play. I've not actually played Remastered before. I played just the original game released on 360, so I'm really into this. And as soon as the game comes my way in about a week, I'll download it and play it. Yeah, so these are the ones. And they also have the recent ones, which are NBA 2K23, Jurassic Evolution 2, and Trek to Yomi. Just make sure you claim them before they expire. Among Us infiltrates the world of TV, and will have an upcoming animated series created. So let me see what that is. Variety reports that the animated show will follow the same loose premise as the game. Alien mimics sneak aboard the spacecraft, replace the crew, sabotage the ship, and start killing people via pointy, nasty tongues. That forces the surviving crew members to spot the imposter or die trying. So that's interesting. We'll obviously keep an eye on that. Nintendo is adapting cross-generation accounts, purchases, etc. Xbox, PlayStation have been doing it for years. This is great news for gamers and wonderful news for those of us at the Game Pass Counter. That is a video gaming hub on the internet, who have a library of digital purchases. Well, let me see, just a bit curious. They're adapting to the same model, which is going to be including digital purchases. And Nintendo have been infamous for leaving everything behind when they released their next-gen console. This is a super consumer-friendly move by a company that makes infamously non-consumer friendly moves. The fact is, Nintendo is the most popular console. Yeah, people always think of Xbox and PlayStation, but it's actually Nintendo that indeed is the most popular console on the planet. What I really discovered today was an article related to Cyberpunk, and it was a bit surprising because Cyberpunk had quite a negative response on release because of all the technical issues. Didn't perform. I beg your pardon. Somebody's ringing a bell. Obviously somebody ringing the bell by mistake. It wasn't to do with me. The head of CD Red Studios is somebody who has been giving us some comments and views on the release, and we remember how difficult the release was, disastrous altogether, and he said that he actually didn't think that his name is, he's the vice president of PR and communication for CD Projekt, Mikhail Platko-Gilevsky, right? So he's the boss, and he said that he didn't think that the actual release was as poor as presented online. And I'll just read a bit of the article so you'll be able to see what he said. After Cyberpunk 2077, developers suggested that part of the backlash against the game's launch was the result of it becoming cool not to like it. Players have been reminiscing on the experiences of the game launch. So he gave a major interview to Games Industry Biz. That's another online video gaming hub. And he said he was reflecting on the CD Projekt Red need to reconnect and rebuild trust with its players after Cyberpunk 2077 had a very disappointing launch. It was very disappointing indeed. And he acknowledged that the community had been let down by the company. He also suggested that the Cyberpunk on launch was way better than it was received. Then it became a cool thing not to like it. We went from hero to zero really fast. I think he's underestimating the impact because people had invested huge amounts into the game and pre-orders and everything else game related. Huge anticipation after that Keanu Reeves appearance at the Game Awards. You remember when he popped up and nobody knew that he was going to be in the game. So massive anticipation about the game, about everything Cyberpunk related. And evidently, if the game could not be played on PlayStation, it was he's underestimating the impact. Obviously, there are competitors who jumped on a bandwagon, created lots of bad news, posted bad reviews. Like I said earlier in my broadcast today, it's an industry built around this bad news to attack your competitors, which is really criminal. It really should be criminalized and prosecuted. And I've seen that happen so many times in recent years. Eventually, I think that's exactly what will happen. If you say that, for instance, insider trading is criminal, and you go to prison for 50 years if you're an inside trader, right? People who work on who trade financial markets. Well, this is exactly the same, because the industry, the shareholders, operates in a similar fashion, investing your capital in these companies. And CD Projekt Red, a company that was, I guess, anticipating that with this game they'll come to the top level after having the Witcher series. You know, CD Projekt Red thought Cyberpunk's going to really put them on the level of Bethesda or Bungie, and obviously having a very unsuccessful launch was hampering that effort. and people always now think twice. This is the company that had one of the most unsuccessful releases of recent years. So he's just basically trying to patch it all up and present it in a different format, but I don't think we can really buy it. And well, certainly there was an element of disappointment to the chaos of Cyberpunk 2077 launch. It's hard to pin everything on the idea that the players simply decided not to like the game. Well, absolutely. And like, you have several people responding to his comments, and one guy whose username is Noble is, the launch was so bad and it made the national news, bulletins around the world after it was pulled from the PlayStation Store over performance issues, which was quite unprecedented move from Sony. I don't think it happened ever before. I don't remember any other games being pulled. Remind me if there were, but I can't actually recall any of these. So other people also highlighted this. The game was beyond buggy at launch, noting specific examples including poor AI pathfinding, near broken police system, and the game's abysmal last-gen performance. Yeah, that's true. Didn't perform well on PlayStation 4 and on Xbox One. It performed better on the next-gen consoles, but they should have thought about that. It's just... Don't forget that CD Projekt Red excelled with PC-based games. The Witcher, the original PC game, and one of the very best RPGs with open world ever created. So there must have been issues there within the development team about the whole thing. And so the conversation with the vice president turned to Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty, and voice actor Zane Schacht indicated that while the upcoming expansion is set to offer what CD Projekt should have provided at launch, the messaging around that launch was still quite dishonest. And performance on PS5 and Xbox Series X was far better than the last gen, but sentiment at launch suggested the game did not deliver on the fantasy of a deep immersive city. Well, I played the game for 5 hours. I had it on a trial period, and I didn't have it during the first few months, so obviously the game already was patched and I guess tailored to the use of on older consoles. And I don't really agree. It was a massive big city, but like with other games where you have a massive big city, you will get DLCs and extra content which will come in, or seasonal additions, and then the areas which appear to be bare will be full of people and activities. So I think that's the concept that they were certainly initiating, different to what we've seen with the previous games, and therefore very critically received by the members of their game community, and that's one of the reasons. I think generally we are a bit impatient, but the fact is there are certain standards that need to be respected, right? When the games are released, you have got to have playability sorted. You can't be releasing a game like Anthem or Redfall or Fallout 64 or indeed Cyberpunk, where you purchase the game and you purchase the most expensive edition, let's say costing you $90, £90, €90, whatever, and you load the game doesn't work. That was possible in the 1990s, where the computer system's not compatible with the game's release. That is not acceptable today. And it goes down the route of it goes down to the developer. It's the developer that is responsible for that sort of shot in the dark. And whatever the vice president says, we know how unsuccessful launch was, and we know what's been happening, and that's exactly what had caused all the problems. Alright, so what else do we have? Yeah, the first big patch on Diablo, I mentioned it earlier, is dealing with the initial stages of the game. I've got a big list of what the patch does on my Twitter, so hit Twitter if you want to get to know everything about these details. And then you will have people are questioning the effectiveness of each class, and I don't want to go into this as a lengthy description of everything, but I did have something else indicating that they were changing the ending. Let me see what that is. Don't know whether I pinned it. No, I actually didn't pin it. Well, again, there is a sort of division between what people feel about the patch. Some people like it, others feel that it's not really a very good idea. Okay, let's see the last two bits of, well, we've got three more news for you. One is about Star Wars The Old Republic. There's a lot of speculation about what will happen with the game, because the BioWare that was developing the game basically have passed it to another developer, which obviously will be working on their behalf, and there is a huge speculation that something's gone seriously wrong. I don't think that's the case. They're working on Dragon Age and Mass Effect 5, and evidently with such games you are going to be deploying very, very large human resources to work on every segment, and they can't be doing it now on 3 games. They just don't have the resources for that, and we need to wait and see. A lot of people are disappointed because everybody loves the Knights of the Old Republic, you know, the old one that BioWare created, which was at the time seen as the very best Star Wars game altogether. I guess presently you'll have other competitors, but you know, that was the assumption, and it's the whole idea of Star Wars being like Mass Effect with all the interactivity, the dialogue, all the characters, side quests, and, which is particularly appealing. Anyone who played that game, or Jedi Empire, or I don't know, Neverwinter, or Mass Effect will tell you that's the most enjoyable part of BioWare game, where you talk, where you encounter different people who you've never seen before, who unlock different quests, and etc. etc. So you know, we need to wait and see. We have a space thriller called Fort Solis, and that will be launching on PC and PlayStation 5 in August, and Roger Clark is the person who is leading the game. So let me see. I'm not getting my article. It's a space horror, and I guess it'll be competing with the Callisto Protocol and Dead Space, which stars Red Dead Redemption 2's Roger Clark and The Last of Us Troy Baker. So these are people who are very well known within the video gaming industry, and they will be drawing attention to the game. So really kind of like you know, I'm quite just a moment. See, yeah, they've been involved with some television series and other offshoots. And then we have a very important bit of news. If you were watching the concert, well, it wasn't live coverage, but there are some clips, I think, on YouTube. It's a big concert arranged by Jeff Keighley and his team, celebrating 10 years of the Game Awards, right? And the concert was held at the legendary Hollywood Bowl, and you had loads of different orchestras playing. No, I shouldn't say lots of orchestras. Lots of different soundtracks from many different games being played by a major orchestra there at the venue, and it looked like a spectacular concert. I really want to watch it live, but I couldn't be there, and I couldn't find any live feeds anywhere. But you will know from the games like Destiny, for instance, and Mass Effect, and well, Starfield obviously coming up, and Elder Scrolls. Music have become so important for the overall success of the game, and the orchestral scores that we have in Destiny 1 and 2 are absolutely incredible. They're mouth-watering, they're music to our ears, they kind of elevate the atmosphere to a degree never previously seen in video gaming history. And we now heard that they have a different composer who will be involved in Mortal Kombat 1, and he created music for the games like Devil May Cry 5 and Killer Instinct. Let me just see who the composer is, quite curious. Bear with me. Casey Edwards, yeah. Casey Edwards is the person who will be working on Mortal Kombat 1, and he will be working on the soundtrack, so it's quite interesting. Well, it's interesting that you see with the NetherRealm Studios, they're sort of engaging with somebody so late in the game because the game's ready to be released. Whilst we heard from Todd Howard that the first thing they do all together when they work on a game at Bethesda is music. He says, we look at the concept art, we do pre-production, and we do music, and everything centers around the music, because music gives this atmosphere of this fantastically big, immersive, explorative open world. And I think that's very interesting, isn't it? Because it's a completely sort of diametrically opposite type of approach between those two developers. I think that's probably the last bit that I have for you. Oh, we have also some news on Red Dead Redemption, and there's a huge demand coming from the community of Rockstar gamers and followers that the original game actually deserves a proper remaster.
And I agree, because the first game is still a bit old gen, and the second game is state of the art. So you really want to be integrated. So I guess they're all imagining that Rockstar will do the same thing, like BioWare with Mass Effect Legendary Edition. So you have complete remaster, and everything becomes nice and easy and razor sharp graphics. And I mean, I'm also hoping that, I love the game. It's a fantastic game, and anyone who's played it will tell you one of the best games of that type in history, and specifically the sequel, which is massive and so many things to do, and so exciting, and also obviously has the online multiplayer for anyone who enjoys the activity in the Wild West as well, playing it together with others. So I also hope that the remaster is going to come our way very, very soon. That's all. Well, I can just see that I've been giving you the community content and the news now for quite some time, and we've had nothing on the gameplay, so I apologize for that. But sometimes in here we are going to be talking a lot more than playing games, because that is what this channel is all about. It's called the Abby Miller Gaming Dialogue, and we try to engage as many of our community members as possible, both with our discussions and gaming. I just want to say to everyone, presently the channel has sort of come back after about 1 year of absence, and the reason for that was I had to be improving things on the tech side of things, really, because I couldn't get the better quality internet, and I really didn't feel that doing Destiny, particularly the sequel, with highly taxing graphics on my console, for the bandwidth, would do no justice, because nobody will want to see or watch that. It was just literally garbled and unwatchable with one upload, where in fact we needed at least 6 or 7. It's changed, and as we've been back in full weeks with regular streams, I can see that some of our community members are trickling along, and we are getting people back into the activity live online, which is wonderful. And I think in no time we'll have also a lot of pertinent discussions from the word God. What I want to see is what the best hours are going to be, the schedule, because I pitched it now for 1 to 6 daily, because I've seen on the stats presented by various diagnostic tools that is the time when most people are both watching and playing Destiny, and that includes the global access as well. I think also it makes it easier for our US friends, because they do not have to be watching it at 3 o'clock in the morning, which actually has been the case in the past. We did have quite a number who were watching it in the US between 2 in the morning and 6 a.m. Some people just getting up and going to work, others just staying up all night, or indeed sleeping earlier in the evening in order to join our stream. So it was quite an experience, but I'm trying to pitch it so that everyone can actually access it if they want to watch it live, because obviously with the streams, what is most enjoyable is being able to interact in a live environment. You can talk, you can game, you can debate, you can chat, you can do just about everything. So that's the idea, and that's the reason as to why we got it now at this hour. If other people disagree, then ping me a message and make sure that you single out the hours which appear to be the very best for you. I can only resort to the stats which are provided by the global diagnostic tools, and it did feel that this was the best time. I've got to say that what really surprised me, copying and pasting of the best time to stream Destiny is between midnight and 6 o'clock in the morning. That is completely insane. That is completely wrong information. There are people who are playing Destiny at that time, but this is not the best time to be engaging with your community, or indeed with your community, with the other streamers, because at the end of the day, there are lots of people who love Destiny and who work full time, and they will not be playing it all night long. It's as simple as that. So if you see that sort of information, and I've seen that on the internet frequently, you put down what's the best hour for Destiny to be played or streamed, they'll give you probably 70 or 80 websites that just copied and pasted this, and it's nonsense. What you need to do is you need to look at the exact statistics of when Destiny is most commonly played, and what are the times where you are getting the greatest number of participants, either on Twitch or within the game itself, and then you will get really a very, very good picture. Anyway, I've talked quite a bit, so let's just crack on with some gameplay. I will have a bit of a break, because I need to get a snack and have some water and have to sort of rehydrate. It's no longer as hot in here as it was during the last couple of weeks. If anybody else is there, well, we have Stripey Lecton. Stripey Lecton wanted to join us. Stripey Lecton, you're still watching? I will bring you in. We are going to be able to do things together, and I want to make sure that we crack on with some activities straight away in full force, as we'll have about 3 hours to enjoy Sivas and everything else. So let me just take a very short break. I'll take a short break, and then once I come back, I'll bring in, I'll ask our friend Stripey Lecton if he wants to join us. Just bear with us. Right, let me just take a short break, and once I come back, I'll connect with our friends, and hopefully we'll be able to do it together literally from the word go. So bear with me. I'll be back in 5 minutes.
And I'm back. I can see our friend Zenith is watching. Thank you very much, sir, for popping in, saying hello. Would you like to join us? We have Stripey Lecton there, queuing up, and I'll try to bring her in. Let me know if you're interested in coming in. Because I know you told me yesterday that you actually are also back at work, and then... Oh, you would be? Okay, good, excellent. You can join me. Fantastic. Let me just see whether we have... Oh, you go there. Excellent. I'll bring you in straight away. Fantastic. So good. We can have 3 people in straight away. So... let me just see if Stripey Lecton will also join us, because I received an invite from Stripey Lecton earlier, and I just thought a really good idea to tell them that being live on air is something that does require for them to read our terms and conditions, because they obviously are aligned to the Twitch rules. Sometimes people come into the game not knowing they're live on air, and I always make sure that everybody is fully aware of this right from the start. So hopefully we'll have Stripey Lecton. Let me see whether we are getting any responses from our friend. Just bear with us. No, we're not hearing anything from our friends. No worries. Let's see if our friend Zenith managed to join us. Let's see what we've got there, if anything. We were doing a bit of admin yesterday, I remember. And we had... Ah, okay. Let me see whether we can easily and quickly resolve some of these problems with everything being so cluttered. Not enough space. Why? Oh, I see, it's 108, okay. Oh, Zenith joined us. Excellent. We got Zenith in there. Our friend says, I'm also streaming as well, so no mic. Excellent. So we'll do that straight away, which is a bit of admin, and then we'll crack on with some Sivas and Nightfalls. We have plenty of activities today, because obviously there was the reset overnight, and we'll explore that. Let me see. Let me see. Okay. I need to work on some of these pieces I picked up. Like I picked up this Light of the Abyss. I think I got it after that Crota raid. It came together with some other bits. You know, it was the reward, and it's only 150, so I need to level it up and infuse and everything. But I'm not going to be using it for Sivas or Nightfall. I tried it yesterday and it just definitely didn't produce anything. Whilst Dark Blade Spite is masterworked and it's very powerful with impact. It was literally destroying everyone with one shot. So we kept that Dark Blade Spite on, and this one I kept in my inventory. Let me see. Nearly there with Graviton Forfeit, nearly masterworked, so still a bit more, and then we can swap it. I need to pick up the helmet that gives us invisibility. I want to find out where it is, this Rako Poltergeist. Mind you, that Rako we can also masterwork, I think, unless I got another one in the vault. It gets so annoying and so confusing, where in fact that you know, you can't easily change things. Nagari cloak. Let me just have a look at Nagari. Just want to see something curious.
I quite like Nagari. Quite like Nagari. Yeah, this one's quite good as well. They're very similar. So do I have anything in the vault? Any space for those? I don't think I have. So full armor's 108. This is 108. Just 2 spaces there for the rest, for the general items. I'm not gonna bother. We'll do this some other time. We talked a lot today, so we need to have some action on the channel. We need to really crack on with Sivas and other activities, and I need to see whether there is space for extra bounties. There will be. We've got 1 bounty completed there with the enemies ranks up. We have also another one, Primary Master, completed. Got some mods of light, and pick up 2 for Sivas. We'll do Sivas first. And let me see. That's it really, don't have to do anything else. Our friend Zenith could just tell us when he's ready, and then we'll crack on with oh yeah, there. It's probably ready already, yeah. We'll just ask our friend whether he wants to be cracking on with Sivas. We'll just wait for him here. Our friend's also streaming, so he might be busy with his community and other people who are watching on his channel. No worries. All looking good. Our friend had sent us an image. Let's have a look what the image is. Curious. Okay, so having a look, he's got lots of bounties for Sivas, Nightfall as well. You know, I could have actually picked up 1 Nightfall bounty as well. The Sleeper Stairs, the first Firewall, take an Assault on Venus. Okay. Just let me know whatever task you would want to complete, because I thought we crack on with some Sivas first to warm up, you know, as usual, and then after that we can do anything else. What do you reckon? Sounds good? I need to pick up my Nightfall bounty, which in fact you reminded me. We'll get rid of one of the other bounties that I don't really need, because it's 1 Nightfall bounty per week per character.
It's calling me. Like the Traveler, I only got a year left.
So what we are going to do is no. We'll just get rid of yeah, we can't get into the Crucible, so that's really no. Weekly bounty. Okay, this one I can get rid of. And what's this one? 10,000 XP without dying. Dreadnought. Yeah, we can get rid of that one. Getting points in the challenge. Alright. Go to Zavala and then pick up gold tier. Okay, pick up this one. Brutal efficiency medals. Okay, we'll take that as well. Okay, sounds good.
So is the Cosmodrome as nasty as they say?
I'm sorted with my bounties. And I've got to say that today we have lots of people here at the tower. Loads of people in here. Many more than usual. I'm ready. You ready? Yep, let me just take a screenshot. Take a screenshot of two of us. For all of you who are watching, we have quite a selection of our community activity screenshots on Twitter. I've been posting them during the last few days, so if you go to my Twitter you'll be able to see what we actually were doing. And some of these are clips, others are just simply screenshots. Very entertaining, very enjoyable for everyone to look at. One of them is a small, short 30-second clip which I took when we were having a major Destiny educational session here on the channel a couple of years ago, where Zach was teaching the viewers on how to get into various parts of the game through glitches. So for instance, on that one we've seen Zach and Sukapupu attempting to get inside of that Postmaster kiosk. So I called it a raid. They raided his kiosk, and eventually they did get in, and Zach was able to get out, but Sukapupu got locked in. He couldn't get out of the kiosk. So the clip is unfortunately not capturing that moment where he was locked in. I wish I would have taken it, or maybe I've got the clip elsewhere, but the one I've discovered yesterday was the clip when both Zach and Sukapupu were trying to get in. So it actually gives you an idea of what that education was about. So it was really, really funny. So that's on Twitter. That's my Twitter, and definitely worth a shot. All right, we are ready to depart. So we'll get the Traveller. Look at this, the Traveller, and go to orbit. And then in order to view Seavers, but I think I'll try our friend Lectern, Stripey Lectern, to see whether he wants to. Can't remember whether Stripey Lectern is male or female, whether they want to join us. Do this again. I'll invite them, see whether they want to come in. Oh, they've gone. Okay, they're no longer live. Alright. See whether there's anybody else. Well, there are some people. Well, we'll just wait, as some other community members may well want to pop in a bit later. So that's not a problem. Right, so let's see what we got there. We got Seaver Crisis Heroic Strike playlist hard. We have weekly story playlist. We can do also that as well. Then we have the Nightfall Strike. I wonder which one it is this week. Challenge of the Elders we were doing last week, and then weekly featured raid. I mean, we can do everything bit by bit. No reason as to why we should be skipping anything. The mods are fresh troops. Some enemy squads have been fortified with additional reinforcements. Primary weapon damage is favored. Void damage from any source is greatly increased. Enemies appear in greater numbers and are more aggressive. So let's see what void weapons I've got. None really in here. So that's I'll put on Dark Drinker, because Dark Drinker gets a bit more powerful. And in here, well, that's Arc. Alright, so that's fine. We'll leave it as that, and all good. We'll crack on with some Seavers. So it's going to be Zenith and myself getting trigger happy, and definitely getting properly warmed up here. I want to say to all the viewers that the Seavers last week was so difficult, and several were just like Nightfall Strikes. In fact, yesterday we were battling it out with that massive Hydra, and we had some difficulties in completing it. It did take us quite a bit of time because the boss was almost unkillable. It required like 30 rockets at least. I unloaded, I don't know, 6-7 full loads of Megalahorn, and still the boss was standing. And without a proper three-man effort, and that would mean a three-piece effort full of veterans, it simply could not be completed. And I had 2 people with me in the strike who just got very frustrated. We played several of the sealers beforehand. They weren't as difficult, but that one was as hard as the Nightfall Strike.
But for the Vex,
Undying Mind is the boss. Undying Mind.
When a powerful part of the network is lost, the restorative mind is summoned. It has begun creating a bridge through time. A bridge that, if it is not destroyed, will see the Nexus Mind reborn.
Detecting a series of concentric barriers around the bridge site.
They protect the time bridge and seek to undo what we have done.
Yeah, I keep forgetting to load my synth before departing, which is a bit silly. And I've used about 50 synths recently, within the last week or 2 weeks, and need to purchase a few, I think. Oh, look at them. Good job I didn't die, because it's just jumping from behind. Dark Drinker does it. As you could see. Look at that. That's annoying. A whole lot of them in there. Okay, we've eliminated these. Any more? No, they're all gone. Good. Oh, there is somebody else out there. They must be patrolling around here. They weren't really joining our strike, I don't think. Yep, coming. Oh, it looks like he joined us. Alright, that's good. So we are 3-piece. Taking 3 shots.
Find an arc source. You can use it to short out the barriers.
Try to clear out the ads down here, then I join you upstairs. Okay. Yeah, I think probably be a bit, yeah, if you pick it up it's going to be a bit difficult, I think, because we got lots of ads out there, you know, you can always come back for it. Yeah, okay, I'll pick up that relic, because we may be able to do it. We'll see. Yep. Got it. I got killed. Yeah, I thought it was going to be tricky. We'll just clear out the ads and then we pick up the relic, because otherwise it's, you know, a bit of a chore. Look at that one. That's annoying. Oh, the other one got me. Yeah, I got these guys. Okay. Oh, these ones need to be eliminated. Oh, I missed them. Yeah, I need to go and get that relic. That's all good. The ads did not really respawn in there, so we're alright. We need to get a sniper that's manning the roof, you know, the at the top left, because he got me twice. I supered his mate, he's still there. I'm not seeing really. Yeah, he was on top. Hang on, is he there? Oh no, you got him, that's fine. Then no worries. Nice and easy. Lemon squeezy. Nice and easy lemon squeezy. That's pretty good, eh? Okay. God, behind us thinking hardly any damage. They said that oh yeah, that's because I'm not having void secondary, that's what it is. Mind you, the primary is more powerful here, so we can use our primary. Loads of people are destroying this, you know. The portal. Our friend Lupus Arius not here today. Probably busy. Because he is 9 hours back, isn't he? Or 8. So it would be 5 or 8 o'clock in the morning where he is. Didn't say where he was. Did you hear where he was from? What part of the US? Because he must be on on East Coast, right? I'll respawn shortly. No, I'm respawning. Don't worry about it. It's alright, I'm respawning. These dreaded blights. Oh, there's one blight in here. Wasted it. Look at that, he was able to hit me close range. I didn't pay attention, he was behind the wall. Close range shots, one shot, one kill. Yeah, that'll do. I guess your primary could do the business as well. Instead of the mod's giving a lot more power to the primary and void weapons. Oh, there he is still. That's ridiculous. He's still hiding in there. Don't believe it. Got them all. There are about half dozen in there. They're all gone. Oh, you got it, yeah? Okay, cool. Yeah, it's up at top there. I hate those blights. This one eliminated already, it's just respawned in there stupidly. Yep. Savers are always interesting. I've done so many savers over the years and they're always interesting.
Vex are organic. Within their middle frame, a heart beats, and they shudder at your approach. An approximation of fear.
Ah. There's one big Hydra in there. One big Hydra. That's looking good, but there was this Minotaur behind me. Watch out, he's invisible. He'll come after you. Oh, he's gone. That's where he is. Yeah, I can see him. Yeah, don't worry about me. I'm respawning in 1 second. I respawned. I'm gonna get the relic. Okay. I'll go up there to deal with the menace. Well, that was actually quite lucky. I didn't see that Minotaur there, and I just chanced it on the triple spin, and it worked. So I need to get another synth. Out of ammunition. Okay. Oh, there he is. Alright. Let's pick up that, pick up the relic. So I'll pick up the relic. Well, the big question is, any bogies are there? They've all been cleared out. Oh, okay. The relic's just down here, so that's right. Yeah, cool. The relic's gone. Ah. Missed it. Missed it. I'm legging it to get there ASAP. Got the relic. Still some ads there, look at that. Who wants to get my relic? Ah, there's no shortcut. Okay. And I was invisible, which actually was quite good. Yep. Guess we're sorted. We're sorted. We are sorted. So weird when I talk and I cannot hear through my headset. Ah, there are some more serious ads there. Okay, so that's good. That worked. Okay. Yeah, got two milk spots, but not the third one. Look at this, that's good. Looks like I masterworked my strides. Let's see. No, that's wrong. Just unlock the first lot. First perk has been unlocked, then the third one, exaltation. And then what's the last one? I want to say to our viewers that what I'm doing at the moment is I'm just basically choosing certain legendaries which are of high quality, and I'm masterworking them. So I want to unlock all the perks. It doesn't matter what level I am, because that's the idea. We'll keep just the masterworked ones in the vault. Everything else we'll delete.
Caught this attempt at abusing the timeline. But how many have there been? Does the world stand as it does because of the
Echo chamber. Good. Shake. What? He survived a spin. That's beyond me. How is that possible that he survived a spin? Okay. Ah, that's Cyclops. Cyclops got me. I wanted to use my super, but I was a bit too slow. Okay, that was successful. The super actually worked. Silencia. Oh, very good. We got all of this. Fine. Well, I won't be pulling out my rocket launcher. If you guys take out your rocket launchers, and I'll do the ads with Dark Drink. Because I just loaded my Dark Drink, I had no need to be getting rid of it.
That's the time bridge and the restorative mind. That capacitor just lit up. You know what to do. That got its attention.
Ah, I got killed. Goblin got me. Oh, wait, get back again. Yeah, get your rockets ready. I wasted it. I thought that the eye was still unlocked, but that wasn't. It was just wrong. Yeah, I need to pick up. Okay. My friend's getting in there. Ah, those snipers, 3 of them. Come on, man. They need to be eliminated immediately. Gone. Unfortunately, I was not able to fire a single shot.
Guardian down.
Ah, being pushed. Ah, he's still got like less than 0.5%. Ah, that's annoying. That's annoying. That's annoying. Should be able to be gone immediately. Look at that, 0.5%. Still alive! That's ridiculous! Yeah, I'm going there to pick up.
Guardian down.
I don't know what's happened in here. We all died. Oh no. I was trying to pick up the relic and it didn't work. mind you. Why not? Why not
That
resort
capacitor just lit up.
to
You know what to do.
Gjallarhorn?
That got its attention.
Yeah, I got my Gjallarhorn out, I don't, the boss is as strong as we had it with the other guys in Seals last week, so... The boss got me. Couldn't get away quick enough, But I did manage to use my Gjallarhorn twice on him. No, it's not giving me that relic. I wasn't able to get the relic. More rockets. No rockets on. I guess we need to use super and rockets on him at the same time, then hopefully we'll get a positive result. Yet again he lives. this one we should be able to get in. The Hydra got me. The Hydra got me. I had like 4 rockets left. I thought that was going to be it. And we all died. Ah, that is tragic. It's funny, isn't it? Because yesterday that boss was also very strong, and I don't know what they've done to it. I see was turning out like Nightfall Strikes. It's crazy.
That got its attention.
Didn't take much damage either. Again, not taking a lot of damage. How many rockets did we use? Okay. Still got 2 rockets left, so we should be alright, I think, if everyone else wants to use Galahorn as well. And I've done in such close range, I don't know what you've seen, several times I was literally 3 feet away, still didn't take a lot of damage. Nope. Oh, can't believe that he got me. The Minotaur. You're getting a bubble. I don't have the no rockets. Don't think I can recharge. Well, maybe I can. Well, that's good. That's fortunate. Got 5 extra rockets, so that's good. Noted. Got hit by something somewhere. The Hydra needs to be immediately eliminated, the big one. I don't know what killed me. That is ridiculous. I want to fire off the rocket into that Minotaur and I was dead. Must have been a bit slow. Can't think of anything else. Yeah, it's nil life and he's still standing. That's no fun at all. To hide.
I can sense
Oh,
the
finally, at long last.
its waters
Get
are again
out.
on their course. The
That was
Nexus
taking
mine is
forever.
unmade, and the Vex are denied a powerful construct. Very well done.
No rewards after all of that. That is offensive. We didn't get any rewards. Look at this. Silencia managed to pick up that treasure pack, and we had nothing. Ah, boo. Well, that was hectic and busy. And our friend departed. He's not there with us anymore.
Remember Omnigul? Hive General with a lovely voice? She's back.
Vanguard scouts report she's undone her death.
Undone her death? You make it sound like she pulled her knitting apart.
Eris would tell you not to make light of this.
That's why she's not here.
There's no telling what else might follow, Guardian. Destroy Omnigul and any lingering threats.
If Omnigul can come back to life, how do we make sure she stays dead? I wonder if the Hive think that about us.
To the Hive, death is relative. We'll face Omnigul as many times as it takes.
Guess we were made for each other.
Omnigul. That will be hot to swallow. Well, our friend's there. I couldn't actually see him there as we were waiting for the strike to commence. I don't know whether you could. I couldn't see him.
Ready for anything. The Hive and Fallen here are more desperate than they've ever been.
That's quite good to see that we have a three-piece. Makes it a lot easier. Remember that I actually need another weapon in here, which is my Dark Drinker. That Olga's also powerful. That Olga was taking little damage, my friends. My fusion rifle should have, well, mind you, be better off with a void weapon, but the mods are making it difficult for anything else, I think, from what I could see. Thank you. Thank you. Shanks. That was fortunate. I lived. I thought they were going to get me. These shanks are real menace. You've got to get them straight away, because if you don't, they're a bit like snipers. And they
Guardian, you remind me of
it's like a rapid fire.
Ikora in the Crucible days.
That was a lifetime ago.
I'm sure Shax hasn't forgotten. He still has trouble saying.
So many of those trolls. Mind you, we were good. We got them all. Just when I said that there was no errors, now I managed to get Baboon. I was just hoping that they sorted all the errors out yesterday, but actually still getting the same thing.
The Cosmodrome is turning into a breeding ground for Hive and Siva. It's like one big, disgusting petri dish.
Baboon caused me all the problems. There's no one in here. Oh no, I got stuck on a wall. Thank you. Oh, I couldn't get the Shrieker quick enough. Yeah, we're kind of warmed up already, I guess. Omnigul is next, but I need to get some ammunition because I'm not getting anything on my heavy. And I need to be getting some synths because I'm using them a lot, and from 180 I've gone to 100, so I've used quite a few. That's because we are doing savers all the time, that's why. I don't believe it that Knight got me. I've got to say that the mods are working massively in favour of void weapons. Everything else is not really particularly effective. My primary is kind of okayish, but not massive. Look how energetic our friend Silencia is. Silencio. It's the thing from Firewalk with Me, Twin Peaks, if anyone watched it, if anyone remembers it. It's a big thing, Silencio. Baboon. Baboon yet again. How many more times? Looked like our friend was in slow motion. I couldn't work out what was going on. Even the super didn't get him. It's like void super. Did you say that? Like 3 whacks of super didn't eliminate that captain. That is wrong. And my super's void. Sorry, I didn't say. The other ogre got me. Not the first one. Okay, so that's all sorted. That's alright. What I don't understand is I've just taken my synth and now I've got no ammunition. Why? Why is that? I won't be able to do anything there without let's pick up some of this. Oh, that's the full load, so that's alright. It's 81. Why didn't that tether work better than that? That's ridiculous as well. It's too strong, these knights. The Dark Drinker, he was taking hardly any damage. He really should have been long gone, that triple spin. Oh, the Deployment's there. Oh. Deployment saying hello. Thanks to Zenith for the gifted. Didn't realize that I had the Founder's Badge. Yes, that's right. Very good to see you, sir. Thank you for joining us. I didn't see the message straight because we are kind of busy with Omnigul in here, and Deployman saying hello to everyone. We also want to welcome him to our stream. Thank you for joining us. Pleasure as always. And also Deployman is thanking Zenith for gifting the subscription. And Deployman indeed is having a Founder's Badge. Well, these are all these novelties I introduced, you know, bit by bit to our stream, so it becomes a bit more interactive and a bit more rewarding and really cool. Well, the ogre's gone. To my great surprise and delight. Didn't expect it to be as easy. Oh no. I managed to leave with ogre, and then one of those silly acolytes gets me. Well, isn't that disappointing? Isn't that really... Yeah, thank you. What makes this game great? No, 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 no! Couldn't do it on a sword, I forgot. Yeah, it's me being stuck in there. Thank you. I forgot about this troll. I didn't see him properly. I watched the other trolls. Guess what? I got eliminated. This one's got a jump. Managed to escape the last one. Pure miracle. See the what the life was like from Omnigul. How far are we? Couldn't see it. It's still some significant life there. Okay. I can't come close to the sword is not going to do the job. And our friend Deployman says, oh yeah, Dark Drinker, and those swords got overshadowed by legendaries in Destiny 2. I guess we all got killed, right? Didn't really see. Yeah, we need to do it differently. We were a bit too casual, and I was a bit too suicidal. Well, maybe, you know, but Dark Drinker's still very, very mighty weapon in here. I have Falling Guillotine in the sequel, and I also have the other causes enemies to explode. And they're quite good. Drinker with this triple spin. I guess Falling Guillotine is quite similar, but I think still Dark Drinker comes across as a bit more powerful. Dark Drinker is my favourite heavy in Destiny 1. Many different ads and bosses and everything, you know. I know some people like Sleeper Simulant. Sleeper Simulant is, you know, for a person who's gonna take that big main shot. But I think Dark Drinker is very much like a community-friendly weapon, the way I see it. It really helps others, a bit like Tether on a hunter, you know. if anyone has any. Our friend says, my favorite sword of all time is Throne Cleaver. As a Titan main, it fits the whole style, or Crown Splitter, basically the same sword. A very good sword as well, of course. You just remember wrestling with, you know, quite a few ads and enemies in Destiny 1 was leveling up, and then Matthias, a Dark Haunting, he advised me to get Dark Drinker, and he helped me to get it, so that was a major achievement in the early days of my Destiny involvement, and I've been using it extensively ever since. Mind you, Volcaster's good. We have 3 swords in here, all of them are exotic and they're all very good. And I guess they can be applied to a certain situation, right? Depending on what you need per activity. I just think that Dark Drinker is quite universal, you know? Well, the last one was a miss. No, I'm stuck in there. Yep. Knight. That big knight came from behind me, didn't it? Oh, very good. Nope. Oh no! Fortunately our friend survived. And he didn't survive. Ah, that's annoying. We're back to square one. Friend Deployment says, Destiny 2 really shows you how many weapons were actually clones with different names. It's true what they say, Titans really do love eating crayons. Well. What about hunters? I'm stuck in there. How is this possible? Our friend must have been just behind me. Mind you, Sealers have turned out to be very, very difficult. They're very similar to Nightfall Strikes at the moment, because we played them last week, when it was last week, extensively, and some of the bosses were so hard to kill. You've seen the last strike if you watched it with the big Hydra in there. We've done everything, and it took like, what, 30-40 different rounds of Gjallarhorn? It's just crazy. That's not gonna wash. Okay, that worked. Thanks goodness. Ah no! It was one of those cursed rules. Ooh, exploding rules. I hate these guys. Well, who doesn't? exploding thralls were causing me a lot of trouble when I was leveling up. Because they frequently just sneak up from behind me and then blow up. And that was really very annoying. Have some super. Oh, that's good. That super did it. That's good. It helped, definitely. How could I miss from such close range? I surprised myself with inability to strike from such distance. I'll eat my controller. That is crazy. Do we all need Galahorn, or what is going on? Because obviously I need that Dark Drinker. Our friend says, there's one thing that Bungie is good at. Hang on, I need to read and play the strike. Our friend says, it isn't actually making fun games anymore and selling stuff. The trailers for new seasons and even the one for Marathon are always hype. Keen to try Marathon though, for sure. Well, we kind of talked about it quite a bit really during the last few days, and the speculation on Reddit is that Marathon is kind of drawing a lot more attention, taking away certain people from the team that works on maintenance and everything else in Destiny 1 and 2, and you know, we need to see what happens next. But at the same time, the trailers always have been exceptionally good, as well as the vidocs and various other presentations, and that's one of the reasons as to why Bungie are able to draw people in, even if the reviews are poor, or you know, there are any kind of major problems with certain seasons of some of the content. And I always look forward to the presentations and trailers and everything, you know. I wish instead of giving us that charcoal styled cutscene, they would actually create a proper animated cutscene with characters and everything else, because I don't really like that style. I think it just really makes it a lot simpler, and I guess it looks a bit like on the cheap. You know the ones I mean, the ones which are like a small introduction. That ogre's having a massive headache, but he's not taking a lot of damage, my friends, there. Another big ogre. Oh, something else killed me, this acolyte from behind me, didn't see him. That worked, that's good. Our friend Deployman says, yeah, most of the talent went into making Marathon. Well, it doesn't have to be, you know, it doesn't have to be that the biggest chunk of the team would have gone. Because don't forget, Marathon is a PvP game which is quite simple, it's not doesn't have narrative, not story driven. And what I've seen looks a bit like some sort of expansion of the Crucible, you know, just with different types of characters. Have you played the original Marathon, which was also a Bungie game many years back? Because I haven't, and I just read about it the other day. I'm not really familiar with
There are no further traces of hiding.
Oh, fortunately, finally, at long last,
She comes back, so will
we've
we.
been able to do that.
Look at us. Omnigal's neutralized and Eris didn't have to lift a finger.
So what did I get there? Gauntlets.
You should tell her.
Okay.
Trust me, she'd prefer to hear it from you. Come on back, Guardian. Good work.
I'm gonna take a screenshot of our friends. Yeah, so just responding to our friend, saying that in 100% taking away from Destiny, which keeps in mind it is in its last years. I don't think they'll give it a good send-off, and but they have to have something else in the works, because Bungie would be silent for a few years if they started Marathon right after the end of Destiny 2. Also, our friend says that he had not played the original Marathon. Well, you know, they talk about Marathon being a completely new game. It's possible that indeed it is a new game, but the title and everything is taken directly from the game that they made in the 90s. And well, I'm curious. I'm sort of kind of looking forward to seeing what will transpire, and I don't think that Destiny will conclude full stop. I think that's unlikely. They will have one section of the saga concluding, but then on the other hand, a lot of that will be dependent on the overall community involvement. You know, they feel that the numbers are seriously dropping, people are not excited, the overall cost of the maintenance and the content is phenomenal, and they will not be able to justify that to the executive board and the investors. I'm hoping that what they will do is a sort of different format to which we can access within one universe different sections of the game, particularly the campaign missions that need to be fully replayable at all times, of our own volition and of our own choosing, you know, whenever we feel like it. And that's something that I would be very happy with. Maybe also introducing some areas which is similar to what you have in The Division, a combination of PvE and PvP which is tactical, so not like the Crucible or Gambit, that's basically a deathmatch. Something a bit more expansive, a bit more interesting, you know. I think the Dark Zone is the most popular part of The Division. A lot of people who did not like the PvE elements of that game really got into it in a big way as they entered the sequel, and the Dark Zone was quite complex and with lots of activity and challenges. So, you know, it's down to the invention. If they carry on with the same system, the same sort of grinding, same activities, that won't really create you know, anything which is going to be as positive as interesting. I don't think they'll ditch the game though, because there's been a lot of speculation that Marathon is going to be the next thing and Destiny is going to be forgotten about. But at the end of the day, we need to see. We need to wait and see what happens with the game during the presentation, you know, the showcase event in August, then we'll be able to say exactly what the score is and what the future will hold. I was just a bit iffy when they began eliminating characters, you know, like Amanda died, Kay died. Obviously Kay's going to come back, allegedly, in the next installment, but it's all down to speculation. We can't tell what the future will hold, and I'm definitely very interested. Don't forget, Starfield is coming out, and it could have a major impact on the way some of these games are run, because if they manage to create an amazing world there, the 1,000 planets, with a lot of activity and a sort of system that we've never seen in video gaming before, you know? And that's generally the flavour I'm getting from various people in the know. I watched a Digital Foundry podcast for this week. I highly recommend it to you as well. Definitely dig it up, because you have 3 of the experts talking about everything video gaming, PC, console related, on the technical side of things. I think you're probably a lot more knowledgeable on that than myself, and a very, very interesting discussion. It's this week's Digital Foundry podcast. They also talked about the excitement, which is linked to Starfield, indicating that the game is offering something we've never seen in video gaming before, and I agree. I think we need to see how all of this would work in practice, and what sort of popularity it would get. Like I said earlier in this broadcast, I feel that, you know, we are getting certain kinds of online multiplayer gaming trends, and the fact is, a few years back, if you look at, for instance, 2016, 2017, 2019, Battle Royale, you know, that sort of PvP was taking over in big fashion, and everyone was doing PUBG, Apex, Warzone, anything Battle Royale related. But I think that the excitement about that concept is, I guess, I won't say dying out, but it's sort of simmering. It's no longer as hot as it was. Obviously many people play these games, but longer the games are in circulation, greater the chance that some people will get cold feet. And, you know, there is a lot of interest for story-driven games at the moment, and it's almost out of the blue. And you've seen that with the presentations during the festival. They had quite a few games that are story-driven. A huge anticipation about this, and Destiny will have to be integrating, I guess, some of these elements more successfully, which will come at a cost, and we need to see what happens. I think the biggest weakness of the game, the way I see it, is purely on its narrative front. I did not see the game as being particularly successful in integrating the role activities with storytelling, because anyone who's played, you know, Bethesda and BioWare games, Rockstar games, will tell you the story and the activities blend a lot better there. Whilst Destiny was an attempt to adapt the original Halo concept, right? And within an environment that will have that capacity for some storytelling. So it's not going to be just chasing and shooting, but there will be also some story-driven patches and elements, and I think that that's what Destiny originally was to be, you know? I think they delivered. The way I see it, they delivered, but as everything else, things kind of change and things move on. A straightforward PvP deathmatches will always attract a very small percentage of the online gaming community. People who are very competitive, people who want to be drawn to esports or just competing through various Twitch streams, and but generally you get the vast majority of participants who are absolutely in awe of the games like The Last of Us and God of War and Horizon Zero Dawn. You know what I mean? It's the fact. And then these games obviously provide us with a massive opportunity to engage with our communities through Twitch and YouTube streams, and you can be doing it as a single player, but actually you have a few hundred people who are interacting with you, and that's amazing, connecting, and many of these games are really highly replayable. You get different outcomes and take different decisions, and you know, it's really a true joy to see, really. I think the future of video gaming is in instant access and diversity. That's the key. So instant access means the games will have to be cross-platform and instantly accessible, be it through downloads or streams or anything else. And then diversity would mean simply offering you a lot more choice, so you can choose for yourself, you know. If, for instance, in Starfield they manage to get different outcomes depending on the decisions you made, similar to what you get in Mass Effect, that will be outstanding. So it's like Mass Effect, but just on a much grander, more complex scale. And I think Ron McCaffrey from IGN, he was referring to Mass Effect and No Man's Sky as the games that really, I guess, provided with an immediate parallel to Starfield universe. But then again, could be a significant difference in the narrative. A lot of those things that I think Starfield will have are going to be based on Bethesda's style of film game making, you know, like Elder Scrolls and so the mixture of the two within that Mass Effect style universe gets me very excited and, you know, very interested to see what type of gameplay I will have once I get there. A lot to look forward to. I mean, I can't wait for that 6th of September, and also I can get it free of charge, you know, on my, which again I think is the future. Whether people like it or not is a different matter, but you know, I don't know whether you watched my broadcast earlier today, but I talked a lot about Jim Ryan and PlayStation and all these things that he wants to be still present within the corporation, which I believe are just old school, not acknowledging the changes and ignoring the fact that with that degree of diversity, Xbox and Game Pass are just literally spearheading the effort. I mean, you've seen now the TVs, like Samsung TVs, that give instant access to gaming. So that's the latest. They just introduced that during the Summer Game Festival, and you know, that's the future. If you do not adhere to that, you will lose the business. Keeping the options, such as making games on physical discs, physical drives, to be played on physical drives, I mean, will be optional. It is about the cost, but it isn't just the cost, if you know what I mean. It is also to do with the way the mindset of the game gets built. You know, it's similar to what we had with DVDs and Blu-rays. You'll always have a small percentage of film buffs wanting to buy that DVD or Blu-ray in particular that will have absolutely terrific picture quality, and they'll pay any money for collectible editions and that one Blu-ray. But that's not looking at the overall consumer mindset. The consumer mindset's gone down the route of Netflix. You know, people will think twice whether they'll go to cinema and fork out 20 or 30 pounds per performance if they know they can watch some of these films from the comfort of their own home on very good setups. As people have today with, you know, 80-90 inch screen TVs or projectors are very, very good. And it's not the same because films have been historically made to be screened in cinemas, but that's also changing. So what I'm trying to say is that this industry, notably the video game industry, is rapidly evolving and rapidly ascending in all sorts of ways, and anyone who is not keen on adapting to the new trends will have a problem. I need to read what our friend's writing, but I just to also help out our friends here with a strike. Yeah, I got hit again by the beast. I apologize to the bounty messages as soon as I complete the strike, because this is alright, that's successful. My sword worked right at the end, so that's good. Thank you, Silencia. Thank you, thank you. Just want to see how many skeleton keys I have left.
The last time we sent in a team was years ago. We found
3.
what remained of their buddies scattered across the Skywatch.
Noted.
In the meantime, I'm sending a team to seal the void. All
Settled score I picked up. That's not bad, is it? Got 2 of these. It's for Touch of Malice. Alright, let's see what our friends had said. Our friend says it's 100% taking away from Destiny, which keep in mind in its last year. So, okay, I read that before. The map for the new Marathon looks like it's been inspired by the Infinite Forest. They claim that Destiny 2 isn't going to die, that is going to be the end of the Light and Dark saga. No one knows what that means though. Still have 5 years of old laptop, and it's only got 1050 Ti integrated, so it's not even the real 1050. Well, if you go to my Twitter, sir, and access the postings that I was debating with our community earlier today, you will see that the biggest shock for Bethesda and Starfield fans, gamers, or people expecting the game, is to do with the new partnership that was announced and AMD. So there's a huge worry amongst people who possess older computers that the game, perhaps if purchased PC, will not perform as good as on the latest equipment, because they were advertising the latest processors that will work the very best with the game. Obviously they're trying to flog the product, make people purchase the game and the new laptop or the new PC. I think it just remains to be seen. They downgraded the game significantly because of the FPS issues that they had on 60 FPS, and I think generally what I picked up is their desire to make sure that the game wouldn't have any major technical problems or glitches on day one or during the initial release, and they want it to be as smooth as possible. For anyone who's played Elder Scrolls in the past, you'll remember that with the old gen technology they had frames dropping, they had various issues which were based on the tech, but considering they spent 10 years working on it, and everything seems to be kind of spearheading the effort of the game being very polished and properly tested, and particularly in view of the problems that Redfall had, which wasn't created by the Bethesda team, it was created by Arcane Studios. They will not want to be getting into that degree of risk. It'd be far too difficult for the financing medium to long term, so I'm quite certain that everything will be as good as possible, and they will not be accessing other servers for any form of multiplayer activity. It's a single player game, therefore it should be theoretically easily adjusted. And they always talk about a game being accessible on various platforms, but then we need to see how all of this is going to work, because Jim Ryan, the PlayStation CEO, was talking about certain things in view of the court case, which is today into its 4th day of hearings. We need to see how this all would work. You know, it's hard to tell. The problem that's plaguing everyone, and I can certainly tell you, as far as the PC gaming is concerned, it is all about this latest state-of-the-art tech, because the developers, they keep tying in the new games to the latest tech. So for instance, give an example, we had Steam Festival last weekend, right? And I was extremely excited about it, and loads of demos, like more than 100, probably had 200 or 300 demos, all the new titles. And I've not really looked at the PC games now for some time, and it was a true joy to be just, you know, having a look and spending time exploring the new titles, getting to know more about the developers, because they had loads of presentations as well, 24/7, so you could get to know everything about everyone really. And I downloaded 5 separate demos, right? 5. And I've got to say that each one of them had some sort of technical problem, and some I could remedy quickly, but I could see some lag, frames dropping, other issues. To be fair, these were demos, but the fact is, because my laptop is HP ProBook and it's not the latest model, it didn't seem to respond too well to some of the new games. And I think that is what console gaming really resolves from what I had experienced in the last that many years. And that's one of the sole reasons as to many people resorted to the use of consoles, particularly in the old days, as we all had problems with our PC configuration and the new games, which you pay £50 for in those days, and you can't play the game at home. It's not as bad today. You get patches and the game will be playable, but the trouble that plagues everyone is that you get technical problems like frame rates dropping, lag, stuttering, that sort of thing. Why is that? Yeah, go on now. We just played this a moment ago. It's a completely different striker. Can you see that, Zenith? Loads of these exploding shanks coming in.
You've proven you're a threat. Be ready, Guardian. Their fear has turned to anger.
Oh, there's one major captain in there that needs to be resolved, and this one. 2 of them. Got them. Let's see what our friend says. Yeah, anything in addition to what we already discussed. So, yeah, that's basically what my thoughts on this are. I find that to be very much of concern for anyone who's invested in very expensive equipment, because at the end of the day, there is always going to be something new invented, and similar to smartphones. It's ridiculous that a smartphone that's been around for a little while can no longer be used because the operating system updates are cluttering the RAM memory, and suddenly you find yourself, even with the phones that have the greatest amount of memory, that they're rendered useless. And the reason for that is simply there isn't enough memory. You need to do all the updates. Updates are taking place every week, and every time you do an update, you are losing a large chunk of the memory, right? It's really perturbing. I don't think it's just to do with monetization. It's just to do with the fact that the the tech's developing so rapidly, and you know, there are all kinds of challenges and liabilities arising from that. I mean, it's ridiculous. Like, I have, what, 4 or 5 Sony Xperia phones, and they go back less than 10 years. They go back probably 7, 8 years. So every time my contract, I'm getting a brand new Sony Xperia, and one better than another. To be fair, every one of those new ones is better than the previous model in some way. The only thing with the latest 1.4, which I've got now already, they launched 1.5 just a couple of weeks ago, is that the glass on the phone is a bit thinner. It's not as bulky, as safe and secure compared to what we had with the other models. What is really of benefit is very easy transfer of data. There was so much trouble in the past and a lot of headache, but today it is so easy to transfer data, so that makes it really what you've seen for Xbox, for the new model, which is basically Series S, offered on a higher price and having a terabyte of memory, they now have introduced this kind of add-on memory. Looks like a USB stick, which you stick in, right? And they're selling, if I'm not mistaken, it's 1 terabyte, 2 terabytes, and 4 terabytes, something like that. And some of them are costing $160 each. I mean, you pay for the console, the new console, $220, and that memory will cost. You know, it's insane, and it is well aligned with the concept of Game Pass, which means you can download very many games, but you need memory for that, and you need processing power as well for the more recent smart delivery types of games. And it's really odd, because on one hand you need it, on the other hand it's monetized, and you know, they try to capitalize on the gamers who will be doing 5, 6, 10 games at the same time, and the games like Destiny or Warzone, for instance, are the games that have that enormous amount of memory, and it's, you know, seriously causing problems for the gamers who actually can't have more than 2 or 3 games on their original console if the console is not at least 1 terabyte. Highly recommend you that Digital Foundry podcast. You will find it definitely very interesting, because I know that you like you know, the tech tidbits, and they have a lot of information there on so many different things. And the one thing I find staggering, you know, these are the people who work in industry. They're really top-notch professionals, and the developers like Bungie and Bethesda, they religiously listen to the podcast every single week, relying on the information that comes from them. And I couldn't believe that 2 of those chaps were having exactly the same problem with internet connection like myself. One lives in the US, the other lives in Germany, and he's American, but he's a permanently stationed in Germany. So, you know, I find that staggering, because they talked about the fact that Xbox is telling everyone all services are accessible, easy access, you can do whatever you like online, etc. I said, well, no, if you don't have the latest stack, if you don't have the latest speeds or the fastest speeds available, the vast majority of that will not work at all. You won't be able to use it at all. And you know, it's absolutely 100% the truth. One of them, I got Baboon error code again. One of them was saying how annoying it was for him to be attempting to play on his PC and his laptop the xCloud, you know, the cloud service of Microsoft, which is integrated with Xbox Game Pass, and it is completely useless. He can't use it at all. And I know what this is like, because I was having the same problem until recently, before I converted to 5G, 4G router with much greater speeds. And you know, just fortunate of offering all packages as unlimited if one wants to be taking it out on a long-term contract. So I had no problem with having any form of capping.
And the restorative mind.
Unless they come up with something, you know, hopefully not.
That capacitor just lit up. You know what to do.
Oh, I'm a bit late. Let me see what our friend said.
That got its attention.
Our friend says, well, there's some sad news. The Cycle Frontier is closing down in September. The game was really fun back in the beta. It just fell off. Sorry, I'm trying to do two things at once. It says the game was really fun back in the beta. Just fell off, and even more so when they announced no more wipes for that type of game. You simply can't do that. I'm a game tester for them. I have voiced my thoughts on the no wipe system, but fell on deaf ears. Sadly, that probably wouldn't have effectively dying it regardless. You know, it's hard to tell, but the bottom line is video game industry is overtaking the world. It's affecting all other medias as we've known them in our lifetime, and that's most important to television and film. It is attracting huge amount of interest worldwide, right? So we have 4 billion people playing video games every single day worldwide. The vast majority are doing them online, doing them on smartphones, on various devices. So that's created a very, very great competition amongst the developers, and particularly amongst the publishers. And the big question there is, you know, whether that competition is going to be producing something good and noble, or whether we are going to be seeing serious problems for very many of these guys because of the financial liabilities, the costs. Not everyone has the capital to be promoting and, you know, compared to what Microsoft have presently on their streaming platform. So that is affecting all these different ins and outs, and the biggest step obviously for all of them is the energy costs. The energy costs are accumulating unbelievably high bills, and I'm quite certain that Bungie and all the other developers are needing to cut down on everything really in order to pay these bills. You know, the servers and the equipment and the game development and everything else. You know, it's just... And also, like you said, some games just simply don't seem to be able to succeed, right? Because of these factors. I just listened to the chaps yesterday, and they talked about, what is the game called? Star. You know, the most expensive game ever created. They already spent almost $500 million on it. They raised like 350 million through their crowdfunding, and they're experiencing huge problems with it. A huge amount of money raised and invested, yet the problems keep persisting. They can't release the game. They've not finished it, and they've been doing it already for what, 5 or 7 years, longer than that. Star Citizen, that's the game. Star Citizen. I got hit by that Minotaur. At least I was able to change. Thank you. To it's very difficult to do Seabus, read chat messages, communicate with our community members, and pay attention to what we're actually doing in here. So I apologise for being a bit weird the way I'm coming across, but it's a bit of a difficult task, you know. Ah, you got me. I was able to revive him. I'm not sure as to why we were being chucked back into the same strike, because we were grinding it for quite some time earlier, and we're all alive. Okay, that's good. Team effort is of essence in here, boys. Okay, let's see what we can do with this. He's taking so many pills. Actually, in this instance, already once. Appears to be easier. We were definitely grinding it for some time. About, what, 40 minutes ago or so. Time flies. Can't believe I've been on air already for 5 hours. My goodness. What's our friend saying there? Let's see. I remember when I was in the chat with the developers and they had said the game was going to be in a really good place when Season 3 hit. Funny enough, Season 3 was the last one. Well, you know, it's the financial concerns, that's the trouble. It's gone already. I'm too slow if I'm talking and watching the stream and playing at the same time. Our friend says, I currently play that. I own a few ships already. If you were ever interested in trying the game out, I would be more than welcome to be your guide. I need to look it up. I definitely will double check on the title. I'm not familiar with it, and to be fair, I have a very lengthy list of the games that I need to be playing and examining, etc. But I'm definitely interested in having a look at anything which is recommended by our community members. So just ping me some information, send it to my email, and I'll have a look, and definitely we can take it from there. At the moment, I'm doing Mass Effect Andromeda because I want to complete the game, and it's a massive big game, probably 250 hours at least of thorough gameplay if you're doing side quests and all else. And then I have Redfall, which I was waiting to get patched. I have Diablo, so you know, it's like a massive big games. In addition to that, I'm wanting to try some games on PlayStation Plus. There was yesterday they introduced 2 fantastic games on Xbox Game Pass, and Bramble is one of them. The other one is like a small abbreviation that sounds a bit like Saber, and they just look incredible. You know, I've looked them up yesterday quickly on heavy ammunition. Ah, we completed. That's good.
Its waters flow again. on their course.
Completed even that bounty.
The Nexus mind is unmade,
That's,
and the
oh, look at
Vex
this.
are
Got several
denied
bounties
a powerful
completed.
construct. Very well done.
Getting some modes. This one as well. Oh, that's good. Clean up. Really good. But you know what we need to do, Zenith, is we need to do our weekly nightfall, and that will be the last activity for today. Depart from here, and then we'll do our regular nightfall strike. As you could see, I was very busy talking to our community members, and therefore I have not engaged as much with the elimination. And just to get back to Deploy Man, I'm definitely keen on having a look at the game, so just ping me a message, send it to either my email or my private messages here through Twitch, and I'll definitely look into this because I'm definitely interested. You know, like Steam Festival the other day, a few hundred games on offer. They said more than 100 demos, and the vast majority I've never heard of. But very many of these were really truly amazing, and I think I want to recommend a few. I can tell you what I tried. I tried the games The Invincible. The Invincible is similar to Starfield, again exploring the universe and doing various things there in space. Strain, which is a bit of a kind of a RPG stroke survival horror game. The Bed We Made, a very interesting game where you are a cleaner or chambermaid, and you keep getting into various hotel rooms in a hotel during the Second World War, and then you discover the secrets, you know, of the inhabitants or the occupants. A really good game. And then there is Reverse Collapse as well, looking a bit like you know, Final Fantasy styled type of game, and definitely highly recommend every one of these. Also, the game I have not played extensively on the demo, I do it on Xbox Series S, is Lies of P. It's a game that really kind of caught everyone's eye during the presentations a couple of weeks ago, part of Summer Game Festival, and definitely a game that looks like the one with huge potential. And Deployment says we should jump in a Discord call, as there's much discussed about Star Citizen that every player should know before playing at some point. Yeah, well, the trouble with Discord and its integration with PlayStation and Xbox is it will not record, so people will not hear the other person who is chatting. I've investigated that because of the audio problems on Xbox, and still they're not allowing, although Discord is integrated, they're not allowing for the communication to be seen and heard through the live streams. So that's the trouble, because we could really talk about Star Citizen in depth, and that will be very interesting to many different viewers and participants, because this is the most expensive game. Our friend says, I think I can talk to you with Xbox Game Bar, right? You can talk to me, but it will not be covered live. You can't hear it. You know, you've seen other streamers talking to their friends and they can't be heard, which is what happens if you do cross-platform gaming. The consoles don't allow this. It's just the way it is. It was extremely difficult to get the cross-platform access and communication recorded for Warzone, but Activision enabled it, so we were able to do that. It was not possible on Xbox. Well, it's a bit silly, you know. They integrated Discord for PlayStation and Xbox, but that is for individual non-broadcasting use, and in any case at the moment it's not possible to stream off Xbox, because the Twitch app that has been updated is completely flawed. There's no sound, you know, it's inaudible and keeps cutting out and crashing. It's already for several months, so nobody can stream off Xbox Series S or X thanks to that. It's absolutely abysmal. On PlayStation, what we are getting is a serious problem with the sound from time to time, where you get stoppages. So it's like mute spots during a stream and mute spots on playback, but that's bearable because you still can hear what person's saying, and you know, it's just utterly ridiculous. Our friend says, I have a PC at the moment. Yeah, I have a laptop in here which I can be using, but it's not suited for live streaming of games or anything like that. My laptop, it's a gamer laptop, but I don't like using laptops for streams because they overheat and then they burn motherboard, and they, you can put them in a bin within a few months. And the laptop is a very expensive, very good one, and I use it for various other things. In fact, I just swapped laptops recently because I had to upgrade my old laptops. A bit like what you said earlier, with other equipment didn't seem to work too well. And anyway, let's try our Nightfall strike. Let's see whether we can walk through it and get some really good results, because that is going to be our last activity for today. We can catch up and talk about these things outside of our broadcasting times. I'll ping you messages. I'll let you know of the times available and that. But I always think that when we are discussing anything that's industry related, it is so interesting for people to hear, because we have so many very dedicated veterans of so many different games, and I have within a community quite a number of people like yourself who are working within the industry and testing games and working on the tech or even developing games, and then listening to what everyone has to say live online is so beneficial, because everything is recorded and archived every single stream. It on YouTube nowadays is that they have AI that's automatically providing you with transcript, and I've used that so extensively recently for podcasts and for various other things, because you can just record something and then have a transcript which is instant, and then you can re-record after you have been, I guess, re-editing the transcript and making it absolutely tip-top and polished, and very easy to find what people were describing in the course of a stream. Just skim through it and you find the sections. Or if people don't want to listen to it, they can just read. Some people will find that reading is faster than listening to what is said live online. So it's a question of choice. But I absolutely always prefer to have a fertile discussion live online, as you've seen many times in our streams when you have participants accessible on audio. That's just a benefit to everyone. And obviously, when one's archived at any time, one can go back to it and listen to it and compare, which is fantastic. I mean, I absolutely love that. And like I used to listen to other people on, let's say, the Internet Archive hub. You get everything which is vaulted in there from various libraries and radio stations and television hubs from around the world, and then you can just rewind and listen and use it for this sort of education of your own or your own community members or people who you deal with. And we can do that exactly the same today through live streams, and I think that's really absolutely incredible. Alright, so let's persevere with our Nightfall. Catapult, grenade recharge is increased, so we can use grenades. Airborne, if we are up in the air we deal more damage. Ironclad, more enemies has arc burn, arc damage from any source is greatly increased, and heavily shielded and highly aggressive enemies appear in great numbers. Okay, so let's see which one this is going to be, and whether we are to finish it within a reasonable length of time. It's always good to do Sivas and then polish it off with Nightfall, but to be honest, I find Sivas of late to be almost as hard as Nightfall. Not every one of those. Like for instance, we had the replay of that strike. If you watch it, you would see that on the previous gameplay it was than in this instance. The boss was not as powerful. We were able to use rockets with greater force and speed in this instance and polish it off much faster than before. And also in the strike you could see that we're being attacked by exploding shanks and various other enemies at an earlier part of the strike, and that wasn't happening previously. So it's funny because the earlier part of the strike was more difficult and the boss was not as difficult to eliminate. Well,
the Darkblade suffers his judgment in the
you
depths
never know.
of a hive prison.
The Darkblade.
I am feeding an energy marker to your ghost. It will lead you to his cell.
probably need to change it back to Dark Drinker. That's Alak-Hul. Well, that's gonna be tough. Okay, I'll just get some ammunition. Everyone who plays Destiny 1, just remember we have that beautiful consumable called Synth, and that gives you extra ammunition, very useful for Nightfalls and Sivas and any other Pinnacle activities. Raids as well. Not sure whether you can recharge if you're doing it on the hardest difficulty level in raids, but the other day when Oops Serious, Zenith and myself were doing it, we were doing Crota, we were able to use our synths and recharge. Still, it did take us a bit of time. Wasted it here. That worked. Waiting for our friend to join us. Can't believe he was there. What was he doing? I guess he's trying to eliminate me. That's all he wants to do here. The player started a party with me, so let's see. Hello, can you hear me? Let's see, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? I can't hear Zenith. Can you hear me? No, I don't. I can't actually. I don't.
Daniel?
Yeah, I can hear now. Yeah, all good.
Perfect. Okay.
Yeah, there was some sort of glitch, so we couldn't hear each other. Not sure what it is. Something on PlayStation Network. All good.
I ended my stream just now, so I told
Okay.
everybody. I gave you a shout out to the channel, so hopefully they'll
No
follow
worries.
the link. Yikes, wizards!
No worries. Yeah, these wizards.
Oh, some of
are-
those were pretty sticky, weren't they?
Yep,
Wow.
absolutely. Well, I got eliminated by one of the wizards now. Keep forgetting it's nightfall. We have to wait until I can be revived, so...
At least she's not shooting your ghost.
Nope. Two of them in there. Well, I'm exactly in the clear line of sight, so
Yeah.
very important to get away from there ASAP. And try to get my super there. No, I got hit again. I tried to use my super on one of the wizards, it didn't work. Wasted my super basically. Would have been better off with my secondary. But arc weapons apparently are favoured, so with arc weapons you get better scores. It's weird because my super in you know, Wonder Strikes there didn't work too well, and they said they favoured Void, and my super is Void, but Sealers have been really funny of late. Oh, amazing, thank you. It worked. Well, we'll do something else this time.
Solar.
Well, the wizards are really powerful. I find a sweet spot in here, they can't see me in here, so I can fire from the distance. Yeah, one of them's gone to the left.
Hiding?
Yeah, up here. Oh, no, some other ones up there. That's not gonna work. Finally. Right, so we can use our dark drink on the ads. Some heavy ammunition if you need it. I'll go and eliminate these, and then we'll pick up some ammo.
Yep.
That's it. Cool. Mind you, that Allah Cool is gonna cause us some problems. I hate that Allah Cool. It's one of the most difficult strikes. Oh, that was alright. That was good, and yeah, we better get in, otherwise more wizards.
Oh, they'll respawn.
I think if we were to be locked out, but I don't think that at this stage we could be. You know, you have one person who's left behind. Sometimes when one person's left behind, then they can't get in if two other people are forward.
Hive rooms hold the
I like
bar
how the
door
hallway
shut.
lights up like that when you run down it.
Oh yeah,
Says the
it's
rooms
very
draw
good.
energy from those towers.
Highly illuminated.
I can hack them and open the door.
So I was listening to you, but I had you pretty quiet.
Yeah.
How's your stream been going today?
Oh, it was good. It was good. I mean, we had a bit of a quiet period initially, and then several people joined in, and you know, it's been good fun. Let's just see our friend saying something. Our friend Deployment saying, what specs is your gaming laptop? Mine barely runs Star Citizen. The only reason I do this is because I'm used to 10 plus FPS in games that I can adjust accordingly and compensate for the lag. The laptop I've got's got i5 processor, and it's HP ProBook, so it's quite good. It's just like 5-6 years old, so it's not really up to scratch with the latest, and it has you know, good processing power, and it serves me well. It's ideal for older games, you know, for anything like I don't know, 2014, 2015, ideal for that. Older games you get on GOG perform extremely well, so that's what it is. Okay, so we've got
Is there a shrieker that's gonna...
bounced off. The shrieker's gonna pop up behind us. I
Okay.
timed it wrongly.
Probably revive you before I open this thing up.
Probably, yeah.
I'm guessing. Shrieker's pretty quiet right now.
Yeah, but once they become active, they're extremely deadly. Hello. Oh yeah, it's still 3 seconds. That's what I keep forgetting. But did you not see the difference with the strike that we just done in Sivas, like one was so hard and the second one came across as completely different, so it's really weird. Yeah.
Yeah, they just seem like they're balanced
Yeah.
a little incorrectly.
No, but that's weird considering they were all.
That's why I'm dying all the time.
Well, you know.
Must be a bug.
The trouble with these Sivas is, like I said, they come across not every single time, but what we had today was two different types of Sivas. One, which was like Nightfall, and the other that seemed difficult initially because we were getting many more enemies, like exploding shanks and others, halfway to the strike. And then as we raced, we didn't engage most of them. The boss wasn't that difficult, so it was quite weird, because in some of the strikes last week we've had, well, quite a few difficult enemies, but then the boss would be very, very hard to eliminate. You know, the other day, like 30-40 rockets, it's crazy. Well, the boss today also was taking quite a few, right? We all had Galahorn, and I was emptying out maybe...
I wasn't using Galahorn, I was using Telesto, mostly.
Okay.
For my exotic, I was just using a regular rocket launcher.
No, but it's fine. The rocket launchers in general, you know, irrespective of whether it was Galahorn or any other, still, 30 of those on a boss seemed quite insane, and couldn't work out as to why, also last week. But there's lots of complaints on Reddit about... Oh, there they are. No damage from me. Really, you got that, yeah.
Those purple seekers are super deadly.
Yeah.
The spell is getting weaker. Let's get to the other battery.
Uh-oh, there's a wizard. I see.
No, got me. Taking hardly any damage from me, because I'm not using arc weapons, and it's arc weapons mod. So my solar is doing no damage at all. Well, if you have your rocket launcher, then that would be the best for the wizard.
I'll let her. Hopefully she'll stand still. There we go.
Yep, that's cool. Let me just respond to Deployman. Deployman was just saying that saying, yes, Star Citizen is very demanding, realistic. You need a 30 series card and CPU with 6 cores, 12 threads and 220 or 3 gigahertz, 30 gigs of RAM, but you can get away with 16. And Deployman says that he can hear both Zenith and myself. You know, the reason for that is we are in a party, and PlayStation is authorizing everyone who's in a party to be fully recorded. So that makes it easier. This is why I prefer PlayStation for live streams on Twitch or elsewhere. It doesn't have the same kind of restrictions like Xbox, and it makes it much easier. And also it does work with cross-platform. For some games like Warzone, we were able to get everything fully recorded. Alright, so let me see. I need to jump. Let's just use our sword on these beasts there. Hopefully there should be a... Oh yeah, you got them. Cool. Anyone else? Oh yeah, we need to go to the other side. Alright. It's funny because, you know, doing Sivas and Nightfall in Destiny 1 is always interesting. You know, with different squads, it's always a bit of a different gameplay. And I think this is really the greatest strength that Destiny 1 has. I find, and I agree with lots of our community members, Destiny 2 strikes are very different. They don't have the same aura of difficulty. Oh, we got...
Nice.
That was indeed bang on. Or bullseye, right? That'd be it.
Bullseye.
Bullseye. Well, that was cool as well. Bang on as well. We managed to. Oh, mind the rockets! Mind the rockets!
Orbs.
Yep, yep.
Yeah, I'm hiding, but I'm in my menu. Gonna get some heavy.
Well, in this strike, oh, we still got some. In this strike we can hide, but you know, in some of those you can't actually avoid them at all. Okay, we've done that. Oh, another wizard.
Oh,
He's not taking any damage from me at all. None. That's probably because I'm too far and I'm using a fusion rifle which is non-arc.
still. There we go.
The wizards can be so deadly in some of the strikes, and particularly if they come in larger numbers. They come in like threesomes frequently, and I remember I was leveling up, had loads of difficulties with some of them. Once you're 4400, things get a bit easier, right? With pinnacle weapons and. But I always feel that.
Respect the ogres and the wizards, though.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, they can just eliminate you immediately. It's just so easy for them to do that. I was going to say that
I'm just
Destiny.
Okay, it's 100%.
I'm hiding. Oh, I have. I'm not sure where I need to go from here. Hang on.
That dude's chasing me.
Because I'm just a bit far.
I'll bring him back to you.
Okay. Sounds like a plan.
Oop. Second.
Well, he is going to be gone.
Yeah, he is.
As well as this one. See this? Look at this. This knight was taking like 2 spins. 2 triple spins, and it's like a red bar enemy. And mind you, Dark Drinker is a void weapon, so maybe that's why.
It must be just highly resilient to non-matching
Yeah,
element.
that's probably what it is.
I didn't see the modifiers.
Oh, yeah, it was preferring jumps, so they sort of give you greater power, and then there was hang on, what was it? Well, the main thing was with arc weapons, because I don't have any. I didn't enable arc weapons. That's the main thing there. I was dead immediately because of that fire. That fire killed me. Ah. Our friend Deployment says we are all waiting for them to figure out the server meshing tech so we can get the next star system Pyro. Yeah, yeah. Well, I think the problem is if, you know, I highly recommend that Digital Foundry podcast. I think you will love it. You will love everything that they talk about, because they're so precise and so particular about the tech and what this means with the upgrades and new processors. I really don't know anything about it. I'm not really a tech person, but you will find it of interest, and you know, it's a huge challenge. Basically, what they talked about was how certain games which are made for Xbox Series S, you know, on the engine and tailored to the use, will not perform too well on other consoles, you know, the older gen consoles, and vice versa. So they were quite happy with Xbox saying that they will produce no games anymore that actually will have that Xbox One capability. That's the new titles, not the old ones, obviously. And it's a very, very interesting discussion. It's this week's Digital Foundry podcast, so definitely worth a shot. And I want to throw in that grenade. That worked. Ah, now we're gonna have loads of enemies in there. But we're doing quite well. I'm just worried about the Lark Hull. Yeah.
Is this the one where the room at the end is really dark?
That is the one.
Oh.
That is the one.
I was struggling with that one last time. Oh, I should have shot that.
They keep respawning because I wasn't able to. Is there a blight in there still or not? There was one in there earlier. What's the hand cannon you got?
In the world. Oh, this could be bad. Hey, don't slam me in here.
No, 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 no. No, I'm out. I'm out.
And I didn't. Oh boy. I didn't notice, but if I pop my bubble and then I die, does my bubble immediately go away?
No.
Oh, okay. It stays there even though I'm down.
Yeah. Well, I believe so, but I've not paid really attention in general to these kinds of details, and I think generally the bubble is there for a certain period of time, and
Well, there's a lot of enemies up there.
not certain. Well, actually,
Oh boy.
I'll keep an eye on that if you were to be dying, and we'll see whether the bubble stays.
And I switched my bubble to give us overshields versus weapons of light. So do you think it'd be better to switch back to weapons of light when we pass through it, or?
No, I think it's good. No, it's good either way. It's fine. One shot, one kill. I don't understand this. And that was that acolyte in there.
I'm gonna back out for a second.
Yeah, that's wise. It's a bit congested down there.
And these little.
Thralls will come
Shadow
forward, but the other ones will not come forward. Our friend says a lot of people whom haven't pledged upon also complain about the game being unplayable are full of it. There are some valid points to be made about scam citizens, development, and a lot of things promised but undelivered. People forget that the people that made the game aren't just a game development company, but also tech research and development. They have done things other games haven't before, and therefore it's going to be slow. Hence the huge amount of money that was raised. It's the game that raised the biggest revenue on crowdfunding amongst all, right? It's 350 million that they managed to raise, so that's incredible, because it is a company that comprises all these activities, just like you said. That's very important. Well, they were discussing it yesterday. It was a very interesting discussion, definitely worth a shot. Digital Foundry, that is. Well, I was really staggered by the overall revenue, 480 million at present. Combining 350 of donations and about 120, 130 from the investors, and you just wonder how long is that going to last? And also where is the ceiling? That would be my first question. Where is the ceiling? for the investments, because that's exceeding the ceiling of ordinary AAA blockbusters by what, 100% almost, 75% or so. It's very, very congested up front. It's not easy to survive.
Oh, those inky guys.
Yeah, all these trolls just keep coming. Yeah, yeah. They keep respawning. Come on! I couldn't really run my second spin in there. But you probably need your rocket launcher for that wizard. The wizard's very strong. And that's the wizard that keeps respawning those trolls. The one in the middle.
Well, that's not very nice of her.
Nope.
You just wanna
Absolutely
come in, say
hates
hi.
us. Yeah, you bet.
Snuck up on me. Alright, 3 seconds. Okay.
What hand cannon are you using?
Free Will 3.
Oh yeah. Very good.
It's pretty good. It's got explosive on it.
Yep.
And,
Well,
alright, I'm gonna
just
come
like
in
our friend said
Just
the other
bubble on
day,
you.
yeah, I need to get another Imago loop, and I picked up 2 within the last
I was looking
48
for one of those as
hours.
well.
Yeah, but the ones I picked up don't have that that perk that he was describing, which is explosive rounds. Oh no 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 no! I've run out of ammunition. Got killed again. Ah, it's my fault. I should have used my super on them, because I just literally...
Are you still by the bubble?
Yeah.
It might stay there. Probably not.
Our friend says, I personally don't care for this other game, it's called Squadron 42, but the money I have pledged is also funding something I can't even play. The main issue with Star Citizen's second game they're building simultaneously, which is the solo story campaign version of the game, and it's also pulling talent and money away from what people generally have funded to make better, not whatever this other game is. They're up to but 500 million at the moment. Yeah, the last I've seen was about 490. What was it, 480, 490 or so. In fact, I was researching this just the other day. I came across an article describing what the most expensive games made ever were, but it's funny because Star Citizen is still not fully fledged game, right? It's the game that's still in development. Wow, we succeeded. That's cool. Let me just grab a synth. Hang on.
Boy.
Ah, what was that? That just... they spawned next to me. I was just about to recharge my sword. I apologize, but you know, reading it off the chat and broadcasting is sometimes difficult. Because we don't have chat fully displayed. Well, I don't have it on my primary. I use laptop and a few other displays for that, so it's always looking away from the actual screen where I have everything.
It doesn't pop up on your screen when somebody chats?
Well, they have some sort of setup on PlayStation 4 where you can have the chat fully displayed, but then it creates the sort of mini square of the stream, and it comes to maybe like, it's not 1/4, but like 1/3 of the screen is occupied by what belongs to the chat. It's not very popular, and I've had this originally on my stream, and it made it very easy for me to read, but made it really unpopular amongst the viewers because it's sort of creating a miniature of the stream, and that's not really what people want.
I like a clean screen too.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it'd be ideal if I could use the overlays that I have on my stream, because you can see I've got like a small pop-up on the actual broadcast that is giving you the chat, but this will not be popping up on my primary display, right? I'll get it on the secondary, but then at the same time I'm getting the chat on the secondary in any case. So, you know. Well, guess what? The bounty expired. Which is no surprise, because we are just a two-piece. It's very difficult to complete that bounty as a two-piece on most Nightfall strikes.
I don't quite have my super yet, that's why I'm just...
Yeah, just wait. No big deal, really, no rush.
Away at these guys.
Yeah. Let me see what our friend said. Our friend said the main issue with Star Citizen is the second game they're building simultaneously, which is the sort of story campaign version of the game, also pulling talent and money away from what people generally have funded to make better, not whatever the other game is. And our friend says the Destiny 1 hand cannon I used the most was the whale from Future War Cult. I used to use the whales as well, and it was one of my favorite.
There now for you.
Yep. I need to get out because I haven't got I haven't got my heavy.
I think there's just the one night left.
Yeah, we'll deal with that straight away. I just need to get my synth in, and then I'll have
maybe maybe leave them alive. I'm not sure if more stuff's gonna spawn.
No, just eliminate everything. It didn't spin again. It's funny because this didn't used to happen in the past. When you land and you spin, what happens is it's like some sort of glitch. My character goes into melee rather than triple spin, and I've seen that many times of late. It didn't used to happen in the past when you land, so maybe to do with the internet connection, you know, it's possible. It's so odd. Well, I'd say you can just rocket him if you have a rocket launcher, probably the easiest, because he's really powerful. And I wanted to triple spin, and then he would have been gone, but it didn't work. You can see how much he hates me. He's just firing at me all the time. Look at that. Oh, he's gone. Oh, that's good. Well done.
He was a bad boy, Daniel.
He certainly was. He didn't want to depart. I just want to say to our friend Deployman that I used to use the whale quite a bit, but then other community members...
I'm going to run to the restroom. Sorry to interrupt you, Daniel.
No, that's fine, that's fine. I'll wait until you get back. What I was going to say is I also used to use it because I like the idea of having everything which is Future War Cult, you know, the armor and the weapons and all sorts. So I had that at one stage. But then our friends told me, well, it's the best if you use Imago Loop because it's the most potent weapon in the Crucible and PvP and everywhere else. And I kind of missed out on the perk, right? Because I thought my perk was the best. I mean, my role was the best. But Lupus Arius, a bit like Sekapupu, reminded me that I don't have the God roll. I still need to have that perk which is giving us explosive rounds. And I need to look for it because I've deleted quite a few Imago loops, but I don't think I had any of these with explosive perks because they're very rare, and you usually get them from Nightfall or from some other strike, which is exceedingly difficult. So you need to keep an eye out for that. The one I'm using is good. It just doesn't have explosive rounds, and obviously that really helps if you're hitting certain adds from the distance, and particularly like in some of the Sealer strikes, primary weapon was favored. So, you know, if it's favored, then that weapon is extremely deadly. So definitely, the idea is to keep it. And our friend says, yeah, there is always better guns are still used. I'm an off meta kind of guy. Well, I guess we are spoiled for choice because we have lots of different weapons and armor, and it's just down to the preference. I don't, I'm like a creature of habit, so I have my best role or my best loadout, and I'll resort to that all the time. But this game, and particularly the sequel, is not about using the same sort of stuff. They want people to be collecting and then working on every bit of armor, albeit some bits are not particularly strong compared to others, and they're not providing you with anything exceptional. But I go down the route of vanity versus ability, and then combine the both. Like for instance, I'm keeping this cloak, as you could see. I look like a fly, right? And it's a really, really really good outfit, and there are better cloaks with different perks, but just like the idea, you're 4400, you're not really bothered, you do it for fun, and maybe different for people who are competitive raiders or speedrunners or something, and they really want to be doing something that is within that schedule, within the time period, and they'll be looking for the best weapons, best armor, best perks, and that's fine. We can have maybe a session that's educating everyone on how to do this here live online, but I don't play games for that reason. For me, it's all about fun, first of all, enjoying the content and entertainment, as well as being... Your mic switched off now, I can't hear you.
I'm here now.
Oh yeah, cool. Yeah, we can carry on. And for me...
If you happen to look at... If you pull up my character...
Oh yeah?
From the roster and just inspect my character, and then if you hover over my hand cannon and then compare it to yours.
Okay, let's have a look.
It's R2 for me on my controller to compare it. You can see that Imago, isn't that what it's called?
Imago loop, yeah.
The range and the impact is so much higher. The fire rate is a little slower, but the impact is quite a bit more than this one I'm using.
Yeah, that's right. Imago loop.
I'd like one of those too. That Imago looks really nice.
Well, I kind of got to know about Imago through online activity with other community members, because I'm not that keen on the Crucible. I think it's the weakest part of Destiny generally, but some people like throwing in a few matches and doing the Iron Banner and a few other things, and then I kind of enjoyed exploring the whole idea with them, and they were recommending it as being the best amongst the legendaries, and they recommended certain perks, so I've just gone down the route of using it. But I was using the Whale in the past because it kind of blended in perfectly with Future War Cult outfit and ship and everything. Just looks pretty, it's like nicely designed, and it worked well. On the other hand, the idea is certainly to be using quite a variety of different bits of armor and weapons, irrespective of what they really are, and sometimes certain weapons will work better for some people because of the internet speed. If you are like on 1000 upload, 1000 download, all of these weapons will be superior to anything else that somebody else has who is on 1 upload like I was, or like 20 download.
Okay.
Because it's the speed through which the shots are accessing the server, and I'm sure Deployman could explain it better than me. You have like your movement path when you're walking, right? So if you are on really poor upload, like what I was, you play, let's say, PUBG or Apex, and you run. It's a PvP game, right? And the other guy is watching me, and he starts firing, and he doesn't actually hit me at all, but he's firing at the path, which is usually between anything half a second to 2 seconds behind me. As soon as he hits the path, I'm taking huge damage because that path is me, and it's due to the actual lag caused by the internet upload speed. So you come across in PvP lots of people who don't know how this works, and they think they're just not very good, or there's some other problem attached to it, or they rage that the game's not good, that there's a problem with the server. Similar to what Deployman said earlier about different types of accessories and the tech we've got. Everything's developing so fast, and PvP is all about speed, both within the game as well as accessing the servers. and therefore Apex and PUBGs of this world will have that problem. You make it cross-platform, but still it's dependent on what equipment people use and what internet speed they have. You may want to check out the Digital Foundry podcast, because they're talking about this, and I was staggered to hear it's like two top industry professionals. One lives in the UK, in Germany, both Americans, one in Germany and the other in the US, and they both said due to the area where they live there is a problem with this internet speed. They said a lot of this equipment that's introduced and the services by Microsoft are completely relevant to us. We can't use it because we don't have that kind of speed, which is necessary. Easy if you live in Chicago or in Washington DC, because everything is in there. But for some other remote areas, like remote areas of Germany, he said, you still get really poor quality, 1 upload, 2 upload, and download also very, very poor, like 15 to 17 download, which really surprised me, considering that I've had lots of contacts with people from Germany and America, and didn't get that feeling. But on the other hand, people who were communicating with me were not experiencing that problem because they lived in fairly urban settings, or the settings where you can access the top speed. So that's the factor. And I think somebody asked the other day, you remember we were doing the game, as to why I wasn't doing that many raids. That was the sole reason, because having very poor upload would be hampering the effort of other people in the game. And when we're getting together a few times just to do it for fun, there was always somebody who was checking out what sort of upload speed, whether it was like a green bar, yellow bar, red bar, and that was the deciding factor. All right, let's carry on.
Yeah, I saw Deployment said that he generally uses what looks the coolest and feels good to fire. I kind of follow that same rule, unless, like in D2, in the GMs, that kind of narrows that selection down depending on the GM. It's hard to go in there looking good with weapons you like to use if they're not the right, if they don't have the artifact mods for Unstoppable.
Yeah.
Barrier. So I do, I'm very much like Deployman. I like to look good and feel good. But that
Absolutely.
isn't always the key to success. In
No. We are all on the same page. We're all on the same page. I'm exactly the same. And I guess I kind of resort more to the vanity side of things than the functionality, because that draws attention from other participants, and therefore I get new community members coming in, like funky outfit like this, looking like a fly. A lot of people have not seen any Guardians looking like a fly. They've seen other versions looking like Taken or looking like some other, character, but this is sort of unusual, and that is something that I would be spotting on other community members if they look unusual, right? So that draws my attention to them in order to connect. And equally, the power that certain weapons will have. I think it's easier in the sequel because we have all those very many, almost infinite mods, and they will be helping certain activities if weapons and armor I should say, are properly modded, and you have weapons with really good perks. But it's a combination of the two. And you'll find that sometimes, people who play PvP games, you think, well, how on earth is it possible for Activision to have earned $1 billion within the first 12 months of Warzone? And just on cosmetics alone, that didn't include the sales of Call of Duty or anything else, because the game was offered for free, and then you had all these packs, looking funky, having this and the other. $1 billion. I think Apex made even more, but it was within a longer stretch. I can't remember exactly the figures. It's more than 1 billion. And Apex really realized that this is the best possible way through which they can monetize. So they were throwing in frequent events and frequent packs. Even within one season, have like several events and then several packs. And you've seen streamers, for instance, purchasing all the packs because they want to look funky. They want to look unusual. They'll draw attention from the new participants, and it's the trends that particularly people on the younger side would be, I guess, subscribing to. A bit like people going to the gym. I go swimming 5 times a week, and my sports center just literally on the corner from where I live, less than 5 minutes. Every single day, because I go to gyms, 9 to 10, you get people coming from the gym, and they are sort of in their teens. The first thing they do after coming down, they don't even go to showers. You know what it is? Mirror, selfie, Instagram. 6-pack. And I think to myself, hang on a minute, is that the purpose of that strenuous exercise? You obviously want to maintain your health, you want to be physically fit. No, the first thing, and it's funny because the selfie doesn't come right, and he keeps doing and doing. I've done actually a couple of times, I've gone to showers, completed everything, I come back, he's still there. I've been like for 15-20 minutes, he's still doing his selfies because the selfies didn't turn out right. So I mean, it's the mindset of that person who is applying that elsewhere in their life, and if they go to video gaming, they want to do the same, right? So he sees such a fantastic treasure pack there, costs $20, and you will look very different. He'll purchase it straight away. It's the way to monetize, and I think it's very it's been very successful. But like I said on my stream many times, I can understand that when applied to games like Apex and Warzone. These are free games. So I played the game, I didn't pay a dime for anything that's in the game, right? So it's optional. If people want to look nice, funky, great, and attract attention, they can purchase whatever they want, but it's optional. But I have a problem with Destiny and Bungie aggressively pursuing monetization because we are paying for a lot of the content. The season's gone up recently by more than 30%. And now we've got these dungeon keys, and we've got all these things which you need to purchase. Like, for instance, they had 30-year anniversary, was it last year before last, and 30-year anniversary of Bungie. So the special packs, all of them were either cosmetics or some exotic weapons, and it was like $30 for that. I mean, honestly, if you're celebrating 30 years, you want to create giveaways. You want to offer that on a very, very good price. Oh, what's happening now? Oh no, I don't believe it.
Oh,
I don't believe
like you got
it.
a code.
No, it said that because we were inactive. We were not doing anything. We got booted. I apologize to our viewers. This is ridiculous because it looks like two of us will have to start all over from the beginning. But we'll do it a bit faster. We'll do it a bit more with greater perseverance.
See if I can invite you. I sent you an invite. Let's see if that works.
No, it's going to be the other way around. Hang on. It's just this is what they do. We'll not be able to accept, but what I'll do is I invite you to join the game. It's to do with my setup because it's restricted in terms of what is being accepted. And just bear with me. I can see that our friend was writing a few messages in here, and our friend Deployment says, I generally use what looks the coolest and feels very good. Feels good to fire. Really liked your gun as well. He said really looks so good. And this thing is the bane for a lot of the games. And Deployment's telling us a bit about the problems with service and all this. It's not the game's fault generally, it's that people live all over the world. But one thing game developers should never do is add region locking. It works great in the US, but for us in Australia, it's a complete death sentence. And Deployment says, well, looking like a fly. Yeah, that's my outfit. I quite like it at the moment. I discovered it the other day. I actually picked up that cloak, I think in Nightfall. It was the Nightfall we did last week, or a couple of weeks ago. And our friend says, I'm just remembering so many people coming into the stream in the past complaining about you not playing, but talking. And he's obviously saying laughing online. That's exactly what I do here. I'm well known for talking, and there are people who come in, want to speedrun and crack on and chase scores, etc. And I'm afraid they will be always very disappointed here, particularly when you have lots of other mature gamers coming in and connecting with the topic. And different courses for different horses, you know that. It's just a fact.
Mm-hmm.
And Deployment says, I definitely like talking, and that's why I've been here for quite a few years. Well, of course, you are one of the founder members, as you could see on the badge. And everyone who comes here likes talking. We are here to socialize, and obviously if we have a task, or if you want to be doing some mini competitions, we are going to be absolutely zooming in on that. But otherwise it's just for fun. The guys who said that,
I like it.
Yeah.
Seems like a nice mix how you do the news at the beginning. I really like that. There's a lot
Yeah.
of topics I'm interested. Some I'm not or not familiar with, so I listen and learn things. So I
Yeah.
really like it. I like how you enter with that, and then you get into some gameplay. And
Well,
I
the
think it
idea,
works well.
I'd say the idea is to keep it in separate sections, because those people who really like instant gaming and who like the channel, like talking to others, they will probably just leave the stream on and they will let me talk up to a point where I get into the gaming, and then they will engage. You know, so they'll be watching a stream, doing their own game, and then they'll come in, basically to come in to play live online. And you get people who will be listening to the news and community-based content on playback, which in fact has been massively ascending since I came back. I've got different diagnostic tools, and I've seen that very many people watching our streams on playback, which really surprised me. And I think that's probably linked to live stream and stream elements fully involved, because they have their own methods of internal marketing. And if you're a subscriber, obviously you're a patron, therefore they're supporting you. And I've seen that as one of the biggest advantages so far with the new season that I started out with recently. And you know, it's just different concepts and different things for different types of gamers. And I can't say that I had any issues whatsoever from the beginning. The only problem that worried me, and that's the reason I've not been streaming during the last summer, was the internet speed, because the speed in our area was just getting worse and worse, and then you couldn't get really reasonable, acceptable picture quality even on your mobile phone if you watch the stream. So people come in and listen to the chat, and sometimes they would stretch for hours, because we had many people, you know, come in and discuss Destiny and other games, and that's great. But then when it came to the actual gameplay, it was troubling. So I resolved this, and we've got now better speeds, and you know, things are looking better. That's just it's the same direction, it's just a bit more pronounced. And the channel being aligned with charities and charitable works and help for people who are more vulnerable or experience difficulty, that's always been around, and we have quite a number of people who actually live with a disability or had experienced a serious health problem. And sometimes, you know, they talked about it's live online, and I just want to make it a bit more pronounced, because in Britain we are not really as developed in that compartment compared to the US. Like in the US, there's loads of work through the video game industry to support charities and support that degree of investment to good causes. But in here, it's literally at sort of the very basic grassroots infancy level stage, and I really want to be involved with that more and more, if you know what I mean, to be more connected to the charities and other private firms who obviously provide services for the good causes, because it's essential for the well-being of our local community. We have all kinds of cuts applied everywhere in statutory services, and everything's so expensive, and you know, where else will you go? You go to charities. And I guess in the US and Britain we have charities which operate on the continent that do not have the same system, and it's more difficult to approach such services, you know. On the continent in Europe, the vast majority of the countries, they will be running such services within some sort of statutory institution. So they will have government-run departments, or they'll have your local government providing something. It's not based on private companies working for the good causes, and it's not really aligned with the taxation and all the other, you know, legal things which are attached to it. So so far so good. I mean, I had some donations. Some people shared the news, and we've had people contributing and popping in with their own comments, and you know, it's been very good. It takes a bit of time, and then once you get to the certain degree of exposure, and once a few people get involved with reposting, retweeting, and then you know, it basically gathers pace. And I'll have it for 6 months, which means until the end of the year, for this charity, and I'll introduce some other charities so people can pick and choose. They can support some charities that are dealing with homelessness, and then others that are supporting hospitals, research hospitals that help seriously ill children, St. Jude in America and Great Ormond Street Hospital in London. And then we have Epilepsy Scotland. Sadly, National Society of Epilepsy is not on the list, so I couldn't really bring them in. National Society for Epilepsy is the main institution dealing with that illness in Britain, but Epilepsy Scotland is, strangely enough. And I also have Great Ormond Street Hospital, and I have National Autistic Society. We had quite a number of people with Asperger's and related syndromes who are fully integrated within our community and actively participating, and frequently in the past they'd be live online. So the idea is for anyone who has some knowledge of these conditions to be able to support a charity which they feel closest to. Like if you have a family member who's experienced any of it, or somebody who is having that degree of disability within your immediate circle, then somebody may prefer to invest in, let's say, National Autistic Society compared to, let's say, Mind. Do you see what I mean? It's like a personal preference, what people feel close to, and that's the thinking behind it. Plus, a very good integration on Tiltify, through which you have milestones, you have different quizzes and polls and rewards, and all of that is aligned to certain amounts being reached. So you reach like 100 or 200, and then you set up a quiz. The quiz is asking people what you want to be doing in a strike or in a raid, and the raid's going to be especially connected to people who donated and the regular community members, like a mini competition. And it's terrific. It really they got people from the gaming industry fully involved, who brought in that gaming playful mindset into the fundraising, and I think it's really terrific, because I've looked at it before, and it didn't have the same aura, wasn't really as well built, and it's constantly evolving. Also, for anyone who is looking at the link, you click on a link, you get all the information on Tiltify, on myself, and on Mind, the charity I'm supporting, and then you get the stream as well. So somebody doesn't want to use the app because it's using a lot of bandwidth, they can just watch the stream. The stream's not using as much bandwidth, you see, on the link. So it's really it's a very clever way of doing it. Okay, we'll crack on this Nightfall, because you know what, I've got to go swimming at 9 o'clock, and I don't know how long it's going to take us to kill the boss, so so let me have a look. Our friend Deployment says, following since April the 29th of 2019, and Deployment says, there's been a barrier between you and I talking over VC, as I no longer have a PS4, but hasn't stopped me talking Twitch chat, and my current disinterest in Destiny 2. Well, Deployment, you're not the only one. We've heard that from so many people. Our friend Zenith will know that the chap who likes turtles said it to us several times, that he absolutely hated Destiny. Anytime he pops in and says, I hate Destiny, I love turtles. So different opinions on the sequel. And Diplomat says, my mother has epilepsy. I'm really hoping I don't get it, as if it's mixed with some of my other issues will mess me up. Well, I certainly can tell you, as somebody who has epilepsy in family as well, that epilepsy is an illness which is very different from person to person. It doesn't have to be always based on genetic components, which is what people assume. You will hear sometimes, I apologize to Deployment, I just want to I apologize to Zenith, I just want to respond to Deployment in view of what he had described. People assume in a similar fashion as they assume that if you have, let's say, parents who at the golden age developed heart problems, and usually after the age of 50 or so, that this is genetic. Well, it can be, but it doesn't have to be, and in the vast majority of cases it isn't, because it's the way people lived, what they consumed, how long they slept, what they ate, what they drank, that would be affecting the biochemistry of cardiovascular and the blood vessels in general. So this could be a very significant factor. Epilepsy can be based on genetics and certain kinds of genetic ailments, but it also can be acquired through certain kinds of stresses which are being applied to somebody's body, where people have, for instance, propensity towards abnormal REM. That is the rapid eye movement section of sleep. I have that, in fact. My REM sleep is delayed, so for me it's extremely important to sleep very well towards the last section of my 8 hours. Like some people fall asleep and they will be feeling very rested after maybe 4 or 5 hours, and they've got to have that stretch between the second hour and the 5th hour. With me, it's the last 3. and definitely, this could cause serious issues if I wasn't really adhering to a good sleep hygiene, like our friend said the other day, lupus areas, or if I wasn't paying attention that, for instance, if I worked night shifts or did something at night, I would get immediate adequate rest the following day. Epilepsy could be a result of illness, like for instance viruses. You have people who had COVID and develop epilepsy afterwards, or SARS virus, which I had in the past. Could be a result of serious accident, people having head injuries, or could be sometimes connected to malfunctioning of lungs, the supply of air that goes to the brain. So it's quite a multitude of different factors that I guess in the past, 50, 60 years ago, were not observed. And if one has epilepsy in family, that is assumed to be genetic, then one has to be particularly careful in terms of how one lives. And I would say that would concern in particular the food and drink intake, what types of drinks one has. For instance, for anyone who has epilepsy in family, I would advise not to be drinking alcohol, for the obvious reason it has a very negative effect on cardiovascular. Caffeine, like coffees, caffeinated drinks, Pepsis, Coca-Cola, so energy drinks, etc. All of that needs to be completely deleted from one's own everyday consumption. And generally leading a life which is adhering to a very healthy sleep hygiene, regular routine, and everything else, because the biochemistry can get upset, and if it does, and if there is a major occurrence of, for instance, petit mal seizures and that, then it's extremely difficult to bring it back without any medical input. It's possible, but in my experience, a very extensive experience with that, it's very, very difficult, because it's a bit like, the balance which is tipped over. You have some sort of equilibrium, some sort of balance which is kept, but there are these other components which can be easily upset. Do you see what I mean? It's similar to other illnesses. In fact, you've seen people having some minor problems with heart or with their blood pressure, and then if they're not careful enough, it becomes a very major problem because they kind of stimulate it for certain kinds of activities. Sleepless nights, for instance, is very dangerous, and that. See what our friend said. And Deployment says, my mother is generally very healthy for her age, other than smoking and other recreational activities. Well, I think anyone who has epilepsy will be able to receive adequate medical advice on what they should and should not be doing. They will be medicated with certain anticonvulsants, which are very effective, and if properly tested with EEG, with the EEGs, you will get a very good picture of when the actual cycle happens. And for a lot of the people, the cycle is embedded within the night cycle. It's the night cycle where these things get out of control, So that's literally a bit like if you imagine somebody sleeping and having a nightmare, and it's like a really nasty nightmare that kind of escapes from the world of sleep and starts attacking day-to-day existence. What happens is people with certain kinds of epilepsy can have psychotic interferences, which actually are based on epileptic activity. They don't have to be having petit mal or grand mal fits or any kind of absence seizures or anything of that sort, because it's a different type of manifestation. But it's because of the cycle that happens at night. So you're not properly investigated, not properly scanned, recorded, which is basically done in hospital. You will have an overnight EEG, for instance, if there is a suspicion that this is happening within the cycle. It's a regular test, and then one will get that degree of clarity. And thanks to the advances of modern medicine, we have very many good results and good approaches, and we have much greater clarity on what's happening, because we can now record, we can see, we can investigate it in depth. And there's been very, very good advances within that sort of section of pharmacology as well. I mean, I'm absolutely astonished by what's been achieved, and I think I'm hoping that that's the way it's going to carry on, And our friend also was saying about his mum. I mean, first of all, I'd like to say I'm very sorry to hear that. It's certainly a very serious health condition, and what I can say is that adhering to a healthy lifestyle and adhering to the ways and the means to which one is keeping healthy always helps. You know, one of the main things that a person with epilepsy has to be avoiding is unsupervised contact with water. I had lost in the past people who went, have a bath, and then unfortunately they had a seizure and they went under the surface, and that we know what happens. It is just impossible to resuscitate afterwards. So that's very important. I think anyone who has grand mal epilepsy would have to have showers instead, rather than the use of the regular bath. And also swimming can be supervised. It's fine, but it has to be with inflatables and with somebody there, so it makes it really easy to prevent that sort of incident from happening. All right, I'd say that if you have some anxieties and worries, I would just say avoid very great intense work at night where your optic nerve could be greatly stimulated, or where you would feel that the central nervous system is suffering under huge pressure. Always feel properly hydrated. That's very important. Always take lengthy breaks where you're feeling a bit tired. Have a good sleep cycle, and generally reduce the number of kind of stressful events overall. If you work for yourself, you're self-employed, obviously it's a lot easier to organize your time, and all these things will be of huge benefit. And as I said, consumption of nicotine, illegal drugs, any kind of substance, consumption of alcohol in general, always best to be completely avoided, and could be placed on a shelf which says verboten, as they say in Germany, forbidden. They can't really do that, can't use that. And also the type of foods that one eats, lots of kind of greasy spoons and lots of unhealthy types of snacks, best to be avoided, because if you adhere to fruit and veg 6 to 12 a day and proper hydration, drinking fruit juices and mineral water, then any form of major worry can be eliminated, because you keep up with that healthy lifestyle, and it helps. I always think that work on video games and computers can be incredibly rewarding and very stimulating and very healthy if it's done in a proper quantity and in a way which is stimulating creativity and advancement. If one does it over the top, when I heard that Bungie worked 365 days 24/7, 12-14 hours a day, hardly any sleep, in order to deliver the second year of content for Destiny 2, well, that raises the questions of how healthy that sort of attitude is, and also it raises the questions on what kind of result you will be getting. Like in any circumstances, if you're too tired when you're doing certain activity, then you're too tired, you can't focus. It's just about a window of opportunity when you actually when you're operating at the very sort of tip-top level, the pinnacle of your abilities, is where one can be getting the very best results from any form of engagement, be it within sports or computing or video gaming or any other. Alright, so let us crack on with that Nightfall, because we'll have about 40 minutes to polish it off, and let's hope that we are going to be successful. Usually when I say that, I'm unsuccessful. When you kind of push it, we will finish quicker. Look at the mods. The mods here are catapult, so that's grenade recharge is increased. Airborne, players deal more damage while in the air, so we are jumping, we'll get more power. More enemies have shields, makes it difficult to eliminate, as we've seen with his Taken. Arc damage from any source is greatly increased. Heavily shielded and highly aggressive enemies appear in great numbers. What I can do is I can actually enable Bolt Caster. Bolt Caster is arc weapon, and that's my sword. Then let me just see the perks.
I thought about equipping that myself.
Yeah,
because of those Arc Knights.
That's right.
I have that with me, but I switched to Gjallarhorn.
Well, it will be useful with these wizards, and definitely, because you can hit them from distance. So we have Warrior of Light and Scabbard, increasing ammunition capacity, increasing damage to your R2 attack. Actually, maybe we'll go for that. Sword of Thunder, shoot a beam of arc light from your sword, creating a lingering electrical storm. Scabbard increasing sword ammunition capacity. Okay, orbs, we're not going to bother with this. Sword strike, yeah, that's all good. Well, I prefer Dark Drinker. We'll put this one on, and let me see if I can use anything else. Well, I mean, let me see, that fusion rifle, maximum impact. Let's try that one. This one has massive impact as well, Nox Sprayly, which is surprising. Let me see. Charge rate, stability, bullet, magazine 5, magazine 4. That's bizarre. That is like similar to what I've got on my similar to what I've got on Darkblade Spite, and this is just like a poor quality blue weapon. I know, we'll try it. We can always switch. And Light of the Abyss, for instance, was a lot poorer. Didn't seem to. Actually, hang on. We can do that. We can do that. That will be better. That will be better. You know, Light of the Abyss is a fusion rifle I picked up after our Kreuter raid. That one. I've not had it before. And it has loads of perks. Look at the number of perks in there. It's incredible. So I need to.
I just switched to that myself.
Yeah, I mean, I tried it the other day, and it had massive recoil. And then because the perks were biased towards solar or void, it didn't seem to cause a lot of damage. So Darkblade Spite was one shot, one kill, and this one's like not causing any damage at all. So I need to obviously masterwork it, so that's going to take a lot of time. And you know what? I want to actually increase the power, but I don't think it's going to allow me to. It's not allowing to infuse. Hang on. Infuse. I don't get it. Why is it that I can't really infuse? What's yours? Is it also 150? The power level?
Mine's 394.
Yeah, mine's 150. And it doesn't allow me in here to infuse. So that must be like year 1 weapon.
I think so. Mine has the
Boo.
double bitted axe in the upper right corner.
That's probably what it is.
Thumbnail.
That's probably what it is, yeah. Wow.
See if yours has it.
It doesn't matter. We'll try it and see what happens. I reduced obviously my light level very considerably by doing this. I'm masterworking my helmet, so that's cool. Let's see. Dogged Gauge, we have Fast Ball, and we have Hive Destroyer, so that's pretty good. We have here increasing strength. Okay, we'll go back to intellect. Hand cannon ammunition, that will be useful because I've got that Imago loop in there. Then my legs, increasing discipline, we'll bring it back to intellect. Sniper rifle ammunition, okay. I'm basically using, you know, literally picked them out of a hat, like different types of armor to masterwork, because I'm fed up with that vault being so full at all times. I'll delete literally everything in there. I'll just keep masterwork stuff, and that's it. And obviously the exotics to have space, because it's annoying if you forget about it. Your Postmaster's full. There's no room here in the inventory, and then the items you're picking up in Nightfall or Sivas or elsewhere are not registering. They're just losing them straight away. So, you know, best to get rid of whatever is unnecessary, because it's a very small vault. You know, it's not really there aren't that many spaces there. Just want to say to Deployman, I posted to Twitter today a clip of Sekapupu and Zach trying to get in the Postmaster cabin, and unfortunately I didn't capture the moment when one of them has gone in. It was just like the attempt, and Zach was the person who had that world record on speedruns, you know, on certain strikes, and he was one of the chaps who really just wanted to hammer the game. He wasn't, well, he was quite happy teaching others how to do certain things. But the industry news or video game related stuff was not really his jazz. He sort of preferred to play the game, which is the case for some of the gamers, and that's fine really. It's just the way things are. People prefer different things, and the best way of trying to make friends is by becoming a member of one of those streaming communities, because Destiny, probably the best example, the passing traffic on Destiny is massive. So when you look at the category Destiny, you do not have many viewers, but in the course of one day, there are many thousands of people who pop in, have a look, say hello. So definitely a very, very good game for that sort of community build up. Okay, so we changed this to arc. What have you got in your primary? I've got Imago Loop. You got that hand cannon, yeah? And
I switched to this Angel's Advocate Scout Rifle.
Okay, that's pretty good.
Light of the Abyss.
Where's the other one?
I did send you a screenshot too.
Okay. I beg your pardon. I've seen actually it's popped up, but I was just paying attention to what our friend.
I was just wondering if you were familiar with that, and I'll add to that if you thought you might want to do that.
I'll have a look.
Instead of the Nightfall.
Have a look. That's for the Sleeper Simulant, isn't it? The quest.
I'm not sure, but that's what it sounded like to me. That's why I thought I'd send it to you and see if you thought that was for the Sleeper.
Well, I'll tell you what we do. We do this on another day when we have either Matthias, a Dark Haunting, or Lupus Arius, the guy, the chap who was with us the other day on Monday, because they are absolutely, tip-top, the most experienced Destiny 1 veterans that I would have had here on the channel, and they're perfect in that sort of walkthrough. So one of them will be able to walk through that whole strike. It's quite a lengthy strike. It does require a lot of effort by the full team, and eventually you end up with a Sleeper Simulant. But I think somebody who is so familiar with it, because I've done Sleeper Simulant maybe once or twice in the last 5-6 years, and they would have done it many times for other people, so they'd be ideal guides both for myself and for you and everyone else, and we can do it at a leisurely fashion. The trouble there is that you've got sections where it's very easy to miss out on the waves of Taken that keep coming in, and if you keep missing out on them, it's like a repeat gameplay many times, and I think that will be the very best way of doing it, and certainly one of the very best weapons in the game. So that's my suggestion.
Yeah, I see a lot of people using that. Yeah, that sounds good.
Well, it is a one shot, one kill weapon in certain strikes and activities, and it's certainly very, very effective. So definitely worth having it. And I have also on my blog, I'll send you a link actually later today when I come back from swimming. I have on my blog a lengthy article describing on how to do that and how to complete for anyone who is trying to do it, but not by oneself, but always within some sections of the strike that will require team effort. And it's also a lot more enjoyable and easier to finish, a bit like what we've done with Kreuter. It was such a shame that our friend UTF Girl didn't have comms, because he could have told us about a few things and we would have done the overall activity, I guess, somewhat differently. But then on the other hand, our friend Lupus Arius knew exactly what to do in order to kind of make sure we completed it in time, and that was also of tremendous assistance, and we picked up everything. And for you it was the first time, right? It was the first time you've done Kreuter's Raid, that one.
Yes, no, I did part of it in the past, but just very little. I think it was the first
not a full completion. Yeah. Well, we've done it here on the channel a few times. It was considered to be the easiest amongst four, and but as I said, due to that internet connection, I've not done many raids, so the idea is always to have somebody who's super experienced and then guide everyone to the final task, which obviously makes it very entertaining and thoroughly enjoyable, and that's exactly how
It's
it
always
was.
nice to have people that are willing to
Yeah.
teach and have the patience for that.
Well, having walkthroughs is useful, and I think everyone can learn, and this is a learning channel. People learn about all sorts of things here from me and our community members, and that's basically the creed. That's what we do. Therefore, I always resort to some of our friends being brought in for that reason. Matthias was at one time coming at a specifically scheduled time because he was 9 hours back. And let me just tell you this after the dialogue finished.
Failed, and now awaits the mercy of the Hive. Given the chance, the Darkblade will step in to take Oryx's crown. We must not allow another prince to rise.
Alright.
The Darkblade suffers his judgment in the depths of a Hive prison. I am feeding an energy marker to your ghost. It will lead you to his cell.
Oh, we have some other ads popping up there. Yeah, I was going to tell you about Matt. He would then schedule it and time it exactly for a certain hour, and sometimes he was here at like 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning his time, in order to teach other people, which I found incredible. It was such dedication to teaching and education. And also from my Dark Drinker, I remember that very clearly. He, Boltcaster is doing the business because it's obviously Ark. But the fact is, we don't have to go there, right? We need to go the other way. Well, thanks to my talking, we got booted. Yeah.
Oh, you did?
No, Bungie does that all the time. It's just ridiculous, because when I'm connected to Lightstream, they shouldn't really disconnect, because Lightstream is indicating to Bungie that there is this activity, you know? When you're streaming, you are actually active. You can be talking, you don't have to be doing the game, but I guess it's a different... Oh! Got hit. There's 2 of them in there. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, they're very powerful, I got to say. These trolls nearly killed me. There's only 2 of them. It's very odd. Let me try that. See that? I'm killed straight away. Oh, I know what it is. I need to change. You know what it is? I'm underleveled. I'll put the other one on, because this is not doing justice. It needs to be 380 at least. So I'll put... Just give us a second. I need to change. Put like a poltergeist 399, because obviously being underleveled for this strike will have a major impact, because I'm down to 360 or something. I think you can probably res me.
Okay.
Yeah, I think. Yeah. Thank you. Let's see what's out there. Oh, that's all sorted in here. Yeah, that's not bad. Oh, we're really here. Oh. Grab some. Do you want some heavy ammunition in here? Because we've got some heavy ammunition in here.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, there's.
I can.
Oh. Oh, we survived. Okay, good. Right, that's sorted. And we've got more.
Yeah, the scout rifle's pretty good.
Yep. Oh, Jade Rabbit,
Got
I
explosive
actually.
and Firefly.
Jade Rabbit, I really like. It's very useful.
Yeah, I don't have that one. That's a. You have to get that from the Crucible, don't you?
I believe so.
Or no.
Or you can
I have
purchase
it
it from
in
there, I
Destiny
think,
2.
sometimes. I think.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I need to ask Ekapupu, he will know exactly what and where, and it's a very good weapon, very effective, and people use it in the Crucible quite a lot because it's rapid fire.
I can sense a powerful incantation. Hive runes hold the far door shut.
My scan says the runes draw energy from those. If you get me over there, I can hack them and open the door.
Well, now I worked out as to why I was dying so fast in Sivas. It was that light level. Oh, look at him. Cheeky. Yeah, I mean, Boltcaster's a lot more powerful than Dark Drinker here. One hack, one death, you know? And with Boltcaster wasn't as easy.
Is that another wizard? There she is.
Yeah, that worked.
Oh, she's gonna hide.
Yeah, we probably need to go up there. Too close to the wizard. Got killed straight away.
It's kind of weird.
Well, I'm not really that good with jumping in here. I had some serious problems initially when I started playing Destiny. Remember one section, which is campaign related, died 175 times. And not being able to complete because I wasn't using triple jump. I wasn't aware of, well, wasn't just the whole thing wasn't doing the job. That was the problem.
I almost bumped my head on that tree.
Oh really? Yeah, that shrieker just above. Yeah, we got that.
Watch out for the purple orbs.
Yep,
coming
yep.
in.
True, true, true.
The spell is getting weaker. Let's get to the other battery.
Again, my fusion rifle is doing so little damage to the wizard. Just because it wants arc, you know? Ah, what was that? Silent Brood rocketed me. I didn't even see where he was. Ah well.
Get rid of those guys.
My jumps, the unsuccessful ones, were on Warlock. That was causing me literally a major headache.
That one can be tricky. Oh. Easy.
Guardian down.
Oh, jeez.
Oh no.
I tried to get out of there.
No, it's fine. I'll just wait until you can get revived. Should have a cup of tea. Why not?
Yeah, relax. Take a break.
Yeah.
That's really a bummer that the revive is so long because it just chews down your time
Yeah, but you
waiting
know
to revive people.
Yeah. In the raids, when you're playing on the hardest difficulty level, you can die once. You can't be revived. Hold on, where do we need to go? This way or the other way? Oh, this way, yeah. It's the chest, is it? Okay.
Oh, did I go too soon? No, made it.
Oh, you did alright.
I'll wait for you to get over so we can take
Yeah.
care of that shrieker when it pops up.
Yep. Yep, that's mission complete. Look at that piece in there. Oh, I was not careful. I was just observing the piece that came off that shrieker, and then I nearly got killed by those blue rockets. Yeah, that's good. Ah, miscued. That's annoying. Yeah, my super did it. Okay, guess ready to go back.
Oh, did we
Oops,
capture all
another
that?
phone.
Let's see. Oh, I'm still transmitting. It's not quite there. Okay. No, we're good.
God, I nearly got killed in there. Yeah, Boldcaster's doing the business. That's it. Now we can go in.
I'm gonna grab a heavy synth real quick.
Yeah. Oh. Oh, that's Acolyte. That Acolyte is just so deadly. Just eliminate the Acolyte first, the one top right, because it's rapid fire and catches you unaware every single time.
I think I got it.
Yeah, you did.
I better get in there.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
Gallowhorn is so crazy over.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I love it. Oh, bubble god.
So many of them, look at that. What, he wasn't? I don't believe it. No, I'll need to get out, because I won't be able to survive in there.
Run away.
I'll wait until, you know, it's the right time for me to bring you back.
I was just gonna say there's only 3 of those things, but then they split, turned into 5.
Oh man, look at that. It's too many. Hang on. No, I won't be able to do it like this.
3
Yeah, I know.
phalanx there to the right.
As they keep multiplying. It's that biggie that's causing the headache.
There's 4 phalanxes there now.
It's not taking any damage, this big one.
There's 2 phalanxes still.
Ah, God! That's annoying. Anyway, we'll do it differently this time. You know what, just back out a bit. I want to change my primary because I probably would be better off with something else. Automatic rifle. Hopscotch Pilgrim, let me see. Impact. Well, the trouble I have with that Grasp of Malak. No, we'll keep it the same. It's underpowered, this thing, and it's annoying. They burnt me. You know, I wanted to super them, which is what I did, but didn't manage to do like a triple super. Super spam, it's called. Careful with these rockets, they burn. Incendiary. Okay, that worked. I need to get some extras there for my super. I mean for my heavy, I don't know what I'm talking about. How did I survive? That's unbelievable. I astonished myself. I'll spam them with my super, hang on. Okay, that's sorted. That's good. The last bit.
I have to put a bubble where I'm at. Wizard's got to be down, isn't it?
Yeah, he's down. You got a few other acolytes in there. Just rocket them if you got any rockets. Get rid of these blights, because they'll be respawning taken. There's two of them. One to your left, one at the top. Yeah, they're taking lots of ammunition. They're not allowing us to eliminate them as quickly as we'd like.
and get you?
Careful with one of those that's still there. Oh, cheers. Thank you, thank you. Use my super on him. Where is he? There. That's it. Cool. Oh, look at this.
Oh boy.
Oh, still many of them, and that Olga. Well, I did get at least half dozen, but Olga, I guess he can take one rocket, and Galahorn should have really good blast radius.
Okay. Where is he?
Careful with the rocks.
Still there. I got one left.
Oh. Oh, he's gone. Olga's gone. That's good. Just take another synth. If you have one. Alakul. He's waiting for us. That knight there, top right. Yeah, he can't survive that. That's not possible. That's definitely one left.
Looks like there's one more, huh?
One left, yes, 3 of them. Well, I like when you get the rocket slamming into the enemy. All 6
There's
of them.
one right behind here. It sounds like just an acolyte.
Yeah, it's just down here. Okay. Now I can go in.
I'm just running around for some ammo.
Once we get to the pit, I think if you stick to your Galahorn, I'll need to have this sword in order to deal with the ads, because there will be loads of ads coming in.
Is this the boss fight now?
Well, Alakul's waiting for us at the very bottom of the pit.
Ooh, okay.
Once we get to the very bottom, then you know the dark blade. That's really dark.
We're on the right track. Alakul's energy marker is getting stronger.
Find the Dark Blade. Finish this.
Oh, it's all these. Oh, that's right. All these shriekers. Okay, one's down. Oh, but then all those purple things come in. Watch out. They're coming right at you.
Ah, just as I was about to bail, one of them
Yeah,
caught me.
those things are... That's
Ultra-
insane.
ultra
That's way
them,
too
then.
much. Wow.
Well, what we can do is to literally race through it, you know, race to avoid. We can no, one of us can try, and then the other one's like a backup, and see whether the other one gets in, and then once at the very bottom, where the gate, well, where the main door is, and the main gate, the main entrance, then one can really fire at some of the ads.
Okay.
That's a possibility. That's the way. But there are lots of ads in there. That's the only trouble. I'll race actually. I'll try and see whether I can make it. No, this Acolyte killed me. I didn't see the Acolyte. Acolyte's just down there. I hate these ones the most, probably more than the wizards, because they spawn out of the blue and they have that rapid fire. And
they're definitely skill set high.
yeah, that will do the whole
See how
lot
they
of them
like
there.
that.
They're all gone, but Galahorn.
Okay. Where are you at? That's really weird.
I'm at the back.
Your ghost, it seems like. Oh, jeez. I better back up here for a second. Looks like you're down in the goop.
Wow, that's ridiculous. How on earth are you to revive me then?
I don't know. Does it look like that from your ghost perspective? That you're down below the staircase there?
Well, that's unwinnable. We can't do anything about it.
I don't think I can get you down there.
No, it means, you know, rocket yourself and then we respawn and start from start, because that there's no way through which you can revive me. That's ridiculous. I never had that before. I'm actually being left in there, but one can't respawn.
Yeah, that was a weird glitch. Let me check the time here. I may have to hop off.
Okay.
Fairly soon here.
No, that's fine. I need to go
Well,
swimming as
tomorrow.
well.
I am free tomorrow. I hate to not finish it, but there's tomorrow, right?
Yeah, of course. You have like 15
that
minutes,
okay?
or do you not literally want to build straight away? Because if we build straight away, we have enough time for what we need to be doing outside of the stream. Like I need to go swimming, and you know, it's all good. We'll carry on tomorrow.
That would be best for me if I jumped off right now. I just
Yeah.
missed the time.
No worries, we'll do that, because obviously I was getting under huge pressure that perhaps this is gonna run over time, and then I can't go swimming, you know, and I don't want to be missing out on
Yep.
my regular
Tomorrow's another
session.
day. I should be free tomorrow to jump.
Yeah, no problem. Tomorrow afternoon, I'll ping you a message, and it'd be the same time pretty much after 1 o'clock UK time. So that is, what is it? 5 hours back. That's about, what is it for? 8 o'clock in the
2:30 for
morning.
me right now.
Yeah.
Afternoon.
When I start is, I think, 8 o'clock in the morning for you. You said 2:30.
It's 2:30 for me in the
2:30, 8:30, 6 hours back. 1, 6. Yeah, it's a bit earlier than that. It's 7. Yeah, no problem. We'll catch up tomorrow. Anyway, thanks very much for
appreciate it.
popping. No, no problem at all. It's been really great fun.
That was great fun.
And we had plenty of Sivas and loads of great activity here in Destiny 1. And anyway, have a good evening, and then we'll catch up tomorrow. And take care. All the very best.
Yep, you too. Take
Indeed.
care, Dan.
Yeah, take care.
Yep, bye-bye.
See you later. Bye bye. So, as you could see, we had a bit of a difficulty there with the Nightfall Strike. We can always get back to this tomorrow without any difficulty. And both of us have some other things to do. We are not able to complete the Nightfall because it's stretched a bit longer, and to be fair, we were doing quite well earlier, but we got carried away with our discussion with our community members, and therefore we got booted. We had to restart the whole thing from the beginning, and that's the reason as to why we were not able to finish. Never mind, this is a community-based channel. We enjoy our chats as lengthy as they can be, and we enjoy everything else that comes from every one of our community participants. So we've come to the end for today, so I want to thank everyone for participating. A great deal of thanks to Zenith for joining us live online, and for Deployman for chatting and telling us all these interesting things about the tech and Star Citizen and everything else that we were touching on. Thank you very much for that. And Deployman is one of our founder members. Founder members are the people who joined the channel within the first year, and it's always great to see you, so thanks for popping in, and thanks also for opening up discussion on health, which really has been great. And Zenith is also saying thank you, and that was great fun indeed. Absolutely loved it. It's so great to see that we have some of our regulars. You know, Zenith, we would have Sekapupu every single day in here had he not changed properties, and he's now living away from his home and he can't access his PlayStation every single day. So sometimes he pops in weekend, but wasn't streaming on Saturday and Sunday. In general, I think I kind of keep the weekend free of streams. But I'll talk to him and see what the score is, because maybe what we'll do is we'll have some streams with him, because he absolutely loves doing it together with a full squad and doing all these kind of difficult activities. And I'll talk to him and I'll find out whether he can come in, and he'll tell us exactly at what time and everything. So thanks very much to Zenith and for Deployman for participating, our dedicated community members. Thank you so much for that. And I just want to remind everyone that we are supporting charities, and I'm running presently a charitable fundraising campaign here for Mind. Mind is a UK-based charity helping people with mental health issues and anyone experiencing any form of emotional difficulty or pressure, and they run services that are provided by the volunteers and the professionals, community-based services, individual and group counselling and therapy provided, so everyone can use the services. We are trying to raise £1,000 for the charity, so if anybody wants to contribute, participate, just click on the link which is on my about page, also on Twitter and Instagram. Also I'll place the link there very shortly for everyone to use. You get all the information on the charity concerned, that is Mind. That is the Mind Charity UK, and then we also have information on myself as a streamer, broadcaster, as well as extra info on Tiltify, the platform to which we are doing our fundraising. And if you want to save on your bandwidth, you can be also watching our stream through that link, because it uses a lot less bandwidth than the Twitch app. And so it's a very useful tip for anyone who wants to be watching the stream and perhaps saving on their internet allowance if you're watching it on your Android or iOS. Thank you for watching, thank you for supporting us, and indeed we'll come back tomorrow with a lot more activity here in Destiny, with more news, more community-based content, and plenty of fierce battles here with Nightfall, Seavers, and everything else that is to follow in Destiny 1. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Take care.